The Possibility Wing, a GraceTown novel, written by Cindy Kirk. Chapter 1. Nora, go help Bus. It's Cora, she murmured under her breath, but Dodger Marks, shift manager, clipboard wielder, and apparent guardian of chaos, was already barking orders at someone else. Cora grabbed a bus tub, pasted on a polite smile, and wove through the crowded floor of Cuppa Joe, GraceTown's bustling caffeine hub. One of several coffee shops in town, this location was a mix of cozy charm and cheerful chaos. Mismatched chairs circled weathered tables. A bulletin board near the entrance overflowed with handwritten flyers for everything from piano lessons to lost cats. Strings of Edison bulbs crisscrossed overhead, casting a golden glow on soft green walls and exposed brick. Behind the counter, Shelby, a barista with purple streaks in her braid, danced her way through an order, humming along to the 80s pop song playing through the speakers. A chalkboard menu hung above the register, the names of drinks like Lake Effect Latte, Cherry Orchard Mocha, and Grumpy Farmer Brew, all scrawled in looping chalk script. The first thing Cora had noticed when she'd stopped in to apply was the noise. Everyone seemed to be chatting with someone, exchanging greetings, teasing one another, laughing like this was the town's unofficial meeting place. Dodger probably couldn't be blamed for getting her name wrong. She was new, and there were so many part-timers that he'd joked it was like the coffee shop had a revolving door. Still, she never had trouble remembering his name. With a moniker like Dodger Marks, she couldn't help picturing a Dickens character who forgot people's names unless it suited him. Plus, she had a mental trick for remembering people's names, a holdover from when she'd been earning her MLIS, or Master of Library and Information Science, in grad school. When she met someone new, she matched their name with a book character. Everyone became someone from a story. 2 weeks into her barista gig, Cora knew dozens of names scrawled on coffee cups in black Sharpie, but not one person who belonged to any of them. Their lives outside of whether they preferred oat milk or caramel drizzle remained a mystery. She, of course, was a mystery to them. No one knew she'd been born right here in GraceTown. No one knew she sent out resumes every morning, hoping for a library job so that she could retire her green apron. To everyone who walked through the doors, she was simply the petite brunette behind the counter who never messed up a latte order, a worker bee in black jeans, efficient, forgettable. When she'd taken this job, she'd hoped it would help her make friends. But the neighborhood where she was house-sitting was full of married couples and strollers. They waved politely, but that was about it. She'd hoped that maybe caffeine would do what proximity hadn't. She reached a cluttered table and set down the bus tub. Crumpled napkins, lipstick-stained mugs, and half a blueberry muffin greeted her. She was ready to move on to the next mess when a pair of voices at a nearby table caught her attention. They weren't loud, but they weren't whispering either. "I'm just saying it's not going to be the charming little artisan village he's promising," a woman said, exasperation threading through her tone. "You pave over a community green space and that's it. You don't get it back." A man replied, quieter and more measured. "The good thing is we've got the council's attention. If enough people speak up, they'll have to listen. It's not rezoned yet." Cora glanced over discreetly. The couple looked to be in their early 50s. The woman, wearing capris and a vivid blue top that matched her eyes, tapped her spoon against her cup. The man, a messenger bag at his feet, looked like he'd been up since dawn. "Even if more people speak up, what makes you think they'll listen? They ignored the petition, and that had hundreds of names," the woman said, her voice tight with frustration. "It's just so infuriating. Calling it Village Market Square doesn't make it any less of a developer cash grab. You slap wood paneling on shipping containers and call it quaint, but it's still a shopping plaza." He nodded. "The problem is, Larry Sukup has money and connections. He's smart. He wouldn't pitch something unless he was sure he could push it through." The woman leaned in, lowering her voice, but not so much that Cora couldn't hear. You know he's been cozying up to Mick Ramsey and the rest of the pro-development bloc on the council. You think that's a coincidence?" The man sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. No, not a coincidence at all. Cora moved on, not daring to linger. She'd learned early on that people talked freely only when they assumed no one was listening. The next table over belonged to women she'd seen before, two regulars who always seemed to bring sunshine with them, and Dory, a fellow Cup of Joe employee here on her day off. "Are you going to the festival with us this weekend, Brooke?" asked Hannah, finishing her latte. "It'd be fun to get a large group together like we did last year. I can coordinate." Cora had associated her with Baker Hannah Swenson from those cozy mysteries. Fitting, since this Hannah ran a cupcake business. She hid a smile. The week had barely begun, but the buzz about the fall festival was already building. "I'm planning on going," said Dory. The cheerful part-timer had shown Cora the ropes her first week. Like the fish in Finding Nemo, this Dory had boundless energy, and no matter how slammed the shop was, made every customer feel welcome. "I'm not sure yet." Brooke shrugged. "Why not?" Hannah asked. "That petition ate most of my free time the past month," Brooke said, pushing back a strand of hair. "I thought maybe we'd stay home unless the kids pushed too hard to go, then maybe." "I'm sorry it didn't go our way," Hannah said softly. "If they build a strip mall on that green space—" "Don't." Dory lifted both hands, mock horror in her tone. "I refuse to picture a discount mattress outlet where a library once stood." "Village Market Square, remember?" Brooke drawled, sarcasm dripping. "Quaint little shops." Cora swiped crumbs into the tub, pretending not to listen, even though she very much was. Two lines formed between Hannah's brows. We all know quaint is not what it'll end up being. It'll be a strip mall. Discount mattress outlet or something equally abhorrent. Dory's optimism for once faltered. She shook her head and sighed. "If Collister College's sale to Larry Sukup goes through, I'm thinking that's exactly what we're in for," Brooke said, staring down at the honey cardamom latte that Cora had made for her, a drink Brooke had barely touched. A petition, a land sale. Cora's curiosity flared, but of course they weren't talking to her. "Hey, ladies!" A tall man in jeans and work boots approached. He had tousled brown hair that caught the light and confidence that came as easily as his smile. "Mind if I join you?" "Eli," Dory teased. "Since when do you need an invitation?" "I thought you'd be working," Hannah said, gesturing to the only empty seat. "Finished early," he said, dropping into the chair and flashing a grin that could probably power the espresso machine. "Didn't expect to find all of you here playing hooky." The women laughed, easy and familiar. His gaze drifted. Found Cora. Their eyes met. His smile, friendly, warm, maybe a little curious, hit her with unexpected force. That was when she realized she'd been standing there, bus tub in hand, obviously eavesdropping. The table gleamed. There was nothing left to clean. Heat climbed her neck like she'd swallowed steam. She looked away, lifted the tub, and hurried off. 2 tables later, she exhaled and tried to pretend her face wasn't still tomato red. So far, her great plan for meeting people in a lively environment was going splendidly, as long as she changed the goal to spying on people in a lively environment. Dodger appeared at her elbow just as she slid the bus tub onto the back table. "You good out there?" "Define good," she teased, tugging a stray napkin free. He gave her a blank look. Sarcasm clearly wasn't his first language. "Customer at the register wants a decaf caramel latte, half almond milk, half oat." "Coming right up." By the time she washed her hands and turned toward the espresso machine, the customer was waving cash and calling her Nora. Cora pasted on her polite smile again. It had started to feel like part of her uniform. "It's Cora," she said quietly, but the woman was already scrolling through her phone. Steam hissed. Beans ground. The scent of roasted coffee filled her nose and settled in her chest, something that wasn't quite comfort, but wasn't defeat either. Maybe it didn't matter if no one here knew her real name. With any luck, by the time her house-sitting gig was up, she'd be in another state, working as a full-time librarian again. When the clock finally edged toward 4, the line had thinned to a trickle, leaving only the low hum of conversation and the soft clatter of cups being stacked. Cora rinsed the last bus tub, wiped her damp hands on a towel, and clocked out. The smell of espresso followed her out the door, an invisible souvenir no amount of dryer sheets could ever compete with. GraceTown's historic district glowed in the late afternoon light. Old brick facades leaned companionably against one another. Flower boxes overflowed with mums, and a banner stretched across the street announcing Fall Festival this weekend. Couples walked by her, some with fingers intertwined, some with children skipping between them. She paused to let a delivery truck rumble past, then started down the sidewalk toward the row of tidy townhouses a few blocks away. Her sneakers scuffed over fallen leaves, the air thick with the scent of roasted nuts from the vendor on the corner. Up ahead, a group of college girls laughed easily, bumping shoulders as they ambled down the sidewalk. For a moment, Cora imagined herself walking beside friends, talking, laughing, maybe not being called Nora or the caramel latte girl. She shook her head, a wistful smile lifting her lips. She couldn't even get people to remember her name, let alone walk beside her laughing. Still, as she reached the corner where the street curved toward the river, all that was swept away as her gaze caught the engraved words above the arched entrance of a stone building. Carnegie Library. She hadn't noticed this building in the few weeks since she'd been in town. It was partly hidden behind large maple trees, the carved letters worn to the pale hue of old parchment. The place looked forgotten, unloved, and at the moment, closed. She hadn't forgotten it. This library had been a big part of her childhood. Did it look the same inside? Smell the same? Something inside her, equal parts curiosity and ache, stirred. Exhausted from a day on her feet, right now Cora wanted her new home, a hot shower and chamomile tea, definitely nothing caffeinated. Tomorrow she'd stop in and look around. After all, she'd come to GraceTown hoping to find a connection. Maybe it was waiting among the books. The next morning, Cora rose early. Today was her day off, and she was determined to make the most of every minute. Still, she took a few minutes to sip her coffee and savor the moment. When Cora stepped onto the porch with her coffee, she inhaled the fresh, clean air of the town she'd once called home and let her gaze slide over the neighborhood that was hers for the next 3 months. Even at this early hour, the quiet street bustled with activity. An older couple walked hand in hand down the sidewalk. A few houses down, young children laughed as they drew chalk stars and hearts across a driveway. The faint, sweet scent of blooming asters and goldenrod drifted on the breeze while a woman pruned deadheads from a flower basket. Several minutes later, Cora walked back inside to rinse her empty cup. Her gaze drifted to the row of framed photos along the built-in shelf beside the dining nook. Smiling faces and laughter. Lisa and Kyle's life was rooted, layered with memory and intention. Cora remembered only fragments of her early childhood in GraceTown. She'd never expected to return here. She certainly hadn't expected to feel anything more than relief at having a temporary place to land. But the ache in her chest told a different story. She wasn't just tired of moving. She was tired of never quite belonging. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that after the budget cuts, a coworker had mentioned a house-sitting opportunity in this very town, or that she'd chosen to walk to work yesterday and then take the long way home, a route that happened to lead her past a library that might, for now, be enough to quiet her loneliness until friendship found its footing. Yes, she thought, things were starting to look up. With time to spare, in her experience, most library branches didn't open until 10. Cora decided to take the long way toward the library. She reached the end of her block and turned onto a street lined with a canopy of maples. The homes here were older, Victorians with deep porches and crooked mailboxes, their yards brimming with hostas and hydrangeas and the low hum of bees. A child's bicycle lay half-toppled in a driveway, its training wheels glinting in the sun. Cora resisted the urge to hurry. As she turned down side streets she'd not noticed before, she made up stories about the people living inside the houses she passed. There was something about this quiet path, as if it were leading her somewhere she was meant to go. Then, just ahead, set back behind a row of iron lampposts and half concealed by trees, she saw it again. The old library. The building rose from the lawn like a memory she'd forgotten to miss. Sandstone walls, arched windows, carved detailing that caught the light just so. The lettering above the entrance had faded, but was still legible. Carnegie Library, 1907. Seeing it in the morning light stole her breath. This wasn't just any library, this was her library, the place where Cora had spent countless Saturdays when she was just a girl. She stood across the street, heart thudding as memories surfaced, dandelions sprouting between cracks on the front steps, the cool hush of the children's room, the scent of old pages and furniture polish. When she was 6, books had been her best friends. Their characters had been her companions. The pages of the books, her playdates. It made her just a little sad how little had changed for her in the past 20 years. A wind stirred, rustling the leaves, whispering along the edges of her thoughts. Drawn forward, Cora stepped off the curb. The heavy oak doors gave a low groan as she pushed them open, the sound echoing like a sigh from another time. Cool air met her, tinged with the scent of lemon polish and paper worn soft by too many hands to count. Light filtered through tall arched windows, spilling across the checkerboard floor and the rows of shelves that rose like sentinels guarding their secrets. For a moment, Cora just stood there. It was quieter than she'd expected, as a hush settled over her like a breath held too long. The tall, stained glass windows along the far wall cast softened colors across the marble floor. She moved slowly, reverently, her gaze taking in every detail. This wasn't the usual hush of a modern branch, but a deeper stillness, as if the building itself were listening. Dust motes floated in the light like slow-moving confetti, catching in her breath. A brass clock on the far wall ticked steadily, the only sound breaking the calm. Something brushed lightly against her. No, not against exactly, but through her. A ripple of awareness that raised the fine hairs on her arms. She told herself it was nostalgia, old memories stirring, nothing more. Still, when she reached the circulation desk and found no one there, only a neat stack of index cards and a porcelain owl perched beside a vase of fresh asters, she had the distinct impression she wasn't alone. "Hello?" Her voice came out softer than intended and disappeared into the stillness. Then came the faintest rustle, as if someone had just turned a page. A door at the far end of the reading room creaked open. A woman stepped out, her movements unhurried but precise, like someone accustomed to being both noticed and obeyed. She wore a navy skirt and a cream blouse buttoned to the throat, her silver-gray hair pinned neatly at the nape of her neck. "Good morning," the woman said, her voice soft yet carrying easily across the room. "You must be our early bird." "Oh, hi." Cora offered a tentative smile. "Sorry if I startled you. I wasn't sure anyone was here." "Someone's always here," the woman replied, and smiled in a way that didn't entirely dispel the strangeness of the words. "Welcome," she said, her voice low and lyrical. "I'm Adelaide Wren." "Cora Somerville," she replied automatically. "Of course." Adelaide smiled, and something about her expression softened the lines of her face until she looked, if not young, then ageless. "I've been expecting you." Cora tilted her head. The comment struck her as odd. Then again, maybe Adelaide meant she'd been expecting visitors now that the library was open for the day. She set her bag on the edge of the desk, relieved to have proof she wasn't alone in the echoing space. "It's my day off, and I thought I'd stop in. The building caught my eye yesterday." "Ah." Adelaide's gaze drifted toward the high-arched windows. "She has that effect." Cora hesitated. "She?" Adelaide gestured toward the shelves. "The Carnegie likes to be noticed. It's been a long time since someone new wandered in." There was nothing unkind in her tone, but something about the phrasing made the fine hairs at the back of Cora's neck lift again. "It's amazing that, after all these years, this branch is still open," Cora said. Open, closed, remembered, forgotten. Adelaide's smile was soft, knowing. "It depends on who you ask." She tilted her head slightly. "Our hours may be shorter now, but we're always glad to see someone who still believes in books." "I do," Cora said quickly, then felt foolish for the urgency in her voice. "I love them." "Then you already speak the language," Adelaide said, her eyes softening. "In that case, perhaps you'd like a small tour." Cora hesitated only a moment before nodding. "Yes, absolutely." "Excellent." Adelaide lifted the hinged section of the counter and stepped through, her heels making a crisp, deliberate sound against the marble floor. "Stories are waiting, you know. They always are." Cora smiled, uncertain whether Adelaide meant books or something else entirely. Adelaide moved with unhurried grace. "This building was one of the early Carnegies," she said, running her fingertips along the edge of a table polished to a silken sheen. "Built in 1907, the town nearly lost her once or twice, floods, funding, indifference, but she endures." Cora followed, her eyes tracing the soaring ceilings and the ironwork railing that circled the second floor. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "I don't remember it being this big." "Things are often smaller when we're children," Adelaide said, glancing back with a faint smile. "Or perhaps we simply grow into the space we need." They passed rows of shelves, each one smelling faintly of dust and history. A reading alcove tucked beneath a tall window glowed with morning light. Someone had left a pair of reading glasses beside a closed book, as if the reader had stepped away only moments ago. "Do you get many visitors?" Cora asked. Adelaide's expression turned thoughtful. "People find their way here when they need to." The words sent a small shiver through Cora, though she couldn't have said why. "And what about you?" she asked lightly. "Did you find your way here too?" Adelaide gave a quiet, knowing smile, in a manner of speaking. They reached a corridor lined with portraits of stern-faced benefactors. A velvet rope stretched across the hall that ended at a tall oak door with an ornate brass handle, dulled by age. "What's down that hall?" Cora asked. Adelaide's hand came to rest lightly on the doorknob. "Our west wing. I like to call it the possibility wing," she said. "Most of it's closed to the public now. Old storage, damaged books, that sort of thing." "Is that where the children's section used to be?" "For a time," Adelaide said, "before the storm." "I'd love to see inside. I spent so much time there as a little girl." She offered Adelaide a hopeful smile. Adelaide's gaze lingered on her for a moment, measured, almost tender. Then she said quietly, "Not the right time." It wasn't a refusal so much as a promise, and something in Adelaide's eyes suggested she meant it that way. Cora's curiosity sparked, deep and immediate, the kind that made her want to know more than she should. She looked again at the door, at the brass knob, and felt an odd awareness hum beneath her skin. Even after she followed Adelaide down the hall, that feeling stayed with her, a sense that the door was waiting and that when the time was right, she'd understand why. They turned back toward the main hall. Sunlight filtered down through the windows, gilding the dust in the air. "I do hope you'll come again," Adelaide said, stopping near the circulation desk. "The library has a way of remembering those who notice her." Cora nodded, unsure what to say. "Thank you. I think I will." Adelaide's gaze softened. "Take your time, dear. There's no rush. The right stories always find us when we're ready." When Cora stepped back into the sunlight a few minutes later, the faint scent of lemon polish followed her out. But as the door swung shut behind her, she thought she heard something, a low creak or maybe a whisper. Cora glanced back at the tall oak doors, half expecting the woman to be standing there, watching her. But she wasn't. A shiver worked down her spine, not unpleasant, but unfamiliar. There had been something in Adelaide's gaze, calm, knowing, steady, as if she hadn't just met Cora, but remembered her, expected her, or both. She exhaled slowly. The strangeness of the moment should have rattled her. Instead, it left her oddly comforted, like she'd found a note folded between the pages of a library book left there just for her. As Cora reached the sidewalk, the faint hum of possibility stirred beneath her skin. Chapter 2. By midweek, Cora still couldn't shake the thought of Adelaide or the forbidden brass knob on the door that led into the possibility wing. What exactly was a possibility wing anyway? After working the early rush at Cup of Joe, Cora had planned to do more job hunting, but her steps had led her back to the Carnegie instead. After all, maybe despite the empty appearance, Adelaide was hiring or knew another library that was. The oak doors opened more easily this time, as though the library had been expecting her. Inside, the light had changed. The pale morning glow from her earlier visit had deepened into a golden warmth that streamed across the marble floor, turning each tile into a brushstroke of light. "Hello?" she called softly, scanning the room. Silence answered. No Adelaide. Cora walked farther inside, her sneakers padding faintly. Somewhere, a clock ticked, a page rustled, or maybe it was just her imagination again. She smiled to herself. She'd always thought libraries had a heartbeat. She just hadn't realized how much she'd missed hearing it. A small, cool draft brushed past her. The vase of asters on the circulation desk trembled, one petal loosening and spiraling gently to the floor. Her heart gave a funny skip. "Okay," she whispered. "That was a coincidence. Air vents. Definitely air vents." Still, she found herself drawn forward, her steps carrying her to the main reading area. She paused beside a shelf marked Local History and ran her fingers along the spines. The books here were old, their cloth covers worn soft, gold lettering faded to a whisper. One volume in particular caught her eye, GraceTown Chronicle, 1907 to 1957. The instant her fingertip brushed the edge, the book slid forward and dropped neatly into her waiting hands. She froze. Well, that's not creepy at all. For a heartbeat, she simply stared, pulse ticking in her throat. When she was little, she used to imagine the books here chose her, that they'd wriggle off the shelf when they wanted to be read. She'd long since outgrown that notion, or thought she had. No one answered, of course, but the air seemed pleased with itself, faintly smug in the stillness. Smiling despite the goosebumps, Cora carried the book to a nearby table and sat. When she opened the cover, a small rectangle of yellowed paper fluttered out. A card, brittle and stained with age. Across the top, in looping handwriting, was a name, Lenora Somerbell. Her breath caught. Somerbell. She turned the card over. On the back, in faded ink, someone had written, "For those who remember what was lost and believe it can be found again." The words settled over her like sunlight through stained glass. Warm, impossible, and a little bit heartbreaking. Before she could think too much about what she'd just read, the door at the far end of the room opened. "Back so soon?" Adelaide's voice carried across the space, calm and faintly amused. Cora pressed a hand to her chest, laughing softly. "Oh, hi, I didn't know you were here." Smiling, Adelaide stepped into the light. The Carnegie likes to surprise people. She's always happiest when someone new is discovering her stories. I think she just dropped one into my hands, Cora said, lifting the book slightly. Do I need to worry about haunted volumes? Adelaide's eyes sparkled. Not haunted, no, but perhaps a bit opinionated. Cora smiled, though the name on the note pulsed in her thoughts. Summerbell. She glanced down again at the brittle card, running her thumb lightly over the name, as if touch alone might summon answers. Did you know Lenora Summerbell? She asked. I'm curious, because that's my last name. Adelaide's gaze flicked to the card, then back to Cora. There are many names tucked between these walls, she said. Some are easy to forget, while others you always remember. That sounds like a yes, Cora said lightly, though something in the older woman's tone made her pulse quicken. Adelaide smiled, but it was a small, private smile. Lenora had a way of being remembered. You might say she left a mark. Cora waited, but Adelaide offered nothing more. The silence that followed wasn't awkward, just waited, like a pause in a conversation that mattered. I guess she liked books, Cora said, forcing a grin to ease the tension. Given the setting. She loved stories, Adelaide said softly, especially the ones that refused to stay untold. Cora tilted her head. Meaning? Adelaide seemed to consider her for a moment, then stepped closer to the table. People find their way here when they need to, Miss Summerbell. Some come for answers, others for forgiveness. But the library, she knows what they require, even when they don't. Cora's breath caught again, the way it had when she'd first seen the sandstone building through the trees. That sounds almost alive. Almost, Adelaide agreed. Then, as if to lighten the moment, she added with a wink, she does have her moods. Cora laughed. So she's opinionated and temperamental. Sounds like my kind of place. Adelaide's smile lingered. Then perhaps it's no coincidence you're here. The words settled deep inside Cora, both comforting and unnerving. She didn't know what to say, so she lifted the old book, hoping to deflect. So what about this one? The GraceTown Chronicle practically jumped off the shelf at me. The Chronicle is our local historian's darling, Adelaide said. Careful with it. It's temperamental, too. Cora grinned, tracing the cracked leather spine. I'm sensing a pattern. Adelaide glanced toward the far end of the library. Patterns are how stories speak to us. They repeat until we learn to listen. Following her gaze, Cora noticed the velvet rope again, shimmering faintly in the dim light. Beyond it, the corridor disappeared into shadow. What's behind the rope? She asked. You mentioned something about a possibility wing? Adelaide nodded. There's still a small reading room tucked away in that wing. It's been closed for years. The structure isn't sound. Something in her tone, or perhaps the flicker of hesitation, made Cora curious. But it's still there? Oh, yes. Adelaide's eyes softened. Some stories wait for permission to be read. Others open themselves when the time is right. Cora swallowed, unsure whether that was a warning or an invitation. Adelaide smoothed her skirt, her expression unreadable once more. If you'll excuse me, I need to check the archives before we close. You're welcome to stay as long as you like. Thank you. When Adelaide disappeared through the back door, the silence folded in around Cora again. She sat for a long moment staring at the velvet rope, her finger brushing the edge of the old card. The afternoon light shifted, turning the air a burnished gold. Then came the faintest sound, a hinge creaking softly, like a whisper from down the hall. Cora looked up. The rope swayed once, ever so slightly, like another page had turned. The sound came again, soft, rhythmic, like a heartbeat echoing through old wood. Cora set the GraceTown Chronicle aside and rose slowly, scanning the room. The light had shifted again. Sunset glowed through the arched windows, turning the marble floor to amber and the dust motes to drifting embers. "Adelaide?" she called quietly. No answer. She hesitated, half expecting the older woman to appear and remind her about the structural issues in the West Wing. But the library remained still, suspended in that perfect hush between day and night. Her gaze slid back toward the velvet rope. "Don't be ridiculous," she told herself. "You're not about to sneak into a closed-off wing because of a draft." Still, her feet moved before her logic caught up. She stopped just shy of the rope and peered beyond. The corridor looked darker than before, shadows pooling along the walls, the faintest glow spilling from beneath the door at the far end. Cora leaned closer, squinting. It was probably just a window reflecting the fading light. Probably. A floorboard creaked. "Okay," she murmured, half laughing to cover her nerves. "Definitely air vents, or ghosts. Great." She straightened, meaning to step back, and froze. The velvet rope, which had been looped firmly across the hallway, now hung slack on one side, its brass hook dangling loose from the post. Cora's pulse stumbled. "Adelaide!" she called again, louder this time. Still nothing. A dozen reasonable explanations flickered through her head, none convincing. Someone must have bumped it, except no one else was here. Her gaze dropped to the card lying on the table beside her bag. The inked words seemed to shimmer faintly in the low light. "For those who remember what was lost and believe it can be found again." She swallowed. "Right," she said softly, "because that's not ominous at all." Still, the pull was there, subtle but insistent, like a current beneath water that looked still on the surface. The air in the corridor felt cooler, sharper somehow. She took one cautious step forward, then another, her hand brushing the wall to steady herself. The glow at the end beckoned, a sliver of golden light spilling beneath the old wooden door. She paused in front of it, her heart thudding hard enough to be audible. "Adelaide?" Silence. Her fingers found the brass handle. It was cool beneath her touch. For a moment she thought she felt the faintest vibration, like the hum of a whispered word just beyond comprehension. Cora hesitated, breath caught between fear and something dangerously close to wonder. Then, just as she began to turn the knob, "Not yet, my dear." Cora spun around at the gentle words. Adelaide stood behind her, calm as ever, her expression unreadable in the half-light. "I didn't hear you," Cora said, breathless. "No one ever does." Adelaide's smile was kind but carried an unmistakable edge of warning. "The possibility wing waits for its own time. You'll know when that is." Cora blinked, trying to find her footing. She gestured helplessly toward the loose rope. "It wasn't—" Adelaide stepped forward and refastened it, her movement steady. "Some stories like to test their readers," she said quietly. "But you're not meant to start at the end." Cora let out a shaky laugh. "You make it sound like the library's alive." Adelaide gave her that knowing smile again. "Oh, Miss Somerville, you'd be surprised how many things are." That evening, Cora curled into the corner of the couch, phone in hand, the GraceTown Chronicle that Adelaide insisted she take home with her lying open beside her. The card with Lenora Somerville's name lay on top, catching the lamplight like an invitation she couldn't ignore. She hesitated before tapping her mother's number. It wasn't that Sheila avoided her calls. She just treated them like quick errands to check off. Still, Cora needed answers. Her mother picked up on the third ring. "Cora, hello. Everything okay?" "Yeah, fine," Cora said. "I just have a question for you. Do you—" She attempted to keep her tone casual. "Do you know if Dad had a relative named Lenora Somerville?" There was a short pause, then a faint sigh. "Honey, I didn't really know much about your father's family. You know that." Cora twisted a strand of hair around her fingers. a habit she'd formed in childhood when she was stressed. Right. I just thought maybe you'd heard the name somewhere. She lived right here in GraceTown. I mean, it was years ago, but I thought you might remember the name. Another pause. GraceTown? Her mother's voice sharpened slightly. Wait, you're there? I thought you were still in… Where was it? Baltimore? Jacksonville. Cora managed to keep her voice even. Remember, I told you I took a house-sitting job here in GraceTown after I was laid off. Oh, that's right. A distracted shuffle of papers sounded on the other end. How's that going? It's fine. Cora smiled faintly. Small town, good coffee, friendly ghosts. Her mother gave a light laugh, the kind that indicated she hadn't really heard her. Well, you always land on your feet. Cora stared at the open book beside her and the looping name on the card. Yeah, she said softly. Guess I do. There was a rustle, a clink, maybe a glass being set down. I'm glad you're safe, sweetheart. I have a meeting early, so I should go. We'll talk soon, okay? Sure, Cora said. The line went quiet after her mother said goodbye, leaving only the hum of the refrigerator and the faint ticking of the wall clock. She set the phone aside and looked again at the card. For those who remember what was lost and believe it can be found again. She traced the letters lightly with her finger, then closed the book and exhaled. She didn't even remember I'd told her I was here. Cora murmured and shook her head, not sure why she was surprised. Beyond the window, leaves shifted in the lamplight, small movements that felt somehow like the start of something important. Chapter 3. The next morning, Cora sat at the kitchen table with her laptop open and her coffee growing cold. She'd gone down a Lenora Somerville rabbit hole, but the internet offered only crumbs, a note in a 1952 town council record, a digitized obituary with no photo, and a mention in a GraceTown Gazette article that ended in mid-sentence. For someone who'd left her name on a card inside a library book, Lenora had managed to disappear everywhere else. Cora leaned back, rubbing her eyes. There had to be more. The librarian in her couldn't resist the challenge. By the time she closed her laptop, she already knew where she was headed. The Carnegie. Morning sunlight filtered through the trees as she followed the narrow street toward the sandstone building. The neighborhood was already waking up. Kids waiting at the corner for the school bus, a golden retriever barking behind a picket fence. In one front yard, a hand-painted sign announced in cheerful red letters, "I'm dancing at the Fall Festival." Cora smiled. The Fall Festival had been the talk of every coffee order for days. She couldn't help thinking how this town, with its porches and flower boxes and sense of belonging, already felt like a story she wanted to stay in. The Carnegie Library came into view at the end of the block, half hidden the maples. Morning light touched the carved stone and arched windows, making the building appear almost luminous. Inside, the familiar scent of lemon polish and old paper wrapped around her. Adelaide wasn't at the front desk again, though a small vase of fresh asters stood where Cora had seen her before. The blooms were new. Someone had been here early. Cora set the GraceTown Chronicle she'd taken home the day before on a table. She opened it carefully for one last look. As she did, a thin slip of parchment drifted loose and fluttered to the floor. Frowning, she bent to pick it up. Cora swore it hadn't been there last night. The paper was old, browned with age, the handwriting precise and looping. See archivist's note. Ledger 4, page 112. Her pulse quickened. She glanced around, half expecting Adelaide to appear out of thin air. Instead, a quiet draft stirred the air near the far wall, the same corner where the roped-off corridor was. Cora swallowed, tucking the parchment safely into her notebook. "All right," she whispered. "Message received." She moved to the shelving behind the desk, scanning the lower rows until she spotted a series of worn record books labeled in fading ink with the word ledger and numbers 1 through 7. She pulled out the fourth one and carried it to a table. The book creaked as she opened it, the paper brittle and faintly perfumed with dust. Page 112. Her heart thudded as she turned the pages. Halfway down the yellowed sheet, her gaze snagged on a familiar name. Lenora Somerbell. It was handwritten in dark ink and underlined once. The entry was dated May 3rd, 1952. Beside the name was a single sentence, transferred to the West Wing for special cataloging. That was it. No details, no explanation, just a note that the record, or perhaps Lenora herself, had been transferred to the closed-off part of the library. Cora stared at the words, the air around her oddly still. Somewhere deep in the building, she thought she heard a faint hum, like the sound of distant pages rustling. Before she could move, a familiar voice broke the quiet. "Looking for someone?" Cora startled, snapping the ledger shut. Adelaide stood a few feet away, smiling mildly as if she'd been there all along. Cora exhaled. "You're good at that." "At what?" "Appearing out of thin air." Adelaide's eyes warmed. "Old buildings have many doors, Miss Somerbell. Some of us simply remember where they are." Cora's pulse skipped. "I was just—" She gestured vaguely to the ledger. "Researching. I found Lenora's name again." "Ah." Adelaide's gaze drifted toward the West Wing. "Lenora has a way of turning up where she's needed." "She worked here, didn't she?" Cora pressed. "Or was she an archivist?" Adelaide didn't answer right away. "She cared deeply for this place," she said finally, "and sometimes the things we love leave a trace." Cora frowned slightly, unsure how to take that. A trace? Adelaide gave that same enigmatic smile. A whisper, a scent, a feeling when you least expect it. Cora thought of the rope loosening, the glow beneath the door. "Right," she said softly. "One of those traces." Adelaide's eyes crinkled. "You're beginning to listen." "Listen to what?" "To what remains," Adelaide said simply, then turned toward the main hall. "I'll make some tea. You look like you could use it." As she disappeared through the archway, Cora glanced once more at the ledger. Transferred to the West Wing for special cataloging, her fingertips brushed the words. Whatever Lenora Somerbell had cataloged nearly a century ago, it was still waiting. Steam curled from the mug in front of her, carrying the faint fragrance of chamomile and something floral she couldn't quite place. Cora cupped her hands around the warmth, feeling the day settle around her like a well-worn cardigan. Adelaide sat across from her at the small wooden table, sunlight glinting off the silver in her hair. For a while, neither of them spoke. The only sounds were the faint tick of the wall clock and the soft shush of pages turning somewhere deep in the building. Finally, Cora broke the silence. "It's quiet here." Adelaide's eyes glimmered. "It's always quiet before something begins." Cora smiled faintly. "I meant, there aren't any patrons whenever I'm here. Or staff. I haven't seen anyone else but you." "Ah." Adelaide's voice was gentle, unhurried. "The library's rhythms have changed over the years. People come and go, but they don't always stay long." "Budget cuts?" Cora asked. "Program reductions? That's what happened at my last position." She hesitated, realizing how much that still stung. "A few of us were let go." Adelaide tilted her head, empathy in her gaze. "Loss takes many forms, doesn't it? But the work you did mattered." Cora glanced around the quiet reading room. "It's beautiful here," she said softly, "but it feels underused. Does anyone else work here with you?" "From time to time," Adelaide said, folding the slip of paper she'd been holding and setting it aside. "Though lately it's been just me. There are always things that need attention. Cataloging, displays, sorting donations. But I manage." Cora hesitated, then smiled. "Well, if you ever need help shelving or reorganizing, tell the library to keep me in mind." Adelaide's lips curved, her gaze kind but unreadable. "I have a feeling it already has. The library tends to find the people it needs." Cora tilted her head. And if someone needs the library? Adelaide looked at her across the table, gaze steady but far away, as though seeing something beyond Cora's shoulder. Then it finds her too. Cora glanced around the quiet room at the sun-washed shelves, the dust motes suspended in light. It's funny, she said. You'd think, with weather like this, more people would be stopping in here. They come when they're ready, Adelaide said softly. Cora frowned. Who? The ones who need more than stories, Adelaide murmured. The ones looking for something they lost or never quite found. For a moment the words hung between them, as delicate as the steam rising from their cups. Cora's brows drew together. You talk about it like the library knows who those people are. Adelaide's smile deepened, faint but certain. Maybe it does. You mean it chooses who walks through the door? Some doors open when they're meant to, Adelaide said simply. Cora blinked, unsure whether she'd just heard poetry or prophecy. Adelaide took one last sip of tea and set her cup down with a quiet clink. People find their way here when they need to, Miss Somerville. Always have. Cora sat back, the cup of tea cooling between her palms. She couldn't decide whether Adelaide's words comforted or unsettled her. She knew only that they lodged somewhere deep, like a secret waiting to be understood. Adelaide pushed her teacup aside, as though the moment had reached its natural end. But for now, you really should get to work. Wouldn't want to keep anyone waiting for their morning caffeine. Cora finished her tea, the floral scent lingering long after the cup was empty. Before she left, she plucked a novel from a nearby shelf, something quiet and warm she could curl up with later, and carried it to the front desk. No scanner, no checkout kiosk. Cora glanced around, then up. Behind the counter, Adelaide was sorting papers, movements unhurried and precise. Did you find what you were looking for? Adelaide asked without looking up. I think so. Cora lifted the book slightly. But I don't see. You go ahead and take it, Adelaide said with a small smile, her eyes finally meeting Cora's. But bring it back when you're done. She gestured lightly as if it were nothing. Cora hesitated. I mean, I didn't even show you my ID. You're planning to be back tomorrow, aren't you? The question caught her off guard. She had planned to come back. She just hadn't admitted it to herself until now. Yes, but how did you... Adelaide's smile deepened. Good. Then we'll talk more about your offer. My offer? To be of assistance, Adelaide said simply. I have a little project you can help me with. Put those librarian skills to good use. I'd like that. Cora gave a small, almost whimsical wave. See you then. She stepped outside, the warmth of the day brushing her skin. It wasn't until she reached the sidewalk that it hit her. She'd never specifically told Adelaide she was a librarian. She'd only offered to shelve and organize. Cora lingered on the top step, the book tucked under her arm, sunlight spilling across her face. Birdsong drifted from the trees lining the street, mingling with the faint thud of nearby construction. Steady, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. But all she could hear was Adelaide's voice. Put those librarian skills to good use. She hadn't mentioned her former employer, her degree, or that she'd once dreamed of working in a place like this. And yet, somehow, Adelaide had known. Cora glanced back at the tall oak doors, half expecting to see the woman standing there watching her. She wasn't. A shiver worked its way down her spine, not unpleasant, just unfamiliar. There had been something in Adelaide's gaze, something calm, knowing, steady, as if she hadn't just met Cora but remembered her, or expected her, or both. She exhaled slowly. The strangeness of it should have unsettled her. Instead, it left her comforted, like she'd found a note folded between the pages of a library book, left there just for her. By mid-morning, Cup of Joe was humming. The espresso machine hissed like a temperamental dragon, the air thick with the buttery scent of croissants and the rich hum of fresh ground coffee. Cora moved in rhythm, pour, steam, smile, but her thoughts kept circling back to the library. The warmth of that quiet room, the way Adelaide's eyes had seemed to hold more than kindness, and the words that had followed her all the way home. You really should get to work. How had Adelaide known? "Order for Jenna!" she called, sliding a caramel latte across the counter. The door chimed again and a familiar voice carried over the buzz of conversation. "Morning, Nora." "It's Cora," she said automatically, then froze when she turned. Eli. He stood behind a pair of college students, that same easy grin, hair wind-ruffled, a dusting of sawdust on his shirt that looked entirely at home there. "Just teasin'." His grin widened. "Cora, the mystery barista." "Is that what they're calling me now?" she asked, trying not to smile. "Just me." He stepped up to the counter, resting his hands on the worn wood. "Thought I'd better stop in before the caffeine shortage becomes a town-wide crisis." "Then you came to the right place." She nodded toward his shirt. "Looks like you've been working already." "Boathouse project down by the river." His gaze flicked to her name tag, then back to her face. "What about you? Still saving the town one latte at a time?" She laughed softly. "Something like that." He ordered a black coffee. No muss, no fuss, and leaned against the counter while she poured. "You're new in town, right?" he asked. "Don't remember seeing you before." "Been here a few weeks," she said. "Temporary, house-sitting." "Temporary has a way of turning permanent in GraceTown," he said easily, a spark of something in his eyes. "This place likes to keep people around." Cora handed him his cup. "So I've heard." He accepted it with a grin that was all warmth and a little mischief. "You going to the fall festival this weekend? Bonfires, cider, questionable live music, basically our claim to fame." She smiled. "I might check it out." "You should. It's the best people watching of the year." He lifted his cup in mock salute. "Plus, rumor has it the town's best latte artist will be there. Could use your professional critique." Before she could answer, Dodger's voice cut through the clatter. "Cora, order up!" She turned to grab the waiting drinks, and when she glanced back, Eli was already at the exit. "See you around," he said, flashing that grin again as he pushed open the door. "And don't forget to take time for yourself once in a while. Even caffeine crusaders need a break." Cora shook her head, smiling despite herself. Chapter 4. The next morning dawned gray and cool. Cora swung by the library before her shift at Cup of Joe. She still had part of the morning free and wanted to be useful. Shelve a few books, sort papers, whatever Adelaide needed done. "Good morning," she called out as she pushed open the heavy door. The front desk was empty, the teapot gone. Adelaide was nowhere to be seen. Cora wasn't entirely surprised. Adelaide had the uncanny habit of appearing and disappearing, like someone half a beat out of sync with time. Still, Cora set her tote near the counter and scanned the room. If Adelaide trusted her to start on her own, she would. A rolling cart stood near the west window, stacked with returned books. Cora rolled up her sleeves and began reshelving, falling into the familiar rhythm of it. The quiet scrape of bindings, the whispers of pages, the small, satisfying order of putting things where they belonged. When the last book was in place, she moved toward the long table near the back, where a few file boxes waited. The top one was marked Archives, Local History. She brushed dust from the lid and opened it. Inside were newsletters, typed minutes, and event programs from decades past. She began stacking them by date, careful not to tear the thin pages. Someone, long ago, had tucked an old newspaper behind one volume, its edges crinkled and yellowed with age. When she lifted it free, something else slid forward, a thin manila folder, its corner curling. Curiosity tugged, and she flipped it open. Inside were more brittle newsletters labeled in fading ink. GraceTown Carnegie staff notes, 1952 to 1957. A photograph was clipped to the top page. Cora blinked. A young woman stood beside the library's circulation desk, dark hair pinned neatly, a faint smile curving her mouth. The name written in looping cursive beneath the black and white image read, Lenora Somerville, librarian. Cora's breath caught. The resemblance wasn't exact, but close enough to send a ripple down her spine. The same eyes, the same set to her chin. It felt like looking at a memory that didn't belong to her, but somehow did. She traced the edge of the photo with a fingertip. "You worked here," she whispered, her voice sounding too loud in the still room. A draft stirred the curtains. Papers fluttered on the desk, whispering faintly, like an answer just out of reach. "Finding what you need?" Cora startled and turned. Adelaide stood in the doorway of the reading room, sunlight haloing her silver hair. Cora hadn't heard a door open, hadn't heard footsteps, just her voice, calm and lilting. Cora hesitated, pulse still racing. "I found something unexpected. A photograph." Adelaide's gaze drifted to the table and the photo in the open folder. "Ah," she said softly. "Lenora. She was a beauty. And so smart." Cora swallowed. "We spoke about her before. I asked if you knew her, but I didn't get a clear answer." A small smile curved Adelaide's lips. "Most memories linger for a reason." "I don't understand what you're saying." Despite her growing impatience, she kept her voice even, polite. "Did you know her or not?" Adelaide glanced toward the door. "You should get to work, dear. Dodger doesn't strike me as a man who enjoys being kept waiting." Cora followed her gaze, saw nothing there, then turned back. "How do you know?" The question died in her throat. Adelaide was gone. The air had changed, quiet, charged, as if the room itself remembered what had just been said. The curtains moved, swaying gently as though someone had just passed by. Cora looked down at the photograph again. There was something in Lenora's expression, something she hadn't noticed at first glance. The look was quiet, knowing, as if she'd been expecting Cora all along. The Friday lunch rush at Cup of Joe was in full swing when Cora arrived. The air hummed with overlapping voices and the hiss of milk steamers. Before long, the smell of roasted coffee beans clung to everything. Her clothes, her hair, the inside of her wrist where a splash of mocha had landed earlier. Cora kept her focus on the counter, working through the steady rhythm of orders. If she stayed busy enough, maybe she could stop thinking about Lenora's face. It wasn't working. Between customers, she caught snippets of conversation from the prep area. Shelby and Wyatt, both part of the weekday crew, were laughing over something on Shelby's phone. "I can't believe you actually signed up for the donut eating contest," Shelby said, shaking her head. "Tradition," Wyatt said, puffing out his chest. "Every year since high school." "Just make sure you don't puke in front of the mayor again," Dodger called from the back, and the group burst into laughter. Cora smiled faintly, pretending to wipe down the counter. The fall festival again. It seemed like that was all anyone talked about. Booths, contests, fireworks, cider. Everyone already had plans. She glanced toward Raylin, who was refilling napkin dispensers near the condiment bar. The girl had been working here longer than anyone except Dodger. Petite, quiet, with a crown of dark curls pulled into a loose bun, she always seemed a little separate from the chatter. Cora hesitated, then crossed over to her. "Hey," she said softly, "are you going to the festival this weekend?" Raylin looked up, startled, as if she hadn't expected anyone to talk to her. "Oh, yeah, for a bit." Cora nodded. "I was thinking of going too, but—" She laughed lightly, self-conscious. "It's not as fun solo, right?" For a heartbeat, Raylin looked sympathetic. Then she smiled, small and apologetic. I'd ask you to come with me, but I already promised to help my cousin run the pie booth. It'll be chaos." "Oh." Cora's fingers tightened around the rag she was holding. "No worries. I totally get it." "Maybe I'll see you there, though," Raylan added kindly before returning to her task. Cora nodded again, though Raylan's back was already turned. The bell above the door jingled as another wave of customers came in. Cora turned back to the counter, sliding into the rhythm she knew. Pour, steam, smile. Outside the window, the first strands of festival bunting fluttered in the breeze, bright and cheerful against the gray of the afternoon. For everyone else, the upcoming weekend seemed to promise connection, bonfires and laughter and belonging. For her, it was starting to feel like one more reminder of everything she didn't have. By the time Cora's shift ended, the sun had dipped low behind the rooftops, painting the streets in shades of honey and shadow. The air smelled faintly of rain and roasted nuts from the vendor across the square. She should have gone home, made something simple for dinner, called it a night. Instead, her feet carried her toward the library. The town felt different after dark, quieter, softer. Porch lights blinked on one by one as she walked past, and somewhere down the block, music drifted from an open window. When she reached the steps of the Carnegie Library, she hesitated. The building loomed pale in the streetlight glow, its arched windows reflecting slivers of gold. "I'm just going to say hello to Adelaide, see if she needs any help," she murmured. "Maybe even sort out hours and pay." Saying it aloud made it sound almost sensible, like she wasn't the kind of person who wandered into libraries after hours. The front door creaked open under her hand. Inside, the library was hushed. Lamps glowed dimly in the reading room, though when she glanced in, the room was empty. "Adelaide?" she called out. As she did, a sudden drift of lilac filled the air. Cora paused, frowning. The scent was unmistakable, lush and familiar, but only a bouquet of asters sat on the desk, and the windows were shut. Curious, she followed the scent trail up one stack and down another, the fragrance teasing her senses, but always just out of reach. She was about to give up when she heard it. Cora. Just her name, spoken softly, not eerie, gentle, the way someone might call to you from another room in your own home. She turned, scanning the quiet aisles. No one. Cora. This time, it came from deeper within the building. She moved toward the sound, following it until she reached the corridor leading to what Adelaide had called the possibility wing. Unlike before, the velvet rope no longer blocked the way, and, at the very end of the hall, the door with the brass handle stood ajar. Light spilled out in a golden hush, pooling like a welcome mat. Cora hesitated, her breath suspended between reason and wonder. Adelaide had never said any part of the library was off limits, only that some open themselves when the time is right. It appeared that the time to explore this area was finally right. And really, what harm could there be in just looking? Maybe it was the quiet. Maybe it was the scent of lilacs. Maybe it was the way her name had been spoken like an invitation. Whatever it was, it nudged something inside her, something curious and tender and brave. She took a slow breath, then stepped forward, the light drawing her in. The door creaked softly as she pushed it open. Warm lamplight spilled across hardwood floors, illuminating a room that felt out of time. The walls were lined with shelves, but not the usual kind. These were filled with books bound in worn leather and faded cloth, many with no titles on the spines. Some were stacked in odd little towers, as if left in mid-thought. Others lay open on desks, pages fluttering slightly, though there was no breeze. In the center of the room, a wing chair sat beside a small round table. A half-full porcelain teacup rested there, as if someone had just stepped away. Cora moved slowly, reverently, her gaze taking in every detail. This didn't feel like any public space. It felt personal, intimate. She paused near a worn wooden shelf etched with a brass label, Summer Belle, Cora. The GraceTown Variations, Volumes 1, 2, 3. Her pulse jumped. The section looked ordinary, just a row of aged bindings, except for one detail, her name. Her breath caught. 3 volumes rested there, but only the second stood out clearly, the dark leather gleaming faintly beneath the dust, the words Volume 2 impressed along the spine in soft gold. The words on the others were fainter, their markings blurred, as if still forming, or waiting. She reached out, hesitating just before her fingers brushed the cover. The leather was smooth and warm, humming faintly under her touch. Maybe Adelaide had shelved it here after cataloging old family records. Maybe these were genealogical records, or maybe they were something else entirely. The volume slid forward at the lightest touch, as though nudged by a quiet current of air, and settled neatly into her hands. Cora's heartbeat quickened as she set it gently on the table. It fell open. Across the title page, in looping gold script, was her own name, elegant and precise, as if written by a careful hand long ago. Cora Summerbell, if she returned. She stared at the words. Returned? She had returned to GraceTown just recently. But what would a forgotten book in a locked room know about that? A chill curled through her. Unease, anticipation, something in between. The air around her seemed to tighten, the silence deepening until she could hear the rhythm of her own breathing. She drew a steadying breath. "All right," she whispered. "Let's see what you want to show me." Her fingertips brushed the page. The print shimmered. The air shifted. The stillness thickened. The room blurred. And the world tilted. Wide windows spilled late morning light across rows of narrow desks in the lecture hall. The faint scratch of pencils mingled with the soft clack of laptop keys, underscored by the uneven hum of a radiator that couldn't decide if it wanted to work. Cora sat high and near the back, notebook open, pen poised. Though she hadn't written a word, she'd been at Collister College for only a week, still finding her way through hallways that smelled faintly of varnish and coffee. Her roommate was kind but distracted, spending most of her time with her boyfriend. Cora didn't mind. She told herself she'd make friends soon. Still, as she glanced at the empty seats around her, something in her chest pinched. Maybe she should have sat farther down, closer to the laughter and easy conversation. But her next class was across campus, and she hated being slowed down behind the crowd. The door opened. A few late arrivals slipped in, heading for open seats farther down. Then, "Mind if I sit here?" Cora turned. He stood beside her, tall and lean, his expression open but serious, the kind of face that seemed to notice more than it revealed. There was a steadiness about him, a quiet calm that reached her before his words did. And when their eyes met, she saw it. A spark, small but undeniable, lighting the deep brown of his eyes. She didn't look away. Neither did he. It wasn't like in movies where everything slowed down. It was subtler than that. A pause, a recognition, as if her heart had just remembered something it had been missing. A soft current stirred inside her, steady and sure. Despite her vow to play it cool, a smile rose to her lips before she could stop it. "I don't see anyone else sitting there." The corners of his mouth lifted, the seriousness in his eyes easing into something gentler. He set his backpack on the floor, slid into the seat beside her, and extended his hand. "I'm Aaron." Cora. Their palms met, and a quiet charge moved through her, threading up her arm and settling behind her ribs. Not static, but connection. She'd never met Aaron before, and yet somehow she knew that this man was meant to be in her life. His gaze held hers, steady, searching, and she could see the same recognition flicker in his eyes. The world softened around them, sound and motion falling away until it was just her and him and a connection that left her breathless. "Cora." Adelaide's voice snapped her back like a pulled thread. Cora gasped softly, the dream fading in layers. It took her a few seconds to reorient herself, to remember where she really was. I'm sorry, she stammered, rising on unsteady legs. Her voice felt thin, not quite tethered to the moment. I got caught up. Adelaide stepped forward, closed the book gently, and slid it from her hands. This will have to wait for another time. Cora nearly protested, but the words caught in her throat as Adelaide returned the volume to its place on the shelf with quiet finality. The clock on the same shelf read the same time as when she'd entered the possibility wing. Another time, she told herself, following Adelaide out of the room. Another time, soon. Chapter 5. By Saturday morning, the streets already buzzed with festival prep. The day had slipped toward evening when the bell over the door of Cuppa Joe jingled, and a rush of cool evening air followed the man who stepped inside. Eli. Tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a worn leather jacket, he had an easy confidence that seemed to make the air shift around him. He shook the chill from his hair and grinned at Cora. "You're still here," he said, his voice low and warm, like sunlight through amber. "Lucky me." Cora was wiping down the espresso machine, but the grin he sent her made her pulse skip. "Shift's almost over," she said lightly. "Perfect timing." He leaned an elbow on the counter. "There's a group heading to the fall festival. Bonfire, cider, music. You should come." Her first instinct was to say no. Crowds weren't really her thing, and after the strange, dreamlike moment in the library, she wasn't sure she wanted more noise in her head. Not when she was still trying to make sense of it. She hadn't gone to Collister College. She'd never known a man named Aaron. Those were facts, solid, unquestionable. And yet the feeling lingered, stubborn and unshaken, as if her mind were holding on to something her life had never actually lived. The thought of going home to a dark, quiet house made her hesitate. Besides, this was the first time a local had invited her to do anything social. Still, she hedged. "I don't know. I've got an early morning." "Come for a little while," he coaxed, his grin easy and unbothered. "Worst case, you hate it and leave early. Best case, you have fun and think I'm charming." Cora laughed despite herself. "You're assuming I don't already." "Ah, sweet Cora, I didn't know you cared." He placed a hand over his heart with mock drama, then grinned. "It's settled. I'll see you there." By the time she hung up her apron and followed the sounds of fiddles and laughter toward the river walk, twilight had deepened to a dusky blue. Strings of white light stretched between lampposts, and the scent of kettle corn mingled with crisp leaves and wood smoke. The whole town seemed to have turned out. Families, couples, and groups of friends clustered near the cider tent and the fire pit. Eli waved her over to a long wooden table ringed with familiar faces, Hannah, Dory, Brooke, and a few others from Cuppa Joe. The laughter came easily, stories overlapping, the kind of shorthand built over years of shared memories. Cora smiled and tried to keep up as she stood beside Eli, sipping warm cider and munching on a pumpkin donut. She laughed in the right places, nodded along, but after a while the conversation seemed to blur together. Inside jokes about past festivals, about the Ferris wheel getting stuck, about someone's kid winning the pie-eating contest. Hannah's husband, Charlie, and Brooke's husband, Brad, were deep in conversation about the high school football team. Eli was in his element, friendly, flirtatious, his attention bouncing easily from one person to the next. By the third time, a woman stopped to hug him. Cora decided she'd had enough. Just because he'd invited her didn't mean this was a date. He wasn't hers to claim, and she wasn't sure she wanted him to be. Giving his arm a light squeeze, she said a quick goodbye and turned to go. "Wait, wait, wait!" Eli appeared at her side, flashing that grin that could probably light half of GraceTown. "You're not sneaking out on me already, are you?" Cora kept her tone light. "Doesn't having a woman at your side cramp your style?" "Not at all." He slung an arm around her shoulders, his cologne warm and faintly musky. I'm just a friendly guy. Women like to hug me." His innocent look didn't fool her. She laughed. "From the look in their eyes, I don't think that's all they want to do with you." His laugh rolled out, rich, unrestrained, and loud enough to draw a few curious glances. "For what it's worth, I'm not sleeping with them all. I just like to go out and have fun." Cora lifted both hands. "I really, really don't want to hear about your sex life." "Good," he said with a grin, "because I'm not one to kiss and tell." The words had barely left his mouth when two more women approached. Eli shot her a helpless, "What can I do?" look. This time, Cora only smiled and stepped away. She finished her donut and drifted toward where Dory and Brooke stood. Seconds after she joined them, Brooke excused herself to make a call. "I hope I didn't interrupt," Cora began. "Not at all." Dory waved a dismissive hand, her bracelets glinting in the firelight. Cora leaned closer, lowering her voice beneath the hum of music and laughter. "I don't think Brooke likes me much." "Brooke's great," Dory said. "She's just one of those people who it takes time to know. She's got a lot on her plate. Husband, kids, clients, about 6 committees. She's always running." Her smile turned a little wistful. "It's not that people here aren't friendly. Sometimes life just fills the space." "Maybe," Cora murmured, tracing her thumb along her cider cup, while laughter rippled around them like wind through leaves. "I know it's hard when you're new," Dory said. "Probably harder when you're only here temporarily. You don't know whether to invest in friendships or just keep your head down until it's time to go." She tilted her head, studying Cora. "I didn't grow up here either. That first year was rough. But someone told me once that it's not that people are rejecting you. They're just busy living their own lives." Cora nodded. "That actually makes sense." Dory bumped her shoulder lightly, her grin returning. "Well, I've got room on my friend Dance card if you do." Warmth unfurled through Cora's chest, quiet, unexpected, and welcome. "I'd like that," she said softly. Later, when the music softened and the chatter faded into a low, golden hum, Cora walked home beneath a canopy of stars. The air smelled of cider and leaves, her jacket faintly scented with both. Her feet ached in that pleasant way that came from standing too long in good company. She thought of Dory, her kindness, her easy laugh, and felt a flicker of hope. Maybe Dory was right. Maybe it wasn't about being invisible. Maybe making friends just took time. Still, as the laughter faded behind her, she couldn't shake the sense of something being unfinished. Not loneliness exactly, just a quiet pull toward what came next. When the home she was house-sitting came into view, she paused on the walk, glancing back toward the faint glow of town. Tomorrow, she'd need to stop by the library to talk with Adelaide, sort out a schedule and pay, maybe put in a few hours. But even as she told herself that was the reason, she knew it wasn't the only one. Cora woke with sunlight pooling across the sheets and the strangest sensation that someone had just let go of her hand. The warmth lingered, soft, familiar, impossible to explain. She pressed her palm to her chest, half expecting to find the echo of that touch still there. Aaron. The name drifted through her thoughts like a whisper from a dream. She pushed herself upright, blinking at the soft light filtering through the curtains. But as she got dressed, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had quietly begun the moment she'd opened that book. And now it was waiting for her to come back. The morning air still held a trace of chill when Cora reached the steps of the Carnegie Library. Dew glistened on the grass, and the maple leaves along the walk shimmered gold in the early light. As she climbed the stone steps, Dory's words from the night before replayed in her mind. It's not that people here aren't friendly. Sometimes life just fills the space. Cora understood that all too well. Her own life had been a series of spaces filled and emptied again. Apartments, jobs, borrowed routines. This house-sitting stint was supposed to be temporary, too, a pause between the job that had ended and whatever came next. Only now, she wasn't sure what next looked like. She'd once imagined her future clearly, managing a bustling library, hosting reading programs, helping children find their first favorite book. That dream had frayed at the edges when the layoffs came. Now she wasn't sure where she belonged. The library door opened easily beneath her hand, the old hinges sighing as if in greeting. Inside, the air felt cool and still, touched by the faint scent of lemon oil and something older. Dust, perhaps, or memory. Adelaide? Her voice sounded small in the cavernous hush. No answer. The teapot was gone from the counter. The chair where Adelaide usually sat was empty, the faint indentation in its cushion the only proof she'd ever been there. Cora smiled faintly. "Guess I'm on my own this morning." She set her bag behind the counter and looked around, wondering where to start. She could make a list of shelves that needed dusting, check the donation bin near the door. But as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, her attention caught on something else. An archway at the back of the reading room, half veiled in shadow. The door beyond it stood ajar. Cora hesitated. Last time she'd been here, that door had been closed. She remembered the faint hum she'd felt behind it, like a held breath. Her heartbeat quickened. "You really should wait for Adelaide," she whispered, though she wasn't sure why she said it aloud. The silence offered no argument, only a faint draft that lifted a page somewhere deep within the stacks. She took a step closer, then another. Sunlight spilled through the high windows, glancing off dust motes that danced like slow-moving stars. Something tugged at her, not fear, but recognition. The first time she'd opened one of the books in the possibility wing, she'd glimpsed another life, an actual version of herself, living a life she might have lived if she'd gone to undergrad at Collister and met a guy named Aaron. It had felt impossible. And yet, maybe that was what this library did. It didn't prompt imagination, but it revealed, not stories, but possible alternative lives. Cora drew a slow breath and touched the edge of the archway. The air felt warmer here, charged, like she stood near the threshold of a secret. She hesitated only a moment more before stepping into the corridor. The light shifted, soft, golden, impossibly alive, and somewhere inside the wing, only a few steps away, Cora knew. A book waited for her. The air was cooler here, touched with dust and memory. She glanced toward the shelf. Last time, only Volume 2 had revealed itself. The others had lingered in shadow, their titles blurred beyond reading. Now the first volume stood clear, the same soft green binding she'd noticed before, its lettering visible at last. Volume 1. The edges were gently faded, the kind of wear that looked less like age and more like waiting. Her pulse quickened. She stepped closer, sensing the same hum in the air that she'd felt before, along with the sweet scent of lilacs. Volume 2 still rested in its place, quiet and still, its gold lettering dulled to bronze. Cora hesitated only a moment before slipping the second book from the shelf and carrying it to the table. The weight of it felt right in her hands, inevitable. It fell open. The title page unfurled in handwriting she recognized now, graceful loops and curling strokes, the ink sweeping across the page with quiet confidence. Cora Somerville. If she stayed. She stared at the words, a rush of anticipation mingling with unease. What did that mean? If she'd stayed in GraceTown? In one place? In one version of herself? Cora drew in a steadying breath. Then she lowered her gaze to the page and let her fingers rest lightly against the paper. The air shifted. The stillness thickened. The room blurred. And the world tilted. She stood on a sun-warmed porch in a gauzy summer dress, Aaron's arm draped around her shoulders, familiar, steady, impossibly right. The wood beneath her feet was warm, the air humming with cicadas and the faint scent of charcoal. I'd better tend to the grill, Erin said with a smile, brushing a kiss across her lips. The gesture felt effortless, familiar, right. She laughed, looping her arms around his neck for one last moment before stepping away. Can I help? I told Erin I'd supervise. Daniel Grace crossed the deck to clap a hand on his friend's shoulder. Last time he burned the stakes, not letting that happen again. His wife, Jenna, adjusted the baby strapped to her chest and grinned. You're never going to let him live that down, are you? Daniel chuckled. Not in this lifetime. There was no sharpness in his teasing, no hidden edge, just warmth and friendship. Hey, Cora, you're looking good. Daniel shot her a wide smile. Looks like 10 years of marriage to this steak arsonist agrees with you. It's wonderful, she said, and meant it. Her voice was light, certain. Erin's gaze found hers, filled with affection so open it made her heart squeeze. That goes double for me, he said softly. I can't imagine my life without Cora. That's how you know it's right, Daniel added, glancing fondly at Jenna. And then, when you have a child... Erin's eyes lingered on Cora's. Or two. His tone softened. The love just multiplies. It was sweet and a little sappy, and something inside her melted in response. After all these years, this man still did it for her. Simply seeing him across a room felt like coming home. Where are the kids tonight? Jenna asked, glancing around. With their grandparents, Cora said. Probably getting all sugared up. She met Erin's glance across the porch, her smile answering his. It still amazed her sometimes how natural this all felt, how his family had opened their arms and made room for her. When the men turned to the grill, debating the Orioles' chances against the Rays, Cora reached for a frosty pitcher beaded with condensation. Would you care for a watermelon slushie? She asked, lifting the pitcher. I know you're still nursing, so there's no alcohol, just watermelon and lime. I'd love some, Jenna said with a grateful smile. They sank into the wicker chairs, the air fragrant with citronella and grilled corn. Your housewarming last Saturday was amazing, Jenna said, taking a sip. Everyone's still talking about it. A smile touched Cora's lips. The image came easily. Friends she and Erin had known for years, and others they'd met along the way, filling the house with laughter. She'd made the centerpieces herself, organized the seating, planned the menu down to the color of the napkins. She liked details, always had. Organizing keeps me sane, she'd told Erin once, and he'd teased her about her lists, but he also handed her cases at the office that required patience and precision. Working part-time as a paralegal in his firm suited her perfectly. She liked digging into research, connecting the dots, smoothing the chaos. And the hours meant she could be home when the kids got off the bus, bake cookies for the Friday night games, or spend a slow Saturday morning on the porch with coffee and Erin's hand covering hers. Her life wasn't flashy, but it fit. I didn't even get to ask about your second honeymoon, Jenna said, eyes bright. How was Maui? 10 days in Hawaii, with a man who adored her, a life filled with love and everything she hadn't known she needed until she'd found it. Actually, it was our first honeymoon, Cora said with a small laugh. When we got married, we were both in college, and there was no money for a trip. I didn't mind. We were together, and that's what mattered. But renewing our vows on our 10th anniversary and taking the trip, it was amazing. Highly recommend. I remember you saying something once about meeting in high school. Jenna's expression was full of curiosity, that soft envy reserved for couples who made it last. Cora let her mind drift back. Freshman year, he walked into algebra class. Our eyes met, and that was it. You never dated anyone else? Cora smiled, stirring the slush in her glass. No, we were each other's firsts. First kiss, first love, first and last everything. That's amazing, Jenna sighed, smiling, like it was meant to be. Cora nodded. If my mom hadn't stayed here after the divorce, I wouldn't have been in GraceTown, and we never would have met." Her gaze drifted out to the yard where the kids' bicycles leaned against the fence, sunlight catching on their spokes. The thought sent a pang through her, sweet and deep all at once. She couldn't imagine a life that didn't contain Aaron, or this house, or the quiet joy of this porch. And she didn't want to. "Cora?" Her head lifted at the sound, soft but clear, echoing through the air like it came from far away. Adelaide's voice. "Cora, I need your help, please." Cora blinked. The porch shimmered, the edges of everything thinning like watercolors in the rain. When she blinked again, the light had changed. The scent of lilacs was gone, replaced by the faint must of paper and dust. She was back in the library, and her pulse skittered. "Adelaide?" No answer. Only a rolling cart stood in the aisle, stacked high with returned books. A folded note rested on top. "Please reshelve." Cora exhaled a shaky breath, half relief, half confusion. She reached for the first stack automatically, letting the familiar rhythm of shelving steady her hands. But as she worked, her mind replayed what she'd just experienced, the details of this second life that felt as real as her actual life. Aaron's hand brushing hers, the sound of children's laughter not far from that weathered porch, and before that, the other version, the one where she'd met him in college, here in GraceTown. 2 stories, 2 beginnings, both hers and neither hers. She slid another book into place, her brow furrowing. Why would the same book show her 2 versions of her life that didn't exist? What was it trying to tell her? For the first time, she wondered if the stories weren't just what-ifs. Maybe there were alternate versions of her. Chapter 6. Adelaide kept her busy the rest of the afternoon, leaving no time for Cora to slip back into the possibility wing. She'd hoped for a quiet moment before closing, but when Adelaide gathered her handbag and keys and walked her to the door with a brisk, "See you tomorrow," those hopes vanished like steam from a mug of hot tea. Tomorrow, Cora promised herself. Tomorrow, she'd find a way. As she walked home, the warm afterglow of that imagined life, Aaron's affection, the laughter of friends, including the famous author Daniel Grace, wrapped around her like a favorite sweater. She could still hear the way her name had sounded on his lips. She reached the steps of the house and stopped. The thought of going inside, of sitting alone with the echo of that other life, felt suddenly unbearable. On impulse, she turned toward the river walk. Even on a weeknight, the area pulsed with life. Music spilled from open patios and tucked-away courtyards. Strings of cafe lights blinked on as twilight deepened, and the air carried the mingled scents of grilled seafood and something sweet, maybe churros from a cart near the marina. Friends leaned close over shared desserts. Families passed napkins and laughter like currency. For a moment, all that effortless connection pierced something soft inside her. In the book's world, she'd been part of that, woven into a circle that gathered and teased and remembered. Here she stood just outside, the ache of almost belonging as familiar as breathing. "Cora!" Her head lifted. At a flower-rimmed patio outside the Black Apron Bistro, Brooke waved her over to the table she shared with 2 other women. A half-empty pitcher of sangria glowed ruby red under the string lights, a platter of shared desserts glistening between the women. Cora stepped closer, smiling. "Hey, looks like a celebration." "Kylie closed $1 million deal today," Brooke said proudly, tipping her glass toward the dark-haired woman beside her. Kylie's red lipstick matched her drink. She raised her glass in salute. "The sellers are happy, the buyers are happy, and I'm thrilled." The blonde across from her gave a mock-dramatic sigh before grinning. "We're celebrating with sangria and sugar. It's basically a rule." Cora laughed softly, the warmth of the scene tugging her closer. "Congratulations." "Thanks. I'm definitely feeling the love," Kylie said, her grin bright and unapologetic. She reached out, clinking Brooke's glass. The easy camaraderie at the table was unmistakable. The shorthand of women who shared late nights, inside jokes, and too many pastries to count. After a few minutes of friendly chatter, Cora stepped back. "I'll let you get back to it." "Please," Brooke urged, gesturing to the one empty chair. "Join us. Samantha and I are helping Kylie celebrate by letting her pick up the tab." Kylie laughed. "I guess that's fair." "If you're sure I'm not imposing—" "Not at all," Brooke said, and the others echoed her. Moments later, Cora found herself seated among them, a cool glass in hand, the sangria fragrant with fruit and spices. Laughter rose and fell like music. "I can't imagine my life without these ladies in it," Kylie said, lifting her glass. "Have you ever tried to?" Cora asked before she could stop herself. The table stilled, conversation pausing. She gave a quick smile. "I don't mean without your friends. I mean, have you ever wondered what your life would be like if you'd taken a different path, moved somewhere else, chosen something else?" "Sure," Kylie said, resting her chin in her hand. "It can be fun to imagine the possibilities." "Like selling a New York penthouse," Samantha teased, eyes glinting over her rimmed glass. Kylie laughed. "Exactly." "I hate to think I'd lose what I have," Samantha said, tracing the condensation on her glass. "If I'd stayed at my old job in Seattle, maybe I'd be running the team. More money, more stress. But then I'd never have met all of you." Brooke tilted her glass, watching the liquid catch the light. "How do you know? Maybe we still would have met somehow. Maybe we always end up where we're meant to be, no matter which road we take." "Maybe," Kylie murmured, the word thoughtful. The conversation drifted toward lighter things, and soon Cora was laughing too, confessing she'd once toyed with the idea of selling real estate. "Or," she added, remembering that other life, "of being a paralegal." "It's too bad you're not one," Samantha said, leaning in with sudden interest. "We know someone who's looking to hire." "Who?" Brooke asked, curiosity piqued. "Taylor Higgs," Samantha said. "She's an attorney here in GraceTown. Her husband's a PI. They share an office. Great people. If you know anyone." Cora smiled faintly. "In another life, I might have had a name or two to give her." Brooke laughed. "In another life, I thought about becoming a nurse. For about 30 seconds. Kylie grinned. "Not seeing it, unless you could boss the doctors around." "Exactly." Brooke tipped her glass in mock salute. Samantha twirled her straw, eyes thoughtful. "I wanted to be a vet when I was little. Still think I could have been happy doing that." "Roads not taken," Cora thought, the words settling quietly in her chest. She was about to ask Samantha what made her change course when Brooke pushed back her chair with a scrape of wood. "This has been a blast, and congrats again, Kylie, but I better get home before my kids form a search party." Apparently, that was the signal. The women began gathering their purses and scarves, conversation dissolving into laughter and goodbyes. Cora reached for her wallet, trying to press a few bills into Kylie's hand, but Kylie waved her off. "Next time," she said easily, as though she fully expected there would be one. And maybe, Cora thought as she accepted their hugs and stepped onto the sidewalk, there would be. Cora never would have believed Adelaide could keep her as busy as she did, too busy to steal even a few minutes to slip back into the possibility wing. Yesterday, they'd agreed upon an hourly wage, more than fair, and hours that shifted as needed. It should have felt vague, but instead, it seemed as if the library itself decided when she was meant to be there. While there had been time to discuss those practicalities, 2 full days had passed, and she still hadn't been able to reopen the book that had stirred something so deep she felt its echo long after. There was nothing physically stopping her. She could have risen from her chair at any moment, walked down the hallway, and tried the door. But something told her, intuition or instinct, she wasn't sure which, that it didn't work like that. It might not be open to her now. Still, as she sat at the long work table and sorted archival donations, faded deeds, brittle pages, long forgotten library cards, her thoughts kept drifting to that other life. The way Aaron had looked at her, the warmth of his kiss, the easy comfort of his arm around her shoulders, the sound of her own laughter, bright and unguarded. She missed him, missed the closeness that had felt so real she could still feel it in her bones. She thought of Brooke, Kylie and Samantha, their laughter, the camaraderie over sangria and dessert. She'd liked them, genuinely, but the connection she felt to them was a sliver compared to what she felt to Aaron, a man who existed only between the pages of a book. Her heart didn't care about the logic of it. It just ached. She longed for those ordinary joys, the kind that, in the moment, never felt ordinary at all. To come home to someone who understood the shape of her day, to share stories, silence, burnt dinners, and small triumphs. The sort of togetherness that made life feel like it fit. And then, like a breeze sneaking under a closed door, stirring everything it touched, another fragment surfaced. Aaron's voice warm with wonder. And then when you have a child, or two, the love just multiplies. Her breath caught. 2. The word lingered, fragile and luminous until its meaning settled in. Children, not imagined possibilities, but living, breathing pieces of a life she might have known. She pressed her palms flat on the table, the rough edge of a folder grounding her. The thought was too big, too tender to hold all at once. She'd pictured children before, of course, but never like this. Never real, never hers. It was too much to process here, with dust on her hands and donation forms spread before her like a sea of small histories. But beneath the ache, a new certainty took root. She had to go back. Back to the place that breathed possibility. Back to the book that had offered not echoes of a past she'd never lived, but glimpses of what might be waiting in the future. Maybe, just maybe, the answers she'd been searching for were tucked between its pages, waiting for her to open the door again. A voice broke through her thoughts. "Enjoy your lunch," Adelaide said, surprising Cora not only with the words but with the faintly amused wave that accompanied them. "No need to rush back. We're closing early today and staying closed through the weekend. We'll reopen on Monday." Cora's fingers tightened around the strap of her purse. She'd been counting on slipping into the possibility wing that afternoon, convincing herself there'd be a quiet moment to explore. Now, not only was the door out of reach today, but for the entire weekend as well. "The library is closed for the weekend," she echoed, trying to sound casual. "Until Monday." She almost added something about families who could visit only on weekends, but stopped herself. In all her time here, she hadn't seen a single child or adult walk through the door. "That's correct," Adelaide replied, rising from behind the desk with unhurried grace. "Scheduled maintenance. It will give you time to enjoy your weekend." Cora nodded, tamping down disappointment. It wasn't Adelaide's fault she'd been hoping for another glimpse inside the wing. As the older woman gathered her keys, sunlight slanted through the tall windows, painting the floor in fractured gold. "You best get moving," Adelaide added, her gaze catching Cora's with a glint of something unreadable. "Your young man is waiting." Cora blinked. "What? Who?" But Adelaide only smiled, already turning toward the back room. Cora hesitated a beat, murmured, "Have a great weekend," though she wasn't sure Adelaide even heard her. The afternoon light slanted across her front porch when she pulled into the drive. She was still half inside her thoughts when she noticed the pickup parked at the curb, and Eli standing beside it, one boot crossed over the other, the brim of his ball cap shadowing his eyes until he looked up. When he did, his smile widened, easy, certain, like he'd been there a while and hadn't minded waiting. Cora blinked. "Eli, what are you—" She stopped, a half laugh in her voice. "Wait, how did you even know where I live?" He shrugged, pushing off the truck. Small town. Couple of questions at Cup of Joe, and here I am. She didn't know whether to be irritated or impressed, maybe both. His smile tilted, just a shade tentative. I'm hoping you'll have lunch with me. Lunch, huh? With me, he said, grinning. She crossed her arms, feigning suspicion. Aren't you working? Gas leak. City inspector shut down the site. He straightened, closing the distance between them. So what'll it be? Lunch all by your lonesome, or the best seafood in the county with me? Her laughter slipped out before she could stop it. I picked door number 2. A 20-foot blue crab perched atop a tall pole in the Crab Shack parking lot, claws splayed and antennae waving in permanent greeting. It was impossible to miss. Eli parked the truck in the gravel lot and hopped out. Cora followed, pausing to take in the cheerful crustacean. Its cartoon grin, faded from years in the sun, made her smile. There was something oddly comforting about it. She reminded herself this life, this town, this moment, was real. Not the one inked between the pages of a book bound in leather and longing, but real just the same. Eli held the screen door for her, and they stepped into a swirl of sound and scent. Searing butter, laughter, the sharp tang of Old Bay. Their server had blonde hair tipped in fuchsia, her delicate features framed by a soft wave. Eli, she said, lighting up before Cora could even reach for a menu. She leaned over and hugged him. No surprise there. Cora Summerbell, this is Lexi Williams, Eli said easily. We went to school together, back when she was still Alexa. Ah, Cora said, smiling. Now the nickname makes perfect sense. Lexi laughed. Exactly. I was Alexa before Amazon's Alexa, and now I'm stuck with a new name. She winked and nodded toward the counter. Crab cakes are calling my name. I'll be back. Cora watched her weave through the tables, moving with an ease that came from belonging. Recognition flickered. She'd seen Lexi at Cup of Joe corralling a roaring toddler. She seems nice, Cora said. She is, Eli replied, flipping open his menu. Everything's good here, but the crab melt is legendary. A crab melt sounds safe, she said with a small smile, and a little decadent. Best kind of safe. His eyes crinkled. And the coleslaw's actually edible. I might be brave today. She smoothed a crease in the menu. Honestly, it just feels good to sit, to not be thinking so much. Been one of those weeks? He asked, voice low and sympathetic. One of those months, maybe. She gave a half laugh. You ever feel like life's trying to tell you something, only it's speaking a language you're still learning? He studied her for a moment. More than once. Lexi returned to take their order. 2 crab melts, iced tea for him, lemonade for her, and disappeared again. The quiet that followed felt easy, not awkward. Eli leaned forward slightly, tracing a bead of condensation on his glass. Hey, about the festival. I realized I came off like a jerk that night. I got caught up talking to other people and didn't mean to make you feel invisible. Cora lifted one brow, a teasing glint in her eye. You didn't. I just figured I'd leave you to your fan club before they started forming a line. Fair. He laughed, then sobered. Anyway, I really am sorry and hope you can forgive me. The honesty in his tone softened something inside her. You're forgiven. Good. He leaned back, watching her. Now, want to tell me what's got you thinking so hard lately? She toyed with the straw in her lemonade. Oh, nothing. Then, after a beat, actually everything. I can be a good listener, he said, his tone half teasing, half earnest. You'll have to take me at my word until I prove it. Her smile lingered as she glanced toward the window. A family strolled past outside, children scattering popcorn to gulls. The sunlight shimmered off the boardwalk beyond the parking lot. I've been thinking a lot about roots, or maybe the lack of them. Never stayed anywhere long enough to put some down? Eli asked quietly. She shook her head. My mom was career-focused. Promotions meant moving. By graduation, I'd been the new girl at school 5 times. Sounds rough. It was harder later. By middle school, everyone already had their people. I learned to blend in, stay under the radar. He frowned slightly. That sounds lonely. It was. Her voice was steady. I had friends, just not forever friends. But there was always someone. You meet the best people in libraries. That's a big reason why I became a librarian. Wait, you're a librarian? Then why are you working at Cup of Joe? Long story. Cora quickly recapped what had brought her back to GraceTown. That's right. Eli nodded. I remember you mentioning the house sitting at the festival. I didn't realize about the layoff, though. Sorry, that's rough. Cora shrugged. Thanks, I'll manage. Actually, I've got a part-time thing at a branch in town. Do you know the Carnegie Library? Eli grinned. Can't say I do. I'm more of an outside guy, I guess. Cora nodded and ate a bit of her sandwich. Well, I've always been a library girl. I love the hush when you walk in, the smell of pages, the feeling that you could step into someone else's story for a while, especially the ones with happy endings. She smiled. Especially those. Not a fan of realism? If I wanted to be reminded how messy life is, I could just open my eyes. Her tone was light but truthful. But I want to believe love can last, that good endures, that even detours can lead you home. Something flickered across his face. Understanding, maybe. Sorry, she said, laughing softly. I'll step off my soapbox now. Don't. His voice gentled. I think you're remarkable. She blinked. Why? Because you're still standing. Her breath caught. You say that like you mean it. I do. He took a sip of water, eyes steady on hers. I've always admired people who keep going even when things get hard. I've never really had to do that. What do you mean? I grew up here. My parents still live in the same house. His smile softened. They were high school sweethearts and have been together ever since. Cora's chest tightened. For a heartbeat, she was back on that porch in another world. Aaron's arm warm around her shoulders, cicadas humming in the dusk. She blinked hard, forcing herself back. That's rare, she said quietly. Maybe. He shrugged. They still dance in the kitchen, still hold hands when they walk the dog. That kind of love, her voice faltered, it stays with you. It shapes you, he said simply. Her gaze dropped to her glass, and she traced a drop of water with her fingertip. In another life, she'd known that kind of love, the kind that left fingerprints on your heart. She smiled faintly. Yes, she said, it does. Whatever this was, friendly, fleeting, it wasn't a beginning, but perhaps it was a reminder that real love didn't vanish, it lingered. Outside, the early afternoon sun shimmered off the hood of Eli's truck as he pulled into her driveway. Well, he said, turning toward her with a grin, for someone who claims she's had a messy month, you hide it well. Cora smiled, unbuckling her seatbelt. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one, he said easily. Thanks for letting me steal you away for lunch. For crab melts that good? She teased. You're forgiven. He laughed, the sound easy and warm. For a heartbeat, the moment hovered between them. Comfortable, open, edged with possibility. If this were another version of her life, she might have brushed a quick kiss across his cheek, light as a whisper, polite but real. She settled for a smile. Goodbye, Eli. See you around, Cora. She slipped out of the truck, closing the door gently behind her. Inside the quiet house, the stillness pressed close, neither comforting nor empty, just waiting. Everything about the afternoon felt sharper now. The way the light slanted through the windows, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the echo of her own footsteps. The world outside the page carried its own weight. She touched a hand to her chest, half expecting to still feel that other life pulsing there. Maybe this was what Adelaide had meant about the possibility wing. Some doors don't close when you leave them. They linger, quietly, patiently, until you're ready to step through again. Chapter 7. From down near the river walk came the low thrum of weekend life, music spilling from patios, laughter weaving through the cooling air, the faint pops of corks and clinks of glasses. But here, a few blocks away, the sounds softened. Porch lights glowed against the gathering dusk, and somewhere down the block, wind chimes whispered like distant laughter. She hadn't meant to come tonight. Not really. But the thought of staying home, of sitting in silence replaying Aaron's voice in her mind, had been unbearable. By the time she reached the stone steps, twilight had deepened into a soft indigo haze. The library loomed pale beneath the street lamps, its arched windows reflecting slivers of gold. A paper sign was taped neatly to the front door. Closed for scheduled maintenance. Reopening Monday. If there had been workmen here earlier, they were long gone now. The street was still, the air cool and edged with the faint scent of rain on stone. Then came the unmistakable hint of lilacs. Out of season, impossible. Cora's breath caught. The fragrance faded as quickly as it came, leaving only silence and the quickened beat of her heart. Her rational mind whispered that the place should be locked up for the weekend, but the Carnegie had never behaved like an ordinary library. She remembered Adelaide's words, "Some doors open when they're meant to." "Okay," Cora murmured, half smiling at herself. "Let's test it. If the door opens for me, I'm meant to be here. If it's locked, then I've clearly been reading too many novels." She set her hand on the rail, then on the handle. The latch gave with a soft click. The door creaked open under her touch, yielding easily. She crossed the lobby and quickly made her way to the door to the possibility wing. The cool brass knob turned easily, and she stepped inside. Relief washed over her, until she saw a book sitting on the table, like it had known she was coming and waited for her. Volume 2. Her pulse stuttered. Last time it had been Volume 1. Had the Carnegie chosen differently this time, or had she? Sliding into the chair, she stared down at the book. For days, she'd been counting the hours until she could come back. Yet now, with the book before her, she hesitated. Her thoughts went to Aaron, to the way he'd looked at her as if there was no one else in the world, the soft laughter that had surrounded them. Family, home, wholeness. It had felt so real that she could almost still hear the echo of children's laughter in this silent room. A question bloomed in her chest, urgent and tender. Did that life exist here, too? Did this version of her, the one that had returned to GraceTown to attend Collister College, still build that same love, that same family? Or did everything shift with one small choice? The ache sharpened. She needed to know. Not just to see it, but to live it, to understand what might have been. Cora drew a steadying breath, opened the book, and lowered her gaze to the page. Her fingers trembled as they brushed the edge of the paper. Then she leaned in. The air shifted. The stillness deepened. The room blurred, and the world tilted. Cora was laughing. The scent of warm bread and tangy mustard filled the air, mingling with the faint hiss of the griddle behind the counter. Big Sal's sandwich shop hummed with life, the scrapes of chairs, the soft clinks of plates, the jukebox crooning something old and easy. Across the booth, Aaron leaned forward, grinning as he nudged another pickle spear onto her plate. "Don't say I never give you anything." She brushed his fingers in mock protest. "You're just trying to distract me before I steal yours." "Impossible." His brown eyes gleamed with mischief. "You always steal mine anyway." "I'm glad you suggested we come here." She glanced around, her heart swelling. "I don't know if you remember, but this is where we came on our first date." "I remember." Erin reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "And thanks again for coming to my sister's birthday party Saturday." "Why wouldn't I?" she said, shaking her head with a smile. Cora loved each person in Erin's big, noisy family. Over the past 2 years, they'd folded her into every gathering, every story. Andrea had become the sister she'd always wanted. "I just know you've got a heavy load this semester," Erin went on. "Finals coming up, volunteering at the free clinic." "Erin," her quiet voice stopped him. "I made it work, and that cake your mother baked was amazing." He laughed, that elusive dimple flashing. It really was. Still holding her hand, he took a sip of his drink. "How's the volunteer work going? Things have been so crazy for both of us lately. I've missed hearing about it." That was one of the many things Cora loved about Erin. He listened. "I still love it," she said. "Working with the seasonal workers and their families, helping them with language skills, it's exactly where I'm supposed to be. It makes me certain I chose the right path." He smiled, eyes warm. "That's why a teaching career fits you so perfectly." She nodded, feeling it deep inside. The children catch on quickly, but it's slower for the adults. Last week, an older man, about your granddad's age, graduated from the program. I was so proud of him. "Thanks to you," Erin said. "You changed his life." "I may have helped, but he did the hard work. Till Bemis, who runs the program, is my hero. I want to be just like her when I grow up." "I love you just the way you are, Cora Summerbell." His voice softened. "Exactly the way you are." "And I love you," she whispered, "so very much." He hesitated, releasing her hand, a flicker of restlessness crossing his features. "What is it?" she asked gently. "You know you can tell me anything." "Hang on." His hand slipped into his jacket pocket. When he withdrew it, a small velvet box rested in his palm. Her breath caught. "Erin?" "It's not much," he murmured, his voice steady, though his fingers trembled. "But it's yours, if you'll have me. We can wait until after graduation to marry, if that's what you want. I want you to know I mean forever." The sounds of the shop faded, the laughter, the scrapes of forks, the hum of the jukebox, until there was only the rhythm of her heartbeat and the tenderness in his eyes. He reached for her hands. "I think I've loved you from the moment our eyes met in the lecture hall, and when you asked me out, you asked me." She swatted lightly at his hand, laughter breaking through the tears that shimmered at the corners of her eyes. "We were meant." He kissed her knuckles, gaze never wavering. "Yes, we were. So, will you marry me?" She'd known the proposal was coming someday, just not today. But here, in the booth where they'd shared their first date, it felt perfectly right. They were young, with 2 years of college still ahead of them, more if Erin pursued law, but none of it mattered. The rightness of it filled every corner of her chest. "Of course I will." Relief and joy lit his face. He opened the box, and the diamond, small but bright, caught the neon glow of Big Sal's sign outside the window. As he slid the ring onto her finger, his thumb lingered, tracing the shape of her knuckles like a promise. "I was meant to be yours, and you were meant to be mine," he said, the words tumbling out, honest and sure. Her throat tightened. "I'm so glad I came here for college." "Wouldn't have mattered," he said, smiling softly. "We would have found each other anyway." She let out a trembling breath, lifting her hand to admire the sparkle. He caught her fingers again, his grin returning. "Bonus," he teased. "You're not just getting me, you're getting my whole family." "Lucky me," she said, smiling through the shimmer in her eyes. "They've already made me feel like I belong." "Because you do," he said, and then he kissed her. Outside, students hurried past with backpacks slung low and cups of coffee in hand. Inside, the neon light bathed them in a rosy glow. Between the laughter, the sense of mustard and rye, and the sparkle of the ring on her finger, Cora felt an unshakable truth settle inside her. Somehow, across all the twists and turns of life, fate had been leading them back to each other. The stillness closed around her again. The hum of the wing returned, dust motes drifting in the lamplight, the faint, impossible scent of lilacs threading through the air. Volume 2 lay open before her, the final words still glowing faintly before they dulled to ordinary ink. No. The word left her in a whisper. She skimmed the page, then turned another, then another. Nothing. The story had ended. She glanced toward the shelf. Volume 1 waited there, just as it had before, the green binding catching the lamplight. She stood and reached for it, flipped it open, and found only empty pages. Whatever magic had drawn her in had stilled again, unreachable. As she replaced it, her gaze drifted farther along the shelf. The brass plate above hadn't changed. Summer Bell, Cora, the GraceTown Variations, Volumes 1, 2, 3. The third volume looked different now, darker than the others. Its spine not just blurred, she realized, but unmarked. No number, no title. Her hand hovered. She wanted to know. Of course she did. But the memory of Aaron's smile, the warmth of a life that had felt so real it still ached inside her, held her still. She wasn't sure she could bear to watch it fade again. Or worse, find out it never existed at all. The thought lodged deep, tightening her chest. Maybe that was why she hesitated, because this book, whatever it contained, might be an ending. The library's silence pressed close, not threatening but aware, as if it understood her hesitation. Not yet, she thought. The hush of the wing wrapped around her like a held breath, too full of meaning to break. Cora stood there for a long moment, her heart still beating to the echo of Aaron's voice. Then the truth settled over her, soft, heavy, inevitable. Once again, she was without Aaron. The air seemed cooler now, the light dimmer. As she crossed the wing, her reflection shimmered faintly in the glass of a display case, haunted, uncertain, but somehow more alive than when she'd entered. The door to the possibility wing closed behind her with a soft click. By the time she reached the main hall, the only sound was the steady beat of her footsteps and the faint creak of the old building settling. Outside, night had deepened. Street lamps cast pale halos on the sidewalk, and the town beyond lay hushed and still. As she lingered on the steps, her gaze traced the dark windows above. Somewhere behind them waited the room that had shown her what might have been, and left her longing for what might still be. She drew in a steady breath, the night air cool against her skin. She wasn't done searching, not for the man she loved and not for the life that might have been. Chapter 8. The breeze off the water was cool against Cora's skin as she walked along the river walk, the soft glow of string lights overhead bathing the evening in a warm, golden haze. She picked up dinner from a food truck, grilled shrimp tacos and lemonade, and found a quiet bistro table near the edge of the path. Now she sat overlooking the slow-moving river, the scent of citrus, charred shrimp, and river air weaving around her. The Riverwalk was a relatively new addition to GraceTown, new within the past decade maybe. She'd been so young when she and her mother had left that she barely remembered what this area had looked like before. During the festival, the walkway had been packed with shoulder-to-shoulder people. She preferred it like this, a sleepy Sunday night with just enough people to keep the merchants happy, but not so many that she had to weave through noise and laughter. She didn't want crowded, but she didn't want quiet either. After stopping by the library 3 times today and having the door not open, the thought of going home to a silent house made her chest tighten. Better, she thought with a rueful smile, to be alone here, surrounded by the soft drift of passing voices and the faint clinks of dishes from the riverside cafes. Across the water, the current caught the last of the sunset and tossed it back in ripples of gold. Her heart ached, not sharply, but in a quiet, stretching sort of way. If she'd learned anything these past weeks, it was that there was still so much to learn, so much to uncover, not only about what might have been, but about herself. Her phone rang, cutting through the tranquil air. She answered quickly before the sound could disturb nearby diners. "Hello?" Cora. Her mother's voice, steady, familiar, and unexpectedly warm. A flicker of surprise passed through her. They usually spoke once a month, and her recent call about Lenora had already checked that box. Still, it was good to hear from her. "Hi, Mom. What's up?" Does something have to be up for a mother to call her daughter? The light reprimand carried a thread of humor, but also a faint edge that Cora recognized. She smiled into the phone. "Of course not. I just didn't expect to hear from you tonight. Everything okay?" "Everything is excellent." Pride brightened her mother's tone as she launched into a story about a recent business success. "That's wonderful," Cora said sincerely. "I'm happy to hear that." Her mother worked hard, always had, and deserved every bit of her success. "How about you?" Sheila asked, her voice gentling. "What have you been up to?" "Me?" Cora hesitated. She'd always wanted her mother to take more interest in her life, but now that she was, it was hard to know what to say. "Yes," her mother prompted, a faint smile audible in her tone. "I assume you've been sending out resumes." "I have." Cora traced a finger around the rim of her glass. "A few nibbles, no bites yet." "It can take a while." The firmness in Sheila's voice softened to something more reflective. "I still remember the panic I felt when I lost my job in Wilmington. You were in 5th or 6th grade, I suppose. It took me 3 months to find something, and even then we had to move halfway across the country." "I remember the move." Actually, what she remembered most was starting at a new middle school, all of it awkward and unfamiliar. She'd assumed then that the move was for a promotion, not out of necessity. "I was hard on you," Cora admitted quietly. "I was so angry about leaving my friends." Her mother's sigh was a whisper over the line. "I probably should have explained more about our situation." Something in her tone told Cora that Sheila, too, was lost in her own memories tonight. "Why didn't you?" Cora asked, her voice gentle, almost curious. "I'm not sure," her mother said after a pause. "I guess I didn't want you to worry." "That makes sense." Cora smiled faintly. "I did tend to worry as a kid." "I know we haven't had the closest relationship," Sheila said, her words careful, deliberate. "But I'd really like that to change." "Me too," Cora replied, surprised by how much she meant it. "I also know how unsettling uncertainty can be," her mother continued, the compassion in her voice unexpected. "But if you need anything, financially or otherwise, I'm here." For a moment, Cora felt the old urge to lean into that offer, but she realized she didn't need to. Not tonight, anyway. She was holding her own. "Thanks, Mom. I appreciate that." "If you change your mind..." "I think what I need right now," Cora said softly, "is to be honest with myself and figure out where I go from here." "I understand," her mother murmured. "There is one thing, though." Cora hesitated, her voice thoughtful. "I'm still trying to find out more about Lenora Summerbell. Are you sure you don't remember anything? You said her name sounded familiar." Sheila paused, the faint rustle of papers in the background. "She was some relative of your father's, though I don't know exactly how. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you." "Okay," Cora said, swallowing her disappointment. Summerbell wasn't exactly a common name, and Lenora looking so much like her in the photo she'd seen, Cora assumed they must be related somehow. Still, her mother had tried. "That's something to go on." Thank you." They talked a few minutes longer before saying goodbye. When the call ended, Cora leaned back in her chair, the light from the string bulbs reflecting off the river in soft, broken bands. Did it matter that she and Lenora were related? Maybe not. But maybe it did. She didn't understand much of what was happening at the old Carnegie. But she believed, deep down, that Lenora had something to do with it. And for reasons she couldn't quite explain, the thought that she and Lenora might be related steadied and comforted her. On Monday, Cora returned to the library. The sign about the weekend closure was gone. The door opened easily. She stepped inside and let the familiar hush settle over her like a soft shawl. The stillness steadied her after the storm that had raged inside her all weekend. "Good morning, Adelaide," she called as she passed the front desk. "Give me a second to check something out." When she reached the corridor leading to the possibility wing, she stopped short. The velvet rope was up. After only a moment's hesitation, she slipped it free and crossed the short distance to the door, reaching eagerly for the brass knob. It refused to turn. Access denied. Disappointment surged, sharp and immediate. She'd been so hoping. Cora blinked hard, pushing back the sting of frustrated tears. "It will open again," she told herself. "I just have to be patient." She returned to the front desk to find it deserted. "I'm back here," Adelaide called, her voice carrying from the archive room. The paper-scented mix of storage and time capsule was lined with banker's boxes and metal drawers that whispered of long-forgotten stories. Cora found Adelaide at one of the long tables, her silver hair twisted into its usual knot, gloved hands moving with patient precision through a stack of yellowed programs. A shaft of light cut across the room, dust flecks turning in its path like tiny suspended stars. "The wing was closed," Cora said, her voice low, the words heavier than she'd meant them to be. Adelaide's gaze lifted, full of quiet understanding. "It will open when it's meant to," she said simply, then motioned toward a nearby table where a box labeled Town Events 1950 to 1965 waited. "Until then, there's work to be done. There's more to an archive than names and dates. Sometimes what's tucked between the pages tells the truer story." They worked side by side in easy silence, the only sounds the whisper of paper and the lazy creak of the ceiling fan. Cora eased open a binder of clippings. A faint scent of age and ink rose from the pages, as bitter-sweet as memory. After a while, she murmured, "There's something about this work, sorting through the lives of people who came before. It makes your own life feel a little less heavy, a little more connected." Adelaide gave a quiet hum of agreement, eyes still on the fragile pages before her. Sunlight slanted through the high windows, laying long golden stripes across the tables. Cora brushed her fingertips over a 1961 Founders' Day program. A faded Polaroid slipped free, its corners curled. The ink on the program where it had rested nearly vanished. She set it aside, her fingers trembling. "I keep thinking," she whispered, "about how easy it felt to step into a life with Aaron, how right it felt." Adelaide's head lifted, her eyes steady and knowing. "I didn't have to pretend with him," Cora went on, voice unsteady. "I knew him, I loved him, and he loved me." Her throat tightened. "I keep wondering if there's a way back, not to the wing, but to him, to that life." "There are some paths," Adelaide said gently, "that open only once. A gift, not a guarantee." Cora stared down at her hands, palms pressed against the brittle paper. But he was real. "He was," Adelaide agreed softly. "If you had stayed in GraceTown, you'd have met in high school. If you'd returned for college, you'd have crossed paths in that lecture hall, but you didn't. Your life, and his, unfolded along different lines." "So that's it?" Cora's voice dropped to a whisper. "I just go on? Without him?" Adelaide was silent for a long moment, the ticking wall clock filling the space between them. Finally, she said, "There are some choices we make that cannot be undone." Rewriting history is not possible. Of course, GraceTown has always been a place of impossible happenings. Hope sparked low in Cora's chest. "Are you saying there might still be a chance? For Aaron and me?" Adelaide's gaze softened. "I'm saying some connections don't vanish. They linger, and if we're open, they find their way back to us, though not always as we expect." Tears slipped down Cora's cheeks. She didn't bother to wipe them away. "You really think it's possible that I could see him again?" Adelaide peeled off her gloves and came around the table. Not hurriedly, but with quiet grace. She placed a steady hand over Cora's. "I don't know," she said, "but when a soul stirs yours that deeply, it leaves a mark. And marks like that—" Her thumb brushed Cora's knuckles. "They don't fade." Cora closed her eyes, pressing Adelaide's hand lightly in return. For the first time in days, her heart didn't feel quite as hollow. Aaron had left a mark on her soul, and maybe, just maybe, there was more to that mark than memory. By noon, the light outside had turned soft and pearly, the kind that made old brick glow. Cora helped Adelaide box the last of the programs before finally breaking the companionable silence. "Adelaide, may I ask you something a little strange?" The older woman smiled faintly, not looking up from the box she was labeling. "In this place, strange is the usual language. Do you remember a restaurant called Big Sal's? It was a sandwich shop by the college." Adelaide's gloved hands stilled in mid-fold. "Big Sal's," she echoed. "Of course. Greasy tables, the best marinara within 50 miles. Why?" "I saw it," Cora said, hesitant at first, then firmer. "In that other life. Aaron proposed to me there." She swallowed. "I looked it up online. There's one on Layton Street. I wondered if that could be the same one." Adelaide tilted her head thoughtfully. "Only one in town. Changed owners a few times, but it endures. Like certain stories." Her eyes lifted, kind and knowing. "You should go." Cora blinked. "Go?" "Go see it for yourself," Adelaide said. "Some places remember us, even when we've forgotten them. You might be surprised by what stirs when you stand there again." The lunch crowd had thinned when Cora pushed open the door to Big Sal's. The bell above it jingled, a sound so familiar it stopped her cold. The scent of garlic and baked bread enveloped her. The air was warm, heavy with nostalgia. Little had changed. The red-check tablecloths and vinyl booths remained, and the same retro jukebox hummed tunes from another century. For a dizzy heartbeat, she could almost see herself sitting across from Aaron, laughing, his hand curled around hers. She gripped the back of a chair until the moment steadied. The sandwiches she'd ordered online for her and Adelaide weren't ready, so she drifted toward the tables by the window. Brooke and Kylie sat near the front with iced coffees, heads bent together over their tablets. They looked up when Cora passed. "Cora." Brooke smiled absently, clearly distracted. "I didn't expect to see you here." "Last-minute decision." Cora returned the smile, the words feeling oddly distant in her mouth. "What are you two working on?" "We're brainstorming ways to keep Collister College from selling that piece of land to Larry Sukup," Kylie said wryly, tapping the edge of her iPad. "Figured caffeine and carbs couldn't hurt." "I thought that was a done deal," Cora murmured. Her gaze slid around the room again, taking in the worn booths, the framed photos, the sunlight spilling across the tile. "This place is real," she thought. "Exactly the same as in my memory, or whatever it is." Brooke pressed her lips together. "The deal isn't done until the papers are signed." Before Cora could respond, her name rang out from the counter. "Summerbell!" The voice, deep, cheerful, made her flinch. For one impossible second, she almost expected to turn and see Aaron standing there, grin crooked, ring box hidden in his palm. Instead, a teenage employee waited behind the register, holding a paper sack. Cora exhaled and crossed to take it. "Thanks," she managed. Outside, the air was crisp and clear. She stood beneath the awning, the bag warm in her hands, holding 2 pastrami on rye sandwiches with extra pickles. She wasn't sure if Adelaide liked pickles, but if she didn't, Cora would happily eat them all. The ache in her chest was no longer sharp. It was tender, familiar. The town, the library, even this little restaurant. They were all reminders that some things endured in quiet, unseen ways. As she started back toward Main Street, the wind lifted her hair and carried with it the faintest trace of spicy meat, tart pickles, and memory. And for just a heartbeat, she could almost hear Aaron's laugh drifting after her, soft, certain, and impossibly near. The house was hushed when Cora returned from the library. The only sounds the faint hum of the refrigerator and the steady tick of the wall clock. She dropped her keys in the bowl by the door and climbed the stairs. Upstairs, afternoon light spilled through the bay window, warm and slanting. She opened her laptop on the desk, the screen flaring to life with its familiar blue-white glow. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. Aaron. No last name. She frowned, scrolling mentally through the memories, the moments she'd seen, the things she knew. She'd met his parents and his sister. She'd been in their house, shared dinner with them, laughed at stories around their table, but their names were a blur. She'd been so focused on the feeling, not the facts. That realization stung. Cora typed in a search anyway. Aaron Collister College, GraceTown, Maryland. The results blinked back at her. A handful of news articles, old yearbooks scanned in low resolution, LinkedIn profiles of professors. She clicked through them one by one, scanning photos, faces. None of them was him. She refined her search, adding the years he'd have been an undergraduate. Nothing. Maybe he'd gone to law school after all. Maybe he'd stayed in GraceTown. 2 pretty big ifs, but still worth trying. She tried more searches. Aaron GraceTown, MD attorney. Aaron Collister College of Law. Each time, the results narrowed to nothing useful. A century of archived names, wrong timelines, unfamiliar smiles. She sighed and sat back. If he existed, she reasoned, he'd have some kind of digital footprint. She turned to social media next. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, scrolling through page after page of Aaron's. Too young, too old, wrong hair, wrong eyes, wrong smile. She refined her social media search again, adding GraceTown, then Collister, then both. Still nothing. Some accounts were locked, others long abandoned, frozen in time. Each unfamiliar face left her more unsettled. The world was overflowing with Aaron's, yet none of them was him. After an hour, a headache had formed, a tight band circling her forehead. Leaning back in her chair, she rubbed her eyes. "You're a librarian," she reminded herself. "You can find anything." She dove deeper, searching alumni records, archived local newspapers, digitized commencement programs. Her pulse kicked when she found a scanned issue from the right year, but the list of graduates blurred before her eyes. No Aaron she recognized. The logical part of her brain whispered what she didn't want to admit. Maybe he never existed in this version of GraceTown. She sat back, staring at the faint reflection of her face in the screen. The ache in her head and in her heart wasn't from defeat. It was from knowing how real he'd felt. His laugh, his hands, the way he'd said her name. Those things couldn't be invented. Could they? Her cursor blinked in the empty search box. She typed another search variation, slower this time. Aaron Collister, Legal Department. She hit the enter key. The wheel spun, the page refreshed, and then froze for a breath too long, as if the internet itself were holding its breath. When the results appeared, they were the same as before. Cora exhaled, long and even, and put the laptop to sleep. The screen dimmed, leaving her reflection hovering, ghost-like, in the dark glass. No answers, not yet, but absence wasn't proof of impossibility. She traced a fingertip along the edge of the computer and whispered, "I'll find you." Then she rose, the chair creaking softly, and crossed to the window. Outside, the sky was deepening toward evening, the first lights of Main Street beginning to glow. Somewhere out there, the truth waited, just beyond what could be searched or cataloged, and she intended to find it. Chapter 9. The morning rush at Cup of Joe had quieted by the time Cora helped Dory restock the pastry case. The air smelled of espresso and cinnamon muffins, the chatter of lingering customers weaving through the songs of the indie playlist. "I think we finally survived the morning rush," Dory said, sweeping a hand across the counter. "You're getting faster at lattes." "I'm finally remembering which button does what," Cora said, smiling, "though I still panic every time someone asks for half calf." Before Dory could respond, the bell above the door jingled, and a regular, Dr. Dorothea Lowell, a retired professor, bustled in, several flyers clutched in one hand. "Morning, ladies," she called. "You'll want one of these." She set the flyers on the counter. "Collister College Alumni Weekend. If you could put one up on your bulletin board, I'd be ever so grateful. We're tying it in with the homecoming celebration this year." "Aren't they the same thing?" Cora asked, wiping her hands on a towel and leaning closer. The flyer was cheerful, printed in Collister blue and gold. "Reconnect, remember, celebrate. Collister College Homecoming and Alumni Reunion." The date was only a few weeks away. Homecoming is typically centered around a major sporting event. Football, in our case. It involves the entire college community, both current students and alumni. Dr. Lowell's tone carried the crisp authority of a lecture. An alumni weekend focuses more on reunion activities for former students. Dr. Lowell went on to say which year of graduates they were focusing on this time. Cora's breath caught. That was the same year she and Aaron would have graduated. While Cora's mind whirled, Dr. Lowell went on. "Of course, we at Collister are committed to fostering a lifelong connection among all our alumni." "I didn't realize anyone was still doing paper flyers," Dory said, fingering the edge of one. "Online invites for most, but there are always a few who get missed." Dr. Lowell glanced at the bulletin board. "Coffee shops get a lot of traffic, and we're hoping to reach alums we've lost track of. You're the third shop I've stopped at today. I'd appreciate it if you'd help get the word out." "We'll do our best," Dory assured her. Cora's pulse skipped. Aaron had gone to Collister. Or the Aaron she'd met through the possibility wing had. Either way, it was something, a tangible thread. After Dr. Lowell left with her latte, Dory tacked the flyer to the board. "I didn't graduate from Collister, but homecoming's always a blast. You thinking of going?" "I think I might," Cora said, folding one of the extra flyers carefully and slipping it into her pocket. "It feels worth checking out." They worked quietly for a bit, refilling napkin holders and wiping down tables. When they were nearly finished, Dory glanced over. "How's the job hunt coming? You haven't mentioned it lately." Cora hesitated, then sighed. "I got an offer." Dory's eyes lit. "That's great. Where?" "Ohio." The word hung in the air, heavy and flat. Cora knew she should have been more excited, especially with her house-sitting job coming to an end soon, but she had unfinished business in GraceTown. It was hard to think about leaving when so much still felt unresolved. Dory set down the tray she was holding. "Ohio? You're really going to move to Ohio?" "Looks like it." Cora shrugged, half defensive, half resigned. "I need to work, and it's a good position. Steady pay, decent benefits. I've applied for full-time jobs here in GraceTown, but haven't even gotten an interview." "I don't understand that, not at all." Dory frowned. "I guess I hoped, your part-time library job might turn into something more." Before Cora could explain that the branch where she worked barely had enough work to keep one librarian busy, Hannah swept in, carrying a tray of cupcakes, her Pink House Cakes logo stretched across her shirt. "Morning, Dory." Hannah's gaze remained focused on her friend. "Special delivery. Chocolate peanut butter swirl." "Bless you," Dory said, her eyes lighting up. "They're gorgeous, and I'm betting they taste every bit as good as they look." Cora moved some items around to make room on the counter. "They absolutely do." Hannah grinned, then glanced from Dory to Cora, then back to her friend. "What's going on?" "Cora here might be moving to Ohio," Dory said. "Ohio?" Hannah's brows lifted. "That's a haul. Why the move?" Cora's throat tightened unexpectedly. "I got offered a job there, a good one." Hannah leaned on the counter. "Congrats, but if it's a good offer, how come you don't sound excited about it?" "Did you not hear the Ohio part?" Dory quipped while sneaking a swipe of frosting from one of the cupcakes. I love the cinnamon buttercream." "Dory, you can't do that." "Okay, that one is officially yours." Hannah shook her head and then refocused on Cora. "Ohio isn't a bad place to live. I used to work with a woman from there, and she was lovely." Cora stifled a sigh. "I'm sure she was, and I'm sure it is. It's not that. It's more that I like it here, so I was hoping." Hannah smiled and nodded. "I get it. Once I settled in here, I didn't want to leave either. But hey, if you go, you can always come back to visit. Just because you move away doesn't mean you're not still part of GraceTown." "That's exactly what I was about to tell her," Dory said. "It's the truth," Hannah said, pushing back off the counter. "Once GraceTown claims you, it never really lets go. Good luck on your new job." When her shift ended an hour later, Cora stepped outside, an extra alumni flyer tucked in her pocket. The air carried a faint hint of autumn, crisp and full of promise. She paused, breathing it in, then started toward the library, the paper crinkling softly with each step. The day already felt like it was turning a corner, and then her phone buzzed with a new message. It was from her mom. "Happy birthday, sweetheart. Hope you're having a wonderful day." Cora smiled faintly at the screen. It wasn't a long message, but it made her smile all the same. She sent a quick response. "Thanks, Mom. The day's been stellar so far." As she slipped the phone into her pocket, she realized it was true. This might be the only birthday greeting she received, but the news of the alumni reunion felt like a gift all its own. By the time she reached the library, the afternoon light had slanted low, golden beams spilling through the tall windows as she pushed open the door. The familiar hush wrapped around her like comfort. "Good afternoon, Adelaide," she called, her voice carrying through the quiet. Adelaide looked up at the front desk, her expression soft. "Well," she said, "someone's in unusually high spirits today." Cora grinned as she set her bag on the counter. "I might be. Look what landed in my lap this morning." She pulled the folded flyer from her pocket and smoothed it open. Adelaide adjusted her glasses, studying the blue and gold print. "Collister College Homecoming and Alumni Reunion," she read aloud. "They're holding it in a few weeks," Cora said, "and it just so happens they're highlighting the class I would have been in if I'd come back to GraceTown for college." Adelaide's gaze lingered on the paper. How serendipitous. "I know." Cora's excitement bubbled over. "I thought maybe if I went, I could find something. A record, a name, maybe even someone who knew Aaron." "Perhaps," Adelaide murmured, her expression unreadable. "Just remember, sometimes what's meant to be found waits for the right moment." Cora moved toward the back, humming under her breath, unwilling to let even Adelaide's cryptic wisdom dampen her spirits. She turned toward the corridor leading to the archives and stopped short. The velvet rope was down. Her pulse fluttered. She hesitated only a moment before she hurried forward and pushed open the heavy door. Inside, the air was cool and faintly perfumed with the scent of dust and time. And there, on the table, sat Volume 2, its leather cover gleaming faintly in the slanted light, as though waiting for her. Cora's breath caught. "You're back," she whispered. She reached out, her fingertips grazing the cover before she opened it. The world tilted. She stood in a small apartment living room, sunlight spilling through gauzy curtains. The scent of vanilla and warm cake drifted through the air. Balloons floated lazily above the sofa, and soft music played from a nearby speaker. On the coffee table sat a frosted cake crowned with pale yellow roses. "Happy 21st, Cora," was piped across the top in delicate script. Aaron emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bottle of white wine and 2 glasses, his dark hair mussed, sleeves rolled up, and that smile, the one that always made her heart flip-flop, lighting his face. Warmth fluttered through her chest as he crossed the room. Then she caught the other scents drifting from the kitchen and smiled. "Something smells terrific." Pan-seared scallops in lemon butter sauce with roasted asparagus and garlic risotto. His grin held equal parts pride and anticipation, as if he waited for her verdict. "It's my favorite." Her voice came out soft, almost wondering. "I know." He looked pleased, a little smug, like he'd just won the best kind of challenge. "You made that? Yourself?" she asked, her heart rising to her throat. "For me?" "I did." He set down the wine in the glasses and moved to her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I wanted to make something special, something that would show you just how much I love you." Her gaze dropped to the cake, rich and perfect beneath its pale frosting. "And this?" "Your favorite, lemon with white buttercream frosting." He held up a hand. "Full disclosure, I didn't bake this. It came from Cozy Crumb." "The best bakery in town," Cora murmured, touched. "Only the best for my girl." Cora's chest overflowed with love. She was so lucky. She turned back to her fiancé, smiling at the flash of the engagement ring on her left hand. "You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'd have been happy with a pastrami on rye if it meant spending my birthday with you." "You deserve this and so much more." He brushed his lips across hers. "You do so much for everyone. Besides, you turned 21 only once." Warmth unfurled through her chest at the look in his eyes. "Make a wish," he said, lighting the candles one by one. "Then we'll eat." Cora leaned over the cake, closing her eyes. The wish formed easily. Let every day feel like this. When she blew out the candles, Aaron caught her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm. "You know," he murmured, "tonight is only the beginning. You're going to have to do this all over again. Not only to celebrate with your friends, but my parents also want to take you out for your birthday. They wanted to do it tonight, but I told them this evening was mine and that you'll be celebrating all week." "A birthday week?" She laughed, blinking away sudden tears. "I like the sound of that." He poured the wine, handing her a glass. "To the woman who's captured my heart," he said softly, "to everything ahead of us." They clinked glasses, and for a heartbeat the world held still, soft light, laughter, the promise of forever suspended between them. The light fractured around her, soft laughter dissolving into silence. Cora blinked, her breath catching as the birthday scene evaporated like mist. The library came back into focus, the scent of dust and old paper, the faint hum of the overhead lights. The book sat on the desk where she'd found it, closed now as if it had never opened. She straightened, heart still echoing with the life she'd just left behind. The sun had dipped low by the time Cora left the library. The last of the day's warmth brushed her shoulders. Not ready to go home quite yet, she wandered toward Main Street and found the town bathed in a honeyed glow. A trolley rattled past, the cheerful clang of its bell breaking the stillness. Through its windows she glimpsed laughing faces, a family squeezed together on a bench, a pair of teenagers sharing earbuds, a couple holding hands. Cora's lips curved faintly. The air smelled of cinnamon and apples as she approached the cozy Crumb Bakery. Through the window, she saw that the display case gleamed with rows of frosted cupcakes and slices of cake behind polished glass. On impulse, she pushed open the door, the bell above it chiming softly. Inside, the air was warm and sweet. A young woman behind the counter glanced up from boxing pastries. "Evening. What can I get you?" Cora's gaze drifted over the glass case until it landed on a single slice of lemon cake, crowned with a swirl of buttercream. Her heart gave a tiny, traitorous tug. "I'll take that one," she said, pointing. "To go." Then, almost without thinking, she added, "Actually, I'll eat it here." The woman smiled, slid the slice onto a plate, and handed it over with a fork. "Good choice. Our specialized flavors go fast. The Pink House supplies a limited number of them to us." Cora paused, realizing Hannah likely had baked this cake. Pulling out her wallet, Cora managed a smile. "I'm glad you had a piece left. Today's my birthday, and this is exactly what I was looking for." "How serendipitous," the woman said, her words reminding Cora that Adelaide had used that same word earlier today. "Happy birthday." "Thank you." She carried her plate to a small table by the window. She lifted her fork, the scent of lemon and sugar rising to meet her. The first bite melted on her tongue, bright, sweet, achingly familiar. For a moment, she could almost hear laughter and the faint clink of glasses, the echo of another birthday in another world. Cora swallowed, the sweetness lingering. It wasn't the same, but it was something. A reminder that joy could still find her, even here, even now. When she finished the last bite, she sat for a moment longer, watching the trolley pass outside. Then she smiled softly to herself. It wasn't the celebration she'd had with Aaron, but her words to her mother rang true. It had been a stellar day. Chapter 10. Over the next several days, Cora settled into a quiet rhythm that felt surprisingly comforting. When she wasn't at Cup of Joe, she was at the library. Adelaide had her sorting through a treasure trove of dusty archives and forgotten donation boxes, handwritten circulation cards from the 1940s, faded Polaroids of summer reading winners, even brittle minutes from long-past board meetings. In the afternoons, she explored GraceTown, wondering if she and Aaron had ever strolled the river walk hand in hand or picnicked on the shores of Color Lake. Maybe they'd even rented a rowboat and kissed while the water lapped against the side of the boat. She bought vegetables at the GraceTown Farmers Market and felt a pang when she saw the sign announcing the final week of the season. Faces were becoming familiar now. The pink-haired teen at the bakery, the grumpy man who fed pigeons outside the antique store. It wasn't much, but it was starting to feel like something. So when a flyer posted at the coffee shop caught her eye, a notice for the Founders' Day celebration, complete with food trucks, local music, and a public forum on the town's proposed development plans, Cora didn't hesitate. She was beginning to understand. You couldn't rewrite the past, but you could show up for the present. Saturday brought gorgeous weather, the kind of crisp, golden morning that made GraceTown feel like a postcard come to life. After opting for casual clothing, dark-washed jeans, a soft cable-knit sweater, and ankle boots, Cora stopped by the library first, hoping to finish her work in time to catch the Founders' Day activities downtown. She paused outside, her fingers tracing the engraved date on the building's cornerstone. The celebration might be about the town's history, but standing there, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was somehow a part of it now. Once inside, she expected to dive into another batch of brittle papers, but Adelaide practically shooed her out the door. "Enjoy your day," she said, waving a hand, her smile carrying that secretive glimmer Cora was beginning to recognize. Stories are waiting to be found, some outside these walls. It was the kind of remark that lingered, half riddle and half blessing. Still, as Cora strolled alone toward the river walk, she found herself wishing she'd asked Adelaide to come along. The woman never mentioned family, never spoke of plans. Even if she'd declined, it would have been kind to offer. Next time, Cora told herself, adjusting her bag as the sound of laughter drifted from the town square. Next time I'll ask. When she turned the corner, she saw that Main Street had transformed into a living scrapbook. Old photographs and yellowed newspaper clippings lined the booths, and the air buzzed with the easy hum of neighbors trading stories about the town's beginnings. Children darted between tables while the scent of apple fritters and kettle corn mingled with the crisp October air. The sights and sounds in the historic district stirred something she couldn't quite name. Just days ago, she'd brushed the dust from a 1961 Founders' Day program in the archives. Now, here she was, walking through the program's modern echo. Different faces, same heartbeat. Cora had been to her share of celebrations, and this one had all the hallmarks of autumn in GraceTown. Vendor carts serving apple fritters and wood-fired pizza, coffee stalls tucked between craft booths and clusters of people in plaid and denim jackets, sipping cider or chai from paper cups while leaves skittered across the pavement. A crowd was gathering near a canvas tent pitched just beyond the main green. Its edges were staked into the soft earth, and a hand-painted sign above the entrance read, "Tales of GraceTown. Stories to Remember." Cora felt drawn in, the cadence of an older man's voice, rough-edged but warm, pulling her closer. She slipped onto an empty folding chair near the back. "Didn't hear the thunder at first," the man was saying, his voice like flannel worn smooth with time. A storm had been brewing all day. It was that boom of thunder that shook the ground that got our attention. Cora leaned forward. Lightning had hit the library just down from where I lived. Thankfully, it was closed. Fire followed fast. I watched it all. It was like watching an old friend collapse. A murmur rippled through the listeners. Cora's chest tightened. They said everything was lost, but it wasn't. Not entirely. The man shook his head. No, siree. There were 2 teenage girls, best friends, hurrying home in an attempt to beat the rain. One worked at the library to shelve books after school. They saw the smoke, and without thinking, ran in. Gasps rose from the front row. They had just minutes and didn't waste them. They grabbed what they could, a register book, a box of card catalogs, old ledgers tied with string, and one small crate marked the precious ones. First editions, hand-signed copies, a poetry book someone's mother had donated decades earlier. He paused, letting the weight of the story settle. People said they were foolish, reckless. Maybe they were. But what was in that small box, those records, were part of this town's history. I'm sure some of those pages are brittle now, stored away somewhere and seldom touched. But they're still here. Even if they weren't. His voice softened. I think it's important to remember that when our world feels burned to the ground, we've still got what we need in us to begin again. Silence followed, deep and reverent. Cora pictured the girls, soot on their faces, arms wrapped around stories no one else had had time to save. Their names are burned into my memory, the man went on. Even thought all this happened 30 years ago. I remember their courage, and this is the kind of community where stories like these don't die. Cora stayed in her seat long after the applause faded. The hum of the festival returned, laughter from the pie-eating contest, the strum of a guitar from the main stage, but the old man's words lingered like a thread tugging at something inside her. She thought of the back room at the library, the boxes stacked unevenly, the files Adelaide guarded with such care. She hadn't thought to ask where they'd come from. Were those the boxes that had been rescued from the fire at the other branch? Maybe those ledgers and fragile pages weren't forgotten after all. Maybe they were waiting for someone who understood their worth, someone like her. Cora stood, brushing dust from her jeans. As she stepped into the sunlight, something warm swelled in her chest, not unlike the feeling she'd had the first time she was handed her own library card. Not everything in her life made sense lately, but some things didn't need explaining. Some things just fit. She let the warmth settle in her bones as she moved toward the music and color of the square, wondering what else this town she'd once called home might have in store for her. The sun warmed Cora's face as she meandered through the festival, the scent of kettle corn and cut grass twining in the late afternoon air. She offered smiles like tossed confetti, small, deliberate acts of connection. Not flashy, but real. Just enough to say, "I see you. I'm open." It was a habit born from years of starting over. She'd been the new girl more times than she could count, her life marked by half-filled yearbooks and birthdays, celebrated in towns with names she'd barely learned to spell. She'd learned the unspoken rules of reinvention early, how to read a room, how to offer warmth without assuming it would be returned, and most of all, the need to reach out first. She was still working on that one. GraceTown might be hers for only a season, but that didn't mean her time here couldn't be meaningful. Drawn by a soft murmur of voices, she stepped into a nearby tent, trimmed in bunting, and crowned with a hand-painted sign that read, "Remarkable Women of GraceTown." Inside, 3 walls were lined with long tables draped in linen and covered with displays of vintage photos, newspaper clippings, and easel-backed biographies. The air smelled faintly of waxed paper and old ink. Each table felt like a chapter in a living book. She slowed, falling into step behind 2 young women discussing cold brew and TikTok. Behind her, a couple moved at an easy pace, murmuring thoughtfully to each other as they studied the exhibits. Then, as if her breath knew before her eyes did, Cora stopped. A photograph of the angel statue she'd passed yesterday filled one of the center panels. She stepped closer, drawn by the grace etched into the sculpture's face. It was called Angel of GraceTown. A placard below the photo read, "You blessed us with your loving hands in our hour of need. We will remember you always." The text told of an unnamed woman who, during the 1918 influenza epidemic, had gone door to door to care for the sick, risking her own life to offer hope. When the crisis passed, she vanished. No fanfare, no family to claim her memory. No one knew where she'd gone, only that her kindness had outlasted her name. A lump rose in Cora's throat. She pressed a hand to her chest. "What a beautiful legacy," she murmured, unaware she'd spoken until someone beside her answered. "We think so, too." Cora turned to find a woman about her own age, with deep brown eyes and a smile full of warmth. A man stood just behind her, his posture relaxed, his eyes kind. "You look familiar," the woman said, tilting her head slightly. Cora started to shake her head, then realized with a jolt that this was the couple she and Aaron had entertained in that other life. Jenna and Daniel, friends, close friends. Her stomach fluttered. She forced a soft laugh. "I'm not from around here." The woman brightened. "Oh, are you visiting for Founders Day? I'm part of the committee. I'm Jenna, and this is my husband, Daniel. We've been hoping to draw people to town from all over." "Not exactly visiting," Cora said. "I'm house-sitting for a couple of months while the homeowners are in Europe." Time was ticking by. She had to ask. This might be her only chance. Fighting not to sound desperate, she plunged ahead. "This may sound strange, but I used to know someone from GraceTown. His name was Aaron. I can't recall his last name, but I remember he mentioned his good friends Daniel and Jenna. Could that be you?" Jenna's brows knit briefly before smoothing. "Afraid not." She glanced at her husband, and Cora's heart sank when he shook his head. "We don't know any Aarons." "Sorry," Daniel added, his voice kind. "Does he still live around here?" Cora was saved from answering by loud laughter from the corner of the tent that momentarily captured everyone's attention. "What did you say your name was?" Jenna asked when they turned back toward one another. "Cora," she said. Cora Summerbell. At her name, Daniel's expression sharpened with recognition. Wait, any chance you're related to Lenora Summerbell? He gestured toward a nearby board. She is a relative, Cora said carefully, moving toward the display he'd indicated, though I'm not sure of the exact connection. The photograph there, framed by a faded floral border, showed Lenora Summerbell, her dark hair swept back, her green eyes steady and unflinching. She didn't just look directly at the camera, but she seemed to see through it. Lenora Summerbell, 1882 to 1978, said the label under the photo. Lifelong librarian, mentor, founding member of the GraceTown Readers Guild. She believed in the transformative power of story and often said, "Books are how we remember who we are." The words settled over Cora like soft rain. Her gaze lingered on the photo, a flicker of something rising in her chest. Recognition? Longing? "You really look like her," Jenna said, awe in her tone. "It's not just the eyes. There's a stillness about you, the same quiet gravity." "Uncanny," Daniel added, grinning. "Even the chin. You both tilt it like you're about to ask a really good question." Jenna laughed. "We're not usually this creepy with strangers, I promise." Daniel's grin deepened. "She means we try." "I feel honored to be connected to Lenora," Cora said softly. Jenna's smile warmed. "It's a beautiful legacy to share." Cora's throat tightened. Her past seemed filled with blank spaces and unfinished stories, a puzzle missing too many pieces. But here, something clicked into place. She wasn't sure she believed in fate, but something about this moment, standing in GraceTown looking into the eyes of a woman who'd shaped the town's soul, felt meant to be, as did meeting Jenna and Daniel. It appeared they didn't know Aaron in this life. Was that because their connection had originally been through her? Or maybe, without her, Aaron had left GraceTown altogether. Toward the end of the row, a banner fluttered over a display titled, "More Remarkable Women of GraceTown." Black and white photographs lined the boards. Teachers, nurses, librarians, shopkeepers, all with the same determined light in their eyes. A handwritten sign beneath them read, "Ordinary Women. Extraordinary Impact." The words lingered long after she stepped away. Her head spun with possibilities as she drifted back into the sunlight, the festival music and laughter rising around her like the pulse of a story still being written. At the far end of the square, a small stage had been set up for community announcements. A banner overhead read, "Volunteers, the Heart of GraceTown." Cora joined the cluster of onlookers as a speaker, thanked local groups for their efforts. The literacy program, the food pantry, the paint-a-thon that brightened porches and fences across the community. When a clipboard made its way down her row, she hesitated only a moment before writing her name. Later, Cora paused before an arch near the center of the square, its frame draped in fluttering ribbons. A wooden sign overhead read, "Voices of GraceTown." Each strip of fabric carried someone's words. My first kiss under the bandstand. The sound of church bells on Sunday mornings. A sunrise that made me stay. A volunteer smiled and offered her a pen. Write a memory, or a hope, something that ties you to GraceTown. Cora nodded, but the ribbon felt heavier than she'd expected, like it was asking for more than she was ready to give. What truly tied her here? "You're overthinking it." She turned, startled, then relaxed when she saw him. He stood beside her, hands in his jeans pockets, eyes glinting with quiet amusement. "You have a tell," he said. "That little crease between your eyebrows." Cora huffed out a breath, both flustered and oddly warmed. "Well, great. I'll try to be less obvious next time." "No need." His gaze lingered on her. "Makes you look like you're solving the world's problems." "I'm just not sure what to write." Eli's eyes swept over the arch, the fluttering bits of other people's lives. "GraceTown doesn't care where your story began," he said. "If you add even a line to its pages, it becomes part of you, no matter where you go. You, Eli, have the soul of a poet." He chuckled. "Don't tell my construction crew. Ruins the mystique." Cora smiled, uncapped the pen, and wrote on the ribbon, "Living the life that's meant to be mine." Eli tilted his head, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. "That's a bit cryptic, but it'll do." Together they tied the ribbon to the arch, the fabric fluttering in the breeze. It felt like a quiet communion of ink and hope. "Heading anywhere in particular?" he asked. "Just wandering." She glanced around, the sounds of laughter and music curling through the air. "Where are your friends?" "I came alone." He shrugged lightly. "They're not into history." "Sad for them." "Exactly." His grin flashed, quick and boyish. "Houston Ford has a vintage car display near the old train depot, Model Ts to Mustangs. Perfect if you like cars, chrome and nostalgia." Cora's smile tugged up. "I like stories," she said, "and I have a feeling every one of those cars has one." "Then come on." His voice held an easy invitation. "Let's go chase a few." Cora fell into step beside him, the ribbons fluttering behind them, one of them now holding her words and her hope. The scent of kettle corn still clung to her coat as Cora made her way home, the buzz of the festival fading behind her like the soft closing notes of a song. Eli had offered her a ride home, but she'd chosen to walk. There was too much to think about, too much she wasn't quite ready to let go of. Inside, the house was quiet, but instead of empty, it felt companionable, as if it had been waiting for her. Tomorrow would bring more boxes to go through at the library, more dust, more questions, but tonight, there was only stillness and the faint, certain feeling of a page about to be turned. Chapter 11. The following Saturday found Cora standing in front of a small home badly in need of paint. When she'd been contacted, she'd been told this would likely be the last paint-a-thon project of the year, since winter was closing in fast. What did it say about her, she wondered, that for a second she'd almost said Saturday wouldn't work, even though she already had the day off from Cup of Joe? "This home's all prepped and ready," said Charlie Rogan, a lanky man in a sun-faded Orioles cap who'd introduced himself as the site supervisor. "Earlier in the week, a crew came by to power wash, scrape, and sand. Your job's the fun part, rolling and brushing fresh paint. Make this house smile again." "Are we priming first?" asked the man standing next to her. "Good question, Todd." Charlie nodded. "We've already spot-primed the bare wood. You're good to go." Todd and a few others, armed with rollers, were assigned to the sides of the house. Cora was pointed toward the porch, where brushes and a can of paint waited like old friends. She eyed the intricate railing, spindles upon spindles of freshly sanded wood. "I'm not sure I'll finish this by dinner time," she said with a wry smile. Charlie chuckled. "You've got backup. They're just, here they come now." A cheerful voice called out, "Better late than never, right?" Cora turned. A couple were walking up the path, paintbrushes tucked under their arms, the woman's sun hat askew, the man's easy smile warming the morning air. "I thought we were supposed to be on Ash Street," the man said sheepishly. "Should have checked the email twice." "We're just glad you're here," Charlie said, gesturing toward Cora. "You three are on porch detail." He opened his mouth to do introductions, but he was interrupted by the sound of a crash from the back of the house. It didn't matter. Cora already knew them, or at least recognized the woman. She'd gone into Timeless Treasures, an antique store in the historic district, a couple of times when something in the window had caught her eye. Now that she knew with whom she'd be working, her smile came fast, automatic. "I'm so glad it's you. It's nice to be paired with someone I know." She stopped short as confusion flickered across Sophie's face. "I mean..." Cora recovered quickly, laughter softening the moment. "I've been in your store a few times. I feel like I know you." Sophie relaxed, offering her hand. "Well, I'm Sophie. This is my husband, Joe." "Cora Summerbell," she said. "Nice to meet you. Officially." "Are you new to GraceTown, Cora?" Joe asked. "Or a lifer like my wife here?" "You've lived here your whole life?" Cora asked Sophie, doing her best to tamp down a wave of wistfulness. "I have," Sophie said, unwrapping a new paintbrush. "What about you?" "I'm just here for a couple of months. House sitting. I'm glad you've been in town for all the fall events. Nobody does autumn like GraceTown. Even the trees get into the act and put on a show," Sophie said, gesturing with the brush. Around them, maples blazed crimson and gold, their leaves catching sunlight like bits of stained glass. "It's beautiful here." Cora bent to pry open the paint can with a putty knife, letting her hair fall forward to hide her face. She told herself Ohio was beautiful too, but would it have the same pull, the quiet rightness she felt here? The three of them settled into an easy rhythm, Cora and Sophie painting the spindles, Joe working on the rail tops. The October sun warmed her shoulders, but inside, Cora still felt hollow. A few minutes passed in silence before Sophie spoke again. "Other than beautiful," she teased lightly, "what do you think of our little community?" Cora smiled faintly. "It feels alive somehow, like everyone's connected by invisible threads." Sophie nodded. "That's GraceTown. You can leave for a while, but it never really leaves you." Cora almost said that the town had a soul, a heartbeat, a sense of place she hadn't known she was missing, one she could almost call home. Sophie dipped her brush into the tray of paint, a teasing smile curving her lips. "Better be careful. You might end up loving it so much you won't want to leave. This place has a way of pulling people in. If only you knew," Cora thought. "It feels like somewhere a person could belong." Sophie's smile softened. "Then maybe you're meant to be here." Cora blinked hard, lowering her head as if studying a stubborn knot in the wood. The ache behind her ribs stirred again, familiar but softer now. "If I'm meant to be here, why did I have to leave in the first place?" They painted in companionable silence for a while, the swish of brushes and the hum of cicadas filling the pauses. Conversation eventually returned, easy and unforced. When Sophie asked about her job, Cora surprised herself by answering honestly about the downsizing in Jacksonville, the lost library position, and the unexpected offer to house sit here. "I'm sorry," Sophie said gently. "That must have been hard." "It was," Cora admitted, "but I think it was the start of something I didn't know I needed." Sophie nodded, her expression soft with understanding. "Sometimes it's the detours that lead us home." Cora's chest tightened again. Only this time, the ache felt different. Less like loss, more like the first glimmer of possibility. Working beside Sophie and Joe, Cora began to wonder if maybe her life here wasn't about what might have been as much as what could be. Maybe it was about building something new even if the blueprint had changed. By the next afternoon, the ache in Cora's shoulders had faded, but the paint-a-thon lingered in her mind. The laughter, the easy rhythm, the way the day had felt like something quietly beginning. Faint traces of paint still clung to the skin of her hands as she reached the library door. Sunday lights slanted through the tall windows, golden and forgiving. The hush felt different today, not empty, but watchful. Sophie's words from yesterday lingered like a refrain. That's GraceTown. You can leave for a while, but it never really leaves you. Cora crossed the main room, trailing her fingers along the oak table. She had lived here once long ago, when her mother had still smiled easily and summers smelled of lilacs. Maybe she'd walked through this very room as a child, clutching a library card and wondering who she might become. Was it only chance that she'd come back, or something larger? Her gaze drifted toward the west corridor where the locked door waited. The memory of the wing shimmered in her mind, light, pages, possibility. Were the books trying to tell her that happiness could take 100 shapes? That love and purpose weren't bound to one path? The thought both comforted and unsettled her. "You're early." Adelaide's voice came from behind her, calm and familiar. Cora turned. "Couldn't stay away, I guess." Adelaide smiled, setting a stack of newly repaired volumes on the counter. For a moment they stood there, sunlight catching the dust motes like flecks of mica. Then Adelaide nodded toward the stacks. "Come on, I found another box for you. Some of the items might surprise you." Adelaide guided her to a side table where a small wooden crate sat open, the scent of old paper rising from it like memory itself. Inside were ledgers, postcards, and bound pamphlets tied with faded ribbon. Cora slipped on a pair of cotton gloves and began to sift carefully through the contents. Most of it was routine. Circulation reports, donor lists, invoices for furniture long since gone. Then her hand stilled on a slim notebook embossed with the initials LS in looping script. Her heart caught. She opened the notebook to the first page, where the name Lenora Summerbell was written in careful ink. The entries were brief, half-thoughts, fragments of reflection, but near the back, a single loose sheet had been tucked between the pages. The paper was brittle at the edges, as though time itself had been holding its breath. Across it, in that same graceful hand, were 5 words. It must be protected always. Cora brushed her fingertips over the faint script. "Protected," she murmured under her breath. "Protected from what?" "Find something interesting?" Adelaide asked without looking up. "Maybe," Cora said slowly. "It's a note. I think it's hers. Lenora Summerbell's." "Ah." Adelaide's smile deepened, quiet but knowing. "Some discoveries arrive before we know what they mean." Cora traced the faded words once more, her pulse steady but strong. It must be protected always. Whatever Lenora meant, Cora could feel its weight, like a whisper threaded through time, waiting for someone to listen. That evening, the words refused to leave her. It must be protected always. Cora repeated them in her mind as she walked home beneath a sky streaked with rose and silver. The air had that soft, expectant chill that always came before rain. Every porch she passed was lit with the faint glow of pumpkins and porch lanterns, small beacons against the gathering dark. Protected. What had Lenora meant by the word "it"? The building itself? The books inside? Or something larger? Something invisible that lived between the shelves and the hearts that loved them? She thought of the wing and its silence, of how its absence had felt almost personal. Maybe that, too, was a kind of protection, keeping her still until she was ready for whatever came next. At home, she set the small folio of papers on the kitchen table. The paper was fragile, the ink faint, yet the weight of it had felt solid in her hand. She imagined Lenora writing those words a century ago, her pen pausing before the final stroke, as if she'd known someone would need the reminder. Cora drew in a long breath, the scent of lilac rising faintly from her skin, and whispered, "I'll protect it. I promise." The vow wasn't only for the library, it was for the woman she was becoming, the one learning that some stories asked not to be rewritten, but to be carried forward. Chapter 12. A late morning Monday lull had settled over Cup of Joe. The espresso machine hissed softly, and the air carried the comforting scents of coffee, cinnamon, and warm pastries. A few customers lingered at corner tables, laptops open, the low hum of conversation steady and companionable. Cora wiped down the counter, lined up the muffins just so, and let herself breathe for the first time in an hour. "Oh, Cora, I'm so glad you're working today." Brooke appeared at the counter with a woman in a tailored navy jacket. "There's someone I want you to meet. Cora Summerbell. This is Vivian Ramsey. Vivian is the director of GraceTown City Libraries. Cora's a displaced librarian looking for work in her field. Is that so? Vivian extended her hand, her silver-streaked bob swinging as she smiled. There was an ease about her, quiet authority wrapped in card catalog charm. We're always looking for good people. Cora shook her hand, her grip cool and sure. Always looking, she thought wryly. That wasn't true. She was a good person with excellent credentials and hadn't even landed an interview. But she only smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I heard you got a job offer in Ohio, Brooke chimed in. I did. Cora folded the towel and set it aside. I have until the end of the month to decide. Vivian's gray eyes sharpened, interest replacing polite curiosity. Well, if you have a minute, I'd love to hear your background. Cora kept it brief. Her degree, her last position, her certifications, all facts already printed on the application she'd submitted before coming to GraceTown. I can fill out another application for you if you'd like. I'll look for your information in our system and let you know if we need anything, Vivian said, her tone unreadable. Before the silence could stretch, Cora asked, What can I get you ladies to drink? I'll try the maple bourbon latte, Vivian decided. Medium. Same, Brooke said, but when Vivian reached for her purse, Brooke stopped her with a light touch. This is a business lunch, my treat. Cora's curiosity flared, but she stayed quiet, punching in the order. Brooke sold our home, Vivian explained. My husband Mick and I are trading yard work for townhouse living. You're going to love it, Brooke said. I already do. Vivian laughed softly. If only the boxes would pack and unpack themselves. Their laughter filled the small shop, blending with the soft hiss of steam. Well, it was good to meet you, Cora. Vivian's gaze turned thoughtful, as if the woman was filing her away for later. Who knows? We may be speaking again very soon. Cora hesitated. She could mention her work at the Carnegie branch. But Shelby, having finished making their lattes, called their names, and the women drifted to the other end of the counter to collect their drinks. The man who'd been standing back patiently stepped forward. You've got a lot of fancy coffee names up there. We do, Cora smiled. Any favorites? I think I'll keep it simple. Black coffee. His grin was quick, unexpectedly boyish compared with the weathered lines of his face. To go? She asked, or to stay? With an inviting lift of her brows, she added, free refills if you stay. Then I'm staying. He leaned toward the bakery case, tapping the glass. And one of those apple cider muffins, the big one. Excellent choice. She reached for a napkin and then recognition clicked. You were at the Founders' Day celebration, Cora said as she pulled down a mug. You told that story about the library. Yes, ma'am. His expression warmed. Roy Lerdahl, you were there? I was. She set the mug of coffee before him, steam curling upward, then selected the heartiest muffin. Still hard to believe it burned down. I'm grateful those girls weren't hurt. Roy nodded, expression softening. Shame what happened. And now they want to build a mini mall on the land. He glanced subtly toward Brooke and Vivian. Cora followed his look. You know Vivian? Roy chuckled. Everybody knows everybody. But yes, I'm acquainted with Vivian and her husband. Mick? Yes, Roy said, lowering his voice as he took his first sip. He's leading the push on the city council for commercial development. Vivian generally supports whatever direction Mick takes. Roy shrugged. I can't blame her, being married to him and all. Plus, he's a big deal in this town. I signed Brooke's petition against the commercial development anyway. Doesn't mean much, but some things are worth standing up for. Something shifted in Cora's chest. Soft, determined. Yes, she said quietly. Some things are. Roy tipped his hat and carried his mug to a window seat. Cora lingered behind the counter, her fingers brushing the worn wood. She wasn't sure why the conversation left her feeling steadier, only that it did. The bell over the door chimed as Vivian stepped out. A moment later, Brooke returned to the counter with the empty cups. "Congrats on the sale," Cora said, offering a small smile. "Thanks." Brooke set the cups down. "Vivian was in such a good mood that I brought up the green space issue. I was hoping to persuade her to talk to her husband, maybe appeal to the historian in her." Cora winced sympathetically. "And?" Brooke sighed, but not dramatically, just a tired exhale. "Vivian agrees with Mick that development is good for the economy." Cora shook her head. "Sure, but development doesn't have to mean a strip mall." "Absolutely agree." Brooke's lips quirked. "I should have led with muffins. People are always more open to compromise when carbs are involved." "Honestly, not a bad strategy." Brooke laughed softly as she headed for the door, leaving Cora alone with the low hum of the espresso machine and the faint clatter of dishes from the back. In that small pocket of stillness, the truth nudged its way in. Unwelcome, but undeniable. Vivian might have said the library was always looking for good people, but Cora didn't hold out much hope that one of those good people would be her, which meant she should accept the Ohio offer. The thought tightened something in her chest. She didn't want to leave GraceTown, but how could she stay? She couldn't even afford a studio apartment on what she made at Cup of Joe. She had to be practical. She wondered if this was what her mother had felt each time another move became necessary. Some transfers had been framed as promotions, but now Cora suspected they'd simply been exits, leaving before wanting hardened into something painful. Adelaide had said that if she and Aaron were meant to find each other again, they would. Cora pressed her lips together. She wished belief were enough to make staying possible. The library was hushed when Cora arrived, the late afternoon sun streaming through the tall windows in molten ribbons. Adelaide stood near the reference desk with her usual unhurried grace, a steaming mug cupped between her hands. "You're early," she said, her gaze warm and perceptive over the rim of her cup. "And something is on your mind." "Should I be concerned that you can read me like a book?" Cora laughed softly. "Because you're right. I have so much to ask you." She hung her jacket over the back of a chair and joined Adelaide at the sorting table. "I met Vivian Ramsey, the library director. I told her I'd submitted my resume." A quiet hum from the overhead lights filled the pause. A leaf brushed against a tall window, its shadow flickering across the table, like a passing thought. Before Cora could start worrying that she'd said too much, Adelaide rested a gentle hand on her forearm. "I have every confidence you'll land where you're meant to be." Cora exhaled, the tension easing, but only a little. Another worry nudged its way forward. "Does Vivian ever—" Cora searched for the right phrasing. "Put pressure on you. About this branch, I mean." A flicker of surprise crossed Adelaide's face before her composure settled back into place. "In what way do you mean?" Cora's words tumbled out, edged with old memories. Back in Jacksonville, the director tracked everything: circulation, attendance, donations. "I don't want me helping out here to cause trouble for you." Adelaide's expression softened, amusement touching her lips. She patted Cora's hand, cool and steady. "Let me worry about that, dear." "That's why you get the big bucks, huh?" Adelaide laughed, softly like pages turning. "Something like that." Cora smiled, comforted by the familiar ease between them. But as she reached for the next box, a faint unease brushed her. Something in Adelaide's tone had felt both reassuring and distant, as if she were speaking from a place beyond the present moment. "One more thing," Cora said after a moment. "At Founders Day, Roy Lerdahl talked about a fire at one of the old library branches." She untied a bundle of papers. Dust rose in a delicate cloud. Inside were old yellow documents, edges curled. One corner looked charred, as if it had been touched by flame. Could some of these have come from the building that burned? Adelaide's gaze drifted over the stack, serene as ever. Some histories outlast the walls that held them, she said quietly. What matters most always finds a way to endure. The words lingered, sinking into the hush, like ink blooming through water. Cora traced a thumb over the blackened edge. The damage was old, decades at least, but something about it felt alive, as though memory still clung to it. No more questions for now, Adelaide said gently. We have work to do. They worked in companionable silence after that. Adelaide hummed a lilting, half-familiar tune that tugged at something Cora couldn't place. When the box was empty, Adelaide gathered the papers into neat stacks. That's enough for today. You've earned a bit of rest. Cora stretched her fingers. Before I go, I'm checking out the possibility wing. I'm hoping it will open for me today. Adelaide's expression softened, something unreadable flickering in her eyes, like lamplight skimming deep water. Not today. Cora's pulse tightened. I think I'll check anyway. Adelaide's lips curved in a small, knowing smile. Of course you will. Down the hallway, the light shifted. Cooler now, dimmer. The brass handle of the possibility wing door was cold beneath her hand. She pressed gently. It didn't move. A sigh escaped her. Adelaide was right again. She rested her palm against the wood for a moment, then stepped back. As she made her way toward the front, the air felt subtly different, colder, laced with a faint metallic tang, like the ghost of smoke after rain. She pulled her cardigan tighter and glanced over her shoulder. Adelaide was still at the sorting table, head bent over the papers, her figure bathed in soft amber light. "See you tomorrow," Cora called. Adelaide looked up and smiled, though her eyes were unreadable. Tomorrow, then. Outside, the wind stirred fallen leaves along the steps, carrying the scent of wood smoke and something older. Cora hesitated, glancing back once. The library stood steady against the fading light, but for a fleeting instant it seemed to shimmer, as if caught between what was and what no longer was. The chill followed her all the way home. Even after she'd turned on the lights and made tea, she couldn't shake the sense that the library was holding its breath, waiting for something, or for someone, to make the next move. Chapter 13. The morning light hadn't yet broken the horizon when Cora arrived at the library. Dew silvered the grass beneath her shoes as she walked with quiet purpose, her breath visible in the chill of early morning. She hadn't planned to come this early, not consciously, but something had tugged her from bed before dawn, a stirring she couldn't name. Inside, the library was hushed and dark, the scent of old paper and lemon polish familiar now, grounding. She moved down the hallway, past the display cases and quiet corners, until she reached the far end where the possibility wing waited. The door stood slightly ajar. She stepped forward, fingers brushing the wood as she nudged the door open. The light inside was soft, almost golden, the way memory sometimes cast a scene. Everything was just as she'd left it. Rows of books lining the curved shelves, the round windows dusted in the early glow of morning, and then she saw it. Volume 1 lay open on the wooden table at the center of the room, its spine resting in a perfect V. Pages fluttering gently in a breeze that shouldn't exist. Compelled, she moved toward it, one foot in front of the other, heart pounding. She hesitated, one hand hovering above the pages, as if she feared that touching them might make the moment disappear. Her fingers trembled as she finally touched the book. The instant she brushed the page, warmth pulsed through her palm like sunlight catching her skin, and then the world shifted. She was standing in a living room, her living room. A lamp glowed in the corner. A blue blanket, the one Penny loved, was folded neatly over the arm of the couch. A toy lion peeked from beneath the coffee table. From the kitchen came the soft hum of the dishwasher and the low notes of a song playing somewhere unseen. And then she saw him. Aaron. He stood at the counter, back to her, sleeves pushed up as he dried a mug. Her throat tightened. Her knees nearly gave out. Adelaide was wrong. Sometimes you could go home again. Aaron. Her voice came out low and hoarse, more breath than sound. She cleared her throat and tried again. Aaron. He turned, mug in hand, and smiled. The warmth in his brown eyes wrapped around her like sunlight after a storm. Hey, sweetheart. She didn't walk. She flew. Crossing the kitchen in 2 steps, she threw her arms around his waist, burying her face against his chest. His scent, soap, citrus, and something purely him, wrapped around her like a balm. He stroked the back of her head, slow and gentle. You still have the softest, silkiest hair, he murmured, as if he told her that every day. Maybe he did. Tears welled as she pressed closer. If she could stay here forever, she would. I love you so much. He tilted her chin up, his thumb brushing her cheek as he met her gaze. I'm glad to hear it, he said, his voice thick with affection. Because I love you too, you mungus. Cora recognized the nonsensical word, Penny's word, and a smile tugged at her lips. Aaron nodded toward the counter where a bottle of her favorite white wine waited beside 2 glasses. Since the kids are down for the night, I thought we could share a glass. Yes, she said softly. I'd love that. But first, I need to run upstairs. I want to kiss Penny and Leo goodnight. He blinked, brow furrowing. Didn't we just do that? After the bedtime story? Maybe they had. Maybe she had. But once wasn't enough. Not tonight. Can you ever have too many kisses? She said lightly. His smile widened. Good point. Then he kissed her. It was meant to be playful, casual. But this was Aaron. Her Aaron. The man she'd thought she might never hold again. She poured everything into that kiss. All the longing, all the love, all the gratitude. Her hands gripped his shoulders, anchoring herself in this miraculous now. When they finally parted, both were breathless. Wow, Aaron said, raking a hand through his hair. Wow. She brushed a kiss across his lips, a promise in the touch. I'll be right back. Don't take too long, he called as she climbed the stairs. I'm already missing you. Her heart felt so full she thought it might burst. Each step carried her higher, lighter, as if love itself lifted her. Penny's room was just off the landing, the door slightly ajar, like the one that had led her here. Her daughter lay curled on her side, hair a dark halo across the pillow, one arm looped around her stuffed kitty. Friends had talked about mother love, but Cora had never truly understood it until now. Looking at her sleeping child, she felt it. So fierce, so tender, it made her ache with wonder. I didn't mean to leave you, she thought. I wanted to stay. I love you so much, sweet girl. The words hovered on her lips but didn't escape. She wouldn't risk waking her princess. Instead, she kissed Penny's cheek and lingered, her hand lightly tracing the small curves of her daughter's fingers before she slipped from the room. Leo's room was pure boy. Bright colors, racetracks looping across the rug, a baseball glove on the dresser. A lion-shaped nightlight cast a soft glow over the bed, where Kong the stuffed gorilla stood guard. Her son lay sprawled under his blanket, blonde hair tousled, one cowlick stubbornly upright. Even in sleep, his brow furrowed before smoothing into a faint smile. Cora's chest tightened. I love you, little man. Never forget that. She pushed a strand of hair from his forehead, holding her breath when he stirred. Relief eased through her when he only sighed and turned his head on the pillow. Leaning down, she pressed a kiss to his cheek, her lips lingering a moment longer than necessary. Then she straightened, her throat tight, and turned toward the door before she did something foolish, like scoop him up and never let go. A soft melancholy followed her down the stairs, the kind that came when joy and sorrow existed in the same breath. But then she saw Aaron waiting on the couch, 2 glasses of wine glinting on the table beside him, his brown eyes warm and steady, his smile drawing her back toward the light. She crossed the room and curled into the familiar space at his side, the quiet between them full of everything that mattered. "Don't you want your wine?" he asked. "This," she said, resting her head against his shoulder, "is what I want most of all." "Someone at work asked how I like being married," Aaron said, his voice casual, the kind that carried in late-night conversations when the world felt safely far away. Cora looked up at him, smiling faintly. "That's a strange question to ask a co-worker." "Not so strange," he said, his arm tightening around her. He knew we just celebrated our 10th anniversary and said he was thinking about proposing to his partner. "And what did you tell him?" Aaron's smile deepened, his brown eyes softening. "That I love being married, because I married my best friend. He couldn't believe it when I told him we've been together since freshman year of high school." He gave a quiet laugh. "I told him that. When it's right, it's right." Her heart gave a little twist. "You've always been the one for me," she said softly. "The only one." "Same," he murmured. "You and I were connected, like the red string of fate." She nodded, remembering the old legend about an invisible thread binding 2 people destined for each other, no matter the distance, no matter the obstacles. "No matter how far apart we are," she whispered, "the thread remains." "Exactly." His tone was quiet, reverent. "I don't know if everything's predestined, but I do believe our lives were meant to intertwine, that we were always meant to find each other." A knot loosened inside her, deep and aching. If the red string of fate truly bound them, then no matter what happened, they would always find their way back to each other, even if I hadn't stayed in GraceTown. She kissed him, slow and reverent. "Even in the darkest night," she whispered, "I'll find my way back to you." The words lingered between them, fragile as light. Then the air changed. The warmth around her thinned, the scent of cedarwood and wine slipping away like breath on glass. One heartbeat, she was nestled in Aaron's arms, the steady rhythm of his pulse beneath her cheek. The next, she was standing alone in the golden quiet of the library. Her knees buckled. She gripped the edge of the table to steady herself, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The soft glow that had filled the wing was gone, replaced by the dim gray of early morning. The book still lay open, but the light had faded from its pages. Tears blurred her vision. She pressed her palms to her cheeks, half expecting to feel the traces of his kiss, the softness of Leo's cowlick, the imprint of Penny's small hand. But it was all memory again, out of reach. And yet, it wasn't gone. Cora looked down at the book. Her name still shimmered faintly on the page. Cora Summerbell. Wife. Mother. She traced the words with trembling fingertips. "I saw them," she whispered. "I held them." Her heart ached, an ache so deep it hollowed her out, but beneath it pulsed something steadier, a quiet knowing, a confidence she hadn't felt when she'd opened her eyes that morning. The red thread between her and Aaron hadn't broken. It couldn't be broken. Not now. Not ever. And though the light had faded from the room, she could still feel its warmth inside her, soft as a promise, strong as love itself. The soft creak of a floorboard behind her was the only warning before Adelaide's voice broke the silence. "I thought I'd find you here." Cora turned, blinking at the older woman standing just inside the doorway, the morning light gilding her silver hair. Her hands were tucked into the sleeves of her cardigan, but her eyes were sharp and knowing. "I got here early," Cora said, her voice still hushed from the weight of what she'd experienced. "I couldn't sleep." Adelaide stepped closer, her gaze sweeping over the room before settling gently on Cora. "Sometimes, when something's pressing on your soul, sleep isn't what you need." The door was open. Cora clenched her hands together. The book was on the table, waiting for me. She swallowed hard. She wanted to tell Adelaide everything, but she didn't know where to begin. "I saw them," she whispered, not bothering to explain who. "I held them." Adelaide crossed to the table and rested her hand lightly on the edge of the open book. "You've touched a thread few people ever do. That kind of connection, it leaves a mark." Cora's throat worked. "You told me that if I'd stayed in GraceTown, that would have been my life. But I didn't stay." Before Adelaide could answer, Cora pressed on. "You said some paths open only once, but you also said the connections that are strong enough to shape us don't vanish. They linger. And sometimes, if we're open, they find their way to us again." She lifted her gaze, voice steadying. "The connection between me and Aaron is unbreakable. A red thread." Her eyes dropped to the book again. Her name, etched at the top of the page, still shimmered in the slanting light. "He was meant to be mine," she said quietly. "I was meant to be his." Adelaide stepped beside her, her expression tender. Sometimes the lines between worlds blur. Sometimes love builds a bridge where reason cannot. "I didn't plan to come this morning," Cora admitted, "but something pulled me here." Adelaide smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling with warmth and just a flicker of mischief. "The library has always had a mind of its own. It knows when it's time." They stood there a moment, the silence between them rich and full. Cora pressed her hand to her chest. Her heart still ached with longing, but beneath it was something else, a quiet certainty. Adelaide touched her arm. "Come. I've put on a fresh pot of tea. I think you need it." Cora nodded, her limbs still heavy with emotion, as she fell into step beside her. They walked in silence, the hush of the library closing around them like a familiar quilt. The faint scents of books and lemon oil floated in the air, grounding her. As they passed the rows of bookshelves, Cora let her fingers trail lightly across a line of spines, the coolness of the bindings a reminder that she was here, now, in this world. And yet, something had shifted. She had seen what might have been. But as Adelaide poured the tea and the morning light shifted across the floor, Cora couldn't shake the sense that change was coming, and that this time it would begin with her. Chapter 14. The next day, though thoughts of Aaron, Penny, and Leo lingered at the edges of her mind, Cora made a determined effort not to dwell on what could have been. Adelaide sat at the far table, a half-finished cup of tea beside her, reading glasses perched low on her nose. She shifted methodically through a stack of faded catalog cards, but her eyes lifted the moment Cora stepped inside. "I have a question for you," Cora began. "I was hoping you'd consider putting in a good word for me with Vivian. Coming from you, that would mean a great deal." Adelaide met her gaze with quiet steadiness. "If I can help in any way, I'd be glad to." Relief softened the tightness in Cora's chest. She offered a grateful smile and turned back to the papers. As she shifted a loose stack aside, her fingers brushed something unexpected, a hardcover book that was worn at the edges. It didn't belong with the archival files. She lifted it, curiosity pricking. "I wonder how this ended up here." Adelaide didn't look up. "Have you opened it?" "Not yet." The spine resisted at first, stiff with age, but with gentle pressure it gave way, and the book split open to reveal a hollowed interior. Nestled inside lay a small leather-bound journal, its edges curled with time. Cora blinked. It's a journal. Carefully, she lifted it from its hiding place and set it on the table. As if guided by unseen hands, the journal fluttered open, settling on a page marked with flowing script. The handwriting was delicate yet sure. Cora read the words aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. "I gave the land freely, but not for forever. Let the ground return to the one who remembers why it matters. A chill traced the back of her neck. She turned the journal slightly, letting the light catch the first page. There, etched in the same elegant script, was a name. Lenora M. Summerbell. Her breath caught. Adelaide, she whispered, eyes fixed on the page. This belonged to Lenora. It's her personal journal. Adelaide stepped forward, her gaze steady, though for the briefest moment something flickered there, gone before Cora could name it. Yes, she said quietly. It opened on its own. To this, Cora whispered. Adelaide rested her hand on the table's edge, her expression turning thoughtful. Lenora had a deep sense of place. She believed the land remembers, that it holds the imprint of every life, every heartbeat that passes through. Cora looked down at the inked lines again. But what land is she talking about? Adelaide didn't answer right away. Instead, she inclined her head toward the stack of documents Cora had been sorting. I think the answers you're looking for are in there. Cora glanced at the papers, suddenly seeing them in a different light. Not as files, but as clues. Threads waiting to be pulled. Something inside her stirred, the part that loved unraveling mysteries, but also the part that longed to understand why this place felt so personal. Why did it keep calling her back? The journal lay open, quiet and patient. Cora brushed her fingertips across the name on the page, Lenora Summerbell. The letters blurred slightly as a shiver passed through her, an almost voice rising from someplace deep inside, whispering that this wasn't an accident. It was an invitation. The journal sat on her kitchen table, its leather cover soft and faintly worn, like something once cherished and then forgotten. Cora traced the edge with her thumb, half expecting the faint hum she'd felt in the library to rise beneath her touch. Nothing. Just the quiet creak of the old house settling and the distant bark of a neighbor's dog. The words she'd read earlier kept circling in her mind. I gave the land freely, but not forever. Let the ground return to the one who remembers why it matters. What land? And why did these words feel like more than history, but like a message meant for her? Her phone buzzed with a text from Brooke. Last-minute invite. Appetizers and drinks at 6 at the Black Apron? Cora hesitated, then smiled. Doing something ordinary sounded exactly right. She slipped the journal into her tote, meaning to study it again later, and texted back her response. I'm in. The Black Apron was quieter than usual for a Wednesday evening. Outside, a soft breeze stirred the cafe's striped awning, while inside, the low murmur of conversation mingled with the clinks of cutlery and a mellow thread of jazz. As Cora stepped through the door, she scanned the softly lit interior. Brooke was already seated at a corner table, phone to her ear and a half-empty iced tea in front of her. She waved, a warm smile blooming across her face. By the time Cora reached the table, Brooke had finished her call. Guess it's just us, Brooke said. Everyone else bailed. Sick kids, meetings, the usual chaos. I don't mind. Cora slid into the chair opposite her, secretly grateful for the quieter company. They each ordered a glass of Pinot Noir and agreed to share a platter of sweet potato fries. The cool wine left a pleasant warmth in Cora's chest. For a while, the conversation wandered. Library events, town news, the upcoming Collister alumni reunion, until Cora set down her glass. I've been thinking about the situation with the green space, she said. It really interests me, and I'd love to help if I can. Brooke's smile softened into something more cautious. She glanced around, lowering her voice. Are you sure? Remember what I told you about Vivian's husband pushing for Sukup's development? Yes, I can see where Vivian is in a tight spot. If you get involved with the protest, you'll be publicly disagreeing with her husband, Brooke said. Sukup donated new computers to all the libraries in the city last year. Hiring a librarian who opposes a major donor? It wouldn't look great. I like Vivian, but she'll want to hire someone who'll make her job easier, not harder. I'm not saying it'd ruin your chances, just that it wouldn't help. I see your point, Cora murmured. I've kept the petition separate from my business, Brooke continued. Made it clear I'm acting as a private citizen. If you really want to help, I could keep your involvement on the down low. Cora nodded, appreciating her tact. Brooke leaned back, lowering her voice again. Did you know Collister College is the trustee for that property? Cora blinked. No, I had no idea. They've had oversight since the estate transferred. My friend in city planning said something in the original documentation, or maybe a clause in the deed, is giving the college pause. They're trying to determine if they even can sell the land. This could be the break you've been hoping for, Cora said, excitement threading through her voice. Brooke nodded, hope flickering in her eyes. It's not public yet, but I'm crossing my fingers. That would be wonderful, Cora said. You know, I never asked where this green space actually is. 5th and Willow, Brooke said, reaching for her wine. The site of the first library in GraceTown. The fry Cora had just eaten lodged in her throat. She took a quick sip of wine to clear it. Do you mean the Carnegie? That's the one. The world tilted. Adelaide, the empty halls, the hush pressing close, as if the air itself were listening. She remembered the faint scent of lilacs where none should be, the flicker of lights that seemed to breathe, the way sound moved differently inside those walls, slower, softer, as if time obeyed its own rules. And Adelaide appearing in one aisle, gone the next, never explaining, only smiling in that knowing way. Cora could almost hear her voice. One person's ghost is another person's memory. The words lingered, comforting and unsettling all at once. It all made sense, yet none of it made sense. Cora's pulse thundered in her ears. She forced a smile, took another sip of wine, and nodded at something Brooke said that she barely processed. What could she possibly tell her? That she'd been working in a library that shouldn't exist? Reading books that seemed to rewrite lives? No, not yet. Not until she understood it herself. She reached for another fry she didn't want, hoping it masked the tremor in her hand. Brooke's voice blurred into the background as she talked about the alumni event, committee updates. Life moved forward as usual. But Cora's thoughts had broken free. As soon as she found an excuse to leave, she was going straight to 5th and Willow. The sky had already deepened to a bruised violet by the time Cora reached 5th and Willow. Street lamps flickered to life one by one, spilling pale light across cracked sidewalks and narrow lawns. Cora's pulse quickened. On her left should have been the vacant lot Brooke had described. A patch of grass and gravel, maybe the ghost of an old foundation. Instead, there it was. The Carnegie. It stood exactly as she knew it. Broad marble steps, carved lintel over the door, tall arched windows catching the last violet wash of dusk. A shiver ran through her. Every instinct said this was impossible, yet here she was. Cora pulled to the curb and shut off the engine. For a long moment she sat with both hands wrapped around the steering wheel, staring at the faint glow of the upper windows. "It's still here," she whispered. "It's real." Her tote rested on the passenger seat, Lenora's journal tucked inside. She slung the strap over her shoulder and climbed out, her footsteps crunching on the gravel walk. The October air smelled faintly of rain and lilacs. Half expecting the door to be locked or to vanish entirely, she reached for the handle. It turned easily beneath her hand. Inside, the familiar hush wrapped around her like breath held too long. Light pooled warm and golden across the marble floor. Lemon oil, old paper, the wing's faint, ever-present hum pressed gently at her senses. Everything was exactly as she remembered. The rows of books, the long sorting table, the charged stillness that seemed to lean toward her. "Adelaide?" she called. Her voice echoed softly in the vast room. A moment later came the quiet scrape of a chair. "I've been expecting you." Adelaide stood near a tall window, serene as always, lamplight catching the silver threads in her hair. She regarded Cora with that same gentle steadiness that was both comforting and unsettling. "I had to see for myself," Cora said, moving closer. "I heard the old library, the Carnegie, burned down years ago and that the land belongs to the college now. So," her voice cracked, "this place shouldn't be here, and yet it is." Adelaide's smile was faint, thoughtful. Some things can't be claimed on paper. Cora swallowed. "Then what is this place?" Adelaide's eyes glimmered, ancient, kind. Perhaps the better question is, why did it find you? A tremor worked through Cora. "I don't know." The truth swelled up, fragile and insistent. "Ever since I found Lenora's journal, I keep thinking about what she wrote, about the land remembering, about what matters. I don't understand it, but I feel like I'm meant to." Adelaide's gaze softened. "Understanding comes in its own time. What matters is you're listening now." For a moment they stood in the amber light, the silence between them almost alive, full of pages waiting to be turned. Cora's voice lowered. "How long has it been here? How long will it stay?" A wistful smile touched Adelaide's mouth. "As long as it's needed. No more. No less." Cora's throat tightened. She wanted to ask whose need, hers, Lenora's, or GraceTown's, but the words caught. Instead, she nodded, memorizing everything, the banister gleaming softly in the light, the curve of the staircase, the warm patience in Adelaide's gaze. "Thank you," she whispered. Adelaide didn't ask for what. She simply touched Cora's arm, a brief, steadying brush of fingers. "Go gently, dear heart." Cora turned toward the door. The library was silent except for the faint rustle of unseen pages, as though the building itself exhaled. Outside, the night air felt cooler, charged, expectant. She paused at the bottom of the steps and looked back. The lights in the upper windows flickered once, like a heartbeat, and then steadied. The Carnegie was still there. "As long as it's needed," Adelaide had said. Cora understood then that the library's story, like every story, would one day reach its final page. All she could do was hope she'd find her part in it before that happened. Chapter 15. That night, after dinner and dishes, Cora tried to read more of Lenora's journal, but the words wouldn't settle. Her mind kept circling back to Collister College, its ivy-covered buildings, the echo of laughter on old stone steps, the life that might have been hers. When she closed the journal, her car keys were already in her hand. She didn't remember reaching for them. She only knew she couldn't stay in her house another minute with the ache growing the way it was. She needed the Carnegie. The moment she stepped inside, the hush wrapped around her, deeper than quiet, as if the building had settled into a watchful stillness. "Good evening," Adelaide said from the desk. She didn't look up, just waved Cora forward as she continued sorting through brittle documents. The rope across the wing was down. The door stood slightly ajar, a spill of warm lamplight cutting across the threshold like an invitation. Cora hurried forward, her pulse skittering as she stepped inside. A book sat on the table, already open, its pages fanned as though she'd stepped into the middle of a conversation she hadn't realized had begun. Her gaze flicked to the shelf. An empty space. The gap was where Volume 1 had been. Cora quickly crossed the room and lowered into the chair, the lamplight pooling softly over the open pages. Her fingers hovered a moment before they brushed the edge of the paper. The words wavered. The air shifted, charged, deepening. And then she was gone. She stood at the kitchen counter, the soft clinks of spoons against cereal bowls behind her, when familiar arms circled her waist, strong, sure, and wrapped in the scent of cedarwood and citrus, the cologne she'd given Aaron last Christmas. "Looks like it's feeding time at the zoo!" Hearing the comment, Penny and Leo growled, and they all laughed. Cora leaned back into him instinctively, her body recognizing the shape of his even before her mind caught up. She turned slightly, just enough for their lips to meet in a tender, lingering kiss. "You can't work from home today?" she asked, already knowing the answer but wishing it weren't so. "I can't," he said, regret softening his voice. "The college insists on my presence today. Hopefully tomorrow." She loved the days when he worked from home. Even when he was buried in research, there was comfort in knowing he was close. Lunch on the deck while the kids played nearby, simple moments that felt like everything. Kids. Her gaze darted toward the table in a sudden rush of panic that eased when she saw them eating oatmeal. Penny and Leo, 5 and 3. And they were hers. Breakfast, she realized with a quiet jolt, was something she had made. Her hands had poured the juice, sliced the strawberries, stirred the oatmeal. The thought brought a smile that seemed to rise from someplace deep and long hidden. "What about you?" Aaron asked, voice low beside her ear. "You mentioned taking this week off before starting your next project." She leaned back against him again, savoring the steady beat of his heart. There was no rush to move, no urge to break the moment. An image from last night flared in her mind, their bodies tangled in moonlight and laughter, a connection that hadn't dulled with time. Desire curled through her now, sudden and warm. "If you've got a few minutes," she murmured, toying with the knot of his tie, "we could head upstairs. I wouldn't mind an encore." Heat sparked in his eyes, but he groaned, shaking his head. "Don't tempt me. I've got a meeting in 30, but I'm holding you to that rain check." She laughed and stepped back, though he caught her back to him for a kiss that curled her toes and scattered every coherent thought. And then, too soon, he was grabbing his briefcase, kissing her cheek and slipping out the door, leaving her with their children. "Mommy?" Penny looked up, eyes bright, a dollop of oatmeal clinging to her chin. "Are we still going to the library today?" Her daughter, with the summer belle green eyes and a heart full of curiosity, watched her expectantly. "Yes," Cora said, heart full. "We wouldn't want to miss story time." She enjoyed being a paralegal. She liked her team, liked the puzzle of language and logic, liked the rhythm of meaningful work that still left room for mornings like this. "I want to bring Kong," Leo announced, scooping oatmeal high and letting it plop dramatically into his bowl. Cora smiled, recognizing the sign that he was officially done eating. "Of course you can. Kong goes where Leo goes." "And I'll bring waffles." Penny shimmied in her seat. "And the books I got last time so I can get more." "Before you run off," Cora said, opening her arms, "how about a group hug to start the day?" She didn't have to ask twice. Two small bodies barreled into her, warm and wriggling, laughter spilling into her chest. Wrapped in their love and trust, Cora felt a contentment so deep it nearly undid her. If there was something better than meaningful work, a husband she adored, and the children who filled her world with laughter, she couldn't imagine it. The library buzzed with the soft chaos of story time. Strollers were lined up near the entrance, tiny shoes kicked off beneath chairs, cheerful voices blending with the rustling of pages. Cora entered with Penny's hand in hers. Leo had Kong beneath one arm. The familiar scent of books and crayons wrapped around her like a hug. "Mommy, there's the rug!" Penny tugged her toward the rainbow carpet where children were gathering in a semicircle. Leo hesitated until a tiny voice chirped. "I brought my monkey, too." Relaxing his grip, Leo turned. "Hi, Oliver." Oliver, a little boy with dark curls spilling into his eyes, made his plush orangutan wave, hello. "Do you and Kong want to sit with Oliver?" Cora asked. Leo nodded, then his brow furrowed. "You're not leaving, right?" "Nope." She knelt to meet his eyes. "I'll be right here." The librarian called for attention and launched into a spirited reading of Big Bear's Big Boat. Penny nestled against Cora's side, Waffles clutched tight. Leo giggled as Kong and Oliver's monkey battled quietly beside them. Cora looked around at the swirl of color, the warm din, and smiled. She wanted to hold on to this, the laughter, the light, the simple magic of being here, with both hands and never let go. After the last story, Cora helped Penny and Leo slip on their sandals. "Can we get a treat before we go home?" Penny asked, bouncing on her toes. "A cookie?" Leo added hopefully, Kong tucked under his arm. "One each," Cora agreed, "and then home for lunch. Deal?" "Deal," they chorused. They strolled to Cozy Crumb Bakery. Warm, sweet air greeted them, sugar and bread and something that smelled like happiness. Penny chose a butterfly sugar cookie drenched in pastel sprinkles. Leo picked a banana Kong cookie, clutching it like a treasure. Napkins in hand, crumbs trailing, they headed back toward the library parking lot. Cora breathed in the breeze, her children's laughter, the warmth of a morning she never wanted to leave. They passed the bench outside the library, a bench she'd walked by a dozen times, and Cora slowed. Something shifted. Not the wind, not the weather. A pull, a vibration deep in her chest, an old knowing hum turning its gaze toward her. She stopped. Her breath caught. "I don't want to go," she whispered. She hadn't meant to say it aloud. Penny looked up in mid-bite. "Where are we going, Mommy?" Cora's hand hovered above her tote. Her fingers trembled. "I hope." "Nowhere," she murmured. But the ache bloomed. The pull tightened. The air gathered around her like a breath drawn and held. Tears blurred her vision. No, 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 please, not yet. She wasn't ready to leave Aaron, or Penny, or Leo, or this beautiful, ordinary, extraordinary life. But even as she clutched the moment, it slipped. And she couldn't stop it. The sunlight vanished. The scent of sugar and bananas disappeared. One heartbeat, she was reaching for Leo's hand. The next, she stood in the still, dust-laced hush of the possibility wing. Cora gasped. Her tote slipped from her shoulder and thudded softly to the floor. The table where the book had rested now sat empty. The stained glass windows still cast their kaleidoscope of soft colors across the stone, but everything felt wrong. No children's laughter, no breeze, no Aaron, no Penny, no Leo. Only silence. Thick and unrelenting, pressing in from all sides. "Welcome back," came a voice from the far side of the room. Cora turned, her heart still hammering against the rib cage that moments ago had held her children's laughter. Adelaide stood near the shelves, her hands folded loosely in front of her, her expression unreadable. "I didn't want to leave." Cora's breath came in shallow puffs, her voice raw. "I wasn't ready." "No one ever is." Adelaide's tone held something gentler than pity, but heavier than understanding. Cora took a stumbling step forward. "They were real." Her voice broke. "I didn't think the book would open again, I hoped, but it had been so long." Adelaide waited. "I love them," Cora whispered. "Aaron, the kids. Penny has this orange cat she calls Waffles. Leo never goes anywhere without Kong." She pressed trembling fingers to her mouth. "How do I know all that? Why does my heart feel like it's being torn out right now if none of it is real?" Adelaide's gaze softened. "You remember what you've lived." "But I didn't live it," Cora insisted, her throat tight. "Not here, not in this life." A long silence fell between them, not empty but full of something old and listening. "Some lives," Adelaide said quietly. "Stay with us." even the ones we don't get to keep. Cora's eyes burned. She turned toward the shelf as though the book might have reappeared, waiting to take her back. It wasn't there. "I want to go back," she whispered. "Please, I want to go home." Adelaide was silent for a long moment before crossing to her. "If you had stayed in GraceTown, that would have been your life, but you didn't stay." Tears spilled freely down Cora's cheeks. "Then why show me? Why let me fall in love with a life I can't have?" "You chose to look." Adelaide's voice was steady, full of quiet weight. "Sometimes seeing is the beginning of understanding." Cora pressed a trembling hand to her chest. "I don't know if I can go back to a life that feels like it doesn't fit anymore." Adelaide rested a warm hand on her arm. "You've seen other paths, other versions." Cora's breath hitched. Aaron laughing at Big Sal's drifted through her mind. Her own alternate self as a teacher, a paralegal, a mother, all of them real and all of them impossibly out of reach. "I don't understand," Cora said finally, her voice breaking. "I was happy as a paralegal. I was excited to teach. I love being a librarian, but in all those lives but this one, I had Aaron. I don't have him now." Adelaide took a small step closer, but Cora shook her head, backing away. "I need to think," she said hoarsely. Without waiting for a reply, she turned. The door to the wing beckoned. Tall, solid, real, half open, as though it had been waiting. "Cora," Adelaide said softly. But Cora didn't turn. Her footsteps echoed as she crossed the threshold, her vision still blurred with grief. Behind her, the wing exhaled, a soft rustle of settling pages. She kept walking. She was done with being shown other lives. It was time, terrifying as it was, to figure out her current life. Yet even as she stepped out into the corridor, a familiar thread tugged deep inside her, gentle, unseen, leading her forward. Chapter 16. The week after the incident in the Possibility Wing blurred into long shifts at Cup of Joe. Shelby was out sick, Dory had a new hire to train, and Cora floated wherever she was needed. By the time she closed each night, exhaustion numbed the ache she'd carried home from the library. When the night of the alumni reunion finally arrived, she almost stayed home. Almost. But the thought that she might, just might, find Aaron again pushed her into the russet dress she'd bought months ago and never worn. The Collister College quad glowed under strings of white lights. Laughter drifted like warm music over the brick paths, mingling with the scent of mulled cider and wood smoke. The fountain shimmered in the center of it all, yellow flowers in blue pots circling its base. Cora paused at the edge of the courtyard, nerves fluttering beneath her ribs. This didn't feel like her world, and yet she couldn't walk away. She eased into the crowd, offering polite smiles, trying to ignore how everyone seemed to recognize everyone else but her. Then she saw him, tall, broad-shouldered, dark hair catching the light. Her breath stopped. She moved toward him before she could think, but when he turned, the eyes that met hers weren't Aaron's. They were friendly eyes above a warm smile, but wrong. "I'm sorry," she breathed. "I thought you were someone else." "I get that a lot." The man extended a hand. "Tom Hastings." She took it, grateful he made the moment easy. Cora Summerbell. Tom's grin warmed. "Funny thing, there is a guy here I used to get confused with. Looks kind of like me, but taller. Dark hair. I spoke with him a few minutes ago." Her heart thudded. "Really?" "His name isn't Aaron, though. It's Evan. Evan Graham." Evan Graham. The name didn't sit right in her chest. Familiar in shape, wrong in color. She tucked the unsettling note away and thanked him. By the time she reached the wine station and accepted a glass from a passing waiter, she almost had her breathing under control again. Almost. When she glanced across the courtyard a moment later, she froze. There he was again. Same height, same dark hair, standing near the fountain beneath the shifting gold lights. Not the pale shirt from before, now a navy sports coat. But it was him. It was him. Cora's smile trembled as she approached, carefully, casually, as though she wasn't walking toward the fulcrum of 2 lifetimes. "Nice night," she said when she reached him. It was a terrible opening line. She didn't care. He turned, and his smile. Oh, God, it was him. The crinkle at the corner of his eye, the warm brown gaze, the faint mole beneath his left ear. Everything inside her lurched toward him. "The planning committee lucked out," he said. "Weather this time of year is unpredictable." She could barely breathe. Then he hesitated, just a beat. His gaze held hers, as if something tugged at him too. "I'm sorry," he said gently. "I don't recall your name. I'm Evan Graham." There it was, the name that didn't fit, the name that wasn't his. Names didn't shift between lives. Or did they? She had been Cora in every version she'd seen. Everyone else had been themselves. Always. So why would he be different? Unless he wasn't Aaron at all. Unless he was simply a man who looked like him. Her heart recoiled at the thought, because the pull she felt right now, sharp, electric, unmistakable, didn't belong to a stranger. She wet her lips, forcing her voice to steady. "I'm Cora," she said. "Cora Summerbell." Someone called Evan's name, and he lifted a hand in acknowledgement. The moment trembled, fragile and already slipping. "What have you been doing since graduation, Evan?" she asked, clinging to the conversation like a lifeline. "I'm an attorney," he said, "in Collister's legal department." "I'm a librarian," she said. "New to the area again. Sort of." Before he could ask more, a blonde woman appeared at his side. "Come on, Evan. Kirk wants a picture of the group." He nodded but turned back to Cora before walking away. "Enjoy the evening." She watched him go, her chest tight with everything she hadn't said. Then, just before he reached the crowd, he glanced back. Their eyes met, and something in the air shifted, soft and sure. He didn't remember her, not consciously, but the spark was there. A beginning, or the beginning again. Back in her car, Cora rested her hands on the steering wheel and let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. He'd looked at her, really looked, twice. She hadn't imagined that shift in the air, the quiet jolt, the sense of something opening between them for a single trembling moment. But he hadn't said her name, hadn't done a double take, hadn't asked if they'd met before. And why would he? In this world, they hadn't. Not yet. Still, her hands shook. Her heart felt as though someone had lifted it out, turned it over, and set it gently back inside her. Still raw, still beating. It had been him, Aaron. The same smile, the same warm eyes. The same quiet gravity that had always pulled her in like a tide she couldn't fight. And yet, he'd walked away. Because here, now, in this version of their lives, he didn't know her. Cora leaned back against the headrest, eyes drifting shut. The ache was sharp, unmistakable, but threaded through it, like a filament woven deep into the lining of her soul, was something softer. Hope. That red thread was still there. Not tugging, not pulling, just steady, unbroken. She opened her eyes and stared through the windshield at the soft glow of the courtyard lights. The spot where she'd last seen him was empty now. Only drifting leaves and the murmur of distant laughter remained. "If it's meant to be," she whispered, "it will find a way." Outside, a breeze rustled through the trees, scattering gold across the pavement, and in the quiet that followed, beneath the hum of her car and the soft settling of night, she felt it again. The faintest pull. soft, sure, unseen. The heavy doors groaned open, and the familiar scent of lemon oil and old paper wrapped around Cora like an embrace. Inside, the hush settled instantly, deep, steady, and strangely comforting after the noise of the reunion. Sunlight spilled through the stained glass windows, scattering jeweled colors across the marble floor. Everything looked the same, yet something felt like it had shifted, as if the room held its breath. Adelaide sat at the front desk with a neat fan of documents spread before her. She glanced up, her expression unreadable but not unkind. "You've returned." Cora managed a smile, couldn't stay away. Adelaide's mouth curved faintly. "I never thought you could." No judgment, no explanation, just that quiet certainty she always exuded. Cora made her way toward the back of the library, her steps echoing softly through the vast room. With each footfall, the ache she'd carried since the reunion eased bit by bit. Evan Graham, his eyes, his voice, the way he'd looked at her, drifted to the edges of her mind as the steadier rhythm of this space grounded her. Here, stories didn't shift beneath her feet. Here, something made sense. She slipped into the archive room and exhaled slowly, letting her shoulders loosen. The room smelled of dust, ink, and time. Comforting, dependable, real. She settled at the table and reached for a donation ledger bearing Lenora Somerbell's name. The columns were faded but still remarkably neat. Each line revealed another glimpse of a woman who had believed in libraries the same way other people believed in prayer. A kindred spirit. Cora traced a fingertip down the margin. Beneath the ledger, a brittle sheet caught her eye. Edges browned, a faint scorch mark touching one corner. Lenora's looping script ran across it. "A library is more than a building. It is hope stacked on shelves. I give what little I can so someone else might find a way through." Cora swallowed hard. "Definitely kindred spirits," she murmured. "Did you say something?" Cora looked up. Adelaide stood at the doorway to the archive room. "Just talking to myself," Cora said softly. She reached for the next bundle of correspondence, her gaze landing on an elegant letterhead she recognized immediately. Andrew Carnegie. Her breath caught as she began to read. The language was formal, gracious, thanking Miss Somerbell for her passionate advocacy and pledging a matching donation to build a library in GraceTown on land she was gifting. Cora's heart thudded. Beneath the letter, folded and thin with age, lay the deed itself. Lenora's handwriting stretched across the page. "I give the land freely, but not forever. Let the ground return to the one who remembers why it matters." "Adelaide," she breathed. The tremor in her voice drew the older woman instantly to her side. "Problem?" Adelaide asked quietly. I found the deed." Cora's voice was barely steady. "Lenora owned the land. She gave it specifically for a library." Adelaide looked over the document, serene as always. "Interesting." Cora stared at her. "That's all you're going to say? This is huge." Adelaide met her gaze. "It's almost as if you were meant to come here and find it." Cora blinked. "If that's true, what took so long? I've been searching through these boxes for weeks." "You have," Adelaide said gently, "but you have also been searching yourself for weeks. Caring is not the same as doing, and you only told your friend you wanted to help when you meant it." Cora opened her mouth and closed it. "The library reveals its secrets when the patron is ready to learn them," Adelaide said. "Today was the day you were ready." Emotion surged through Cora, unexpected, humbling. She glanced down at the deed, the ledger, the letter. A quiet certainty settled in her chest, warm and steady. Before she left the archives, Adelaide stacked the documents into a sturdy folio. "Take these with you," she said. "You may need them." "Are you sure?" Cora whispered. They found their way to you for a reason. Cora tucked the folio under her arm. I'll take good care of them. Adelaide smiled, a soft, private thing. I know you will. When Cora stepped outside, she turned to glance back. Adelaide stood in the doorway of the Carnegie, one hand raised in a silent, gentle wave. Light framed her from behind, almost too bright, almost translucent. In that moment, Cora couldn't explain why it felt like a goodbye, only that it did. Chapter 17. Cora wasn't sure what made her get into her car that night and turn toward Willow. Maybe it was boredom, or maybe something quieter, the kind of pull Adelaide had once told her should never be ignored. As she neared the corner, that familiar tug grew stronger. She could almost hear Adelaide's voice again, calm and sure. People find their way here when they need to. Always have. Mist drifted low over the street, softening the glow of the lamps into halos. When she eased the car to the curb and stepped out, the night felt thick, waiting. She crossed the gravel slowly, then stopped. Where the Carnegie had stood, its marble steps, its stained glass windows, its impossible shimmering presence, there was nothing. Just a wide stretch of cracked concrete, a rusted fence, weeds pushing through old pavement like memories refusing to die. Her breath hitched. The library was her sanctuary, Lenora's legacy, gone. Wind tugged at her sweater. Cora folded her arms tight, staring at the hollowed-out space that shouldn't have felt so familiar and yet did. I know what I lived, she whispered. The words tasted fragile, but they were true. The night didn't change. The sky didn't flicker. But something in her steadied. She turned to leave, and then something glinted near the curb. A tiny spark of blue against the gravel. Cora knelt, brushing aside fallen leaves. A shard of stained glass lay there, edges worn by time, a faint tint of cobalt catching the light. She lifted it carefully. For a breath, the air cooled around her, deepening, quieting. The glass warmed against her palm. Cora curled her fingers around it, her pulse thudding once, hard. She slipped the fragment into her pocket and rose. Maybe the library was gone. Maybe it had never belonged to this world for long. But it had been here. She had been here. And whatever came next, she wasn't losing that thread. Not again. The old papers sat in a neat stack on the kitchen table, the pendant light above casting a warm pool across the wood. Fog pressed softly against the windows, the night air cool and unmoving, as if the world held its breath. Cora drew a slow inhale, her gaze drifting to the small shard of blue glass she'd found on Willow. It rested beside her teacup, catching the light in a faint, stubborn glimmer. Proof of what she'd seen, proof that loss didn't erase what had mattered. She turned the deed over, fingertips grazing the faded ink. The script felt alive beneath her touch, deliberate, elegant, full of intention. She mouthed the words softly. Let the ground return to the one who remembers why it matters. A chill ran through her, not fear, but recognition. Next came the donation ledger. Row after row, year after year, Lenora Summerbell had quietly given what she could. Sums that would seem small to some, but were monumental for a woman living simply on principle and pride. A note in the margin caught her eye. Hope begins with a spine and cover, a card catalog, and a willing heart. Cora pressed a hand to her chest. She felt it now, the thread stretching across decades from Lenora's pen to her own pulse. The letter was last. She smoothed the page carefully, as though handling something sacred. Andrew Carnegie's signature gleamed faintly at the bottom, his words formal but warm, acknowledging Lenora's passion and pledging his support. Her breath hitched. The deed, the ledger, the letter, set side by side on the table. They weren't just pieces of history. They were a story asking to be protected, a legacy trying to reach her. Her tea had gone cold, but she didn't notice. Pulling the ledger closer, she jotted quick notes, connections forming, possibilities threading themselves into a plan. How she might explain what a library meant to a town like GraceTown. How history mattered. Why it mattered. Outside, the fog thickened, dimming the moon to a blur. The house was quiet except for the faint whisper of pages beneath her fingers. And as she read, something inside her settled, aligned, awakened. Tomorrow she would start by finding out exactly who had power over this land and how much time she had left to protect it. Cora woke slowly, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her breath warm against the pillow. For a moment she didn't move, just lay in the hush of early morning, letting the remnants of her dream cling to her. Aaron, his hand brushing hers, his laugh, the glow of light filtering between shelves as if the library itself were alive. It hadn't been only a dream, not entirely. The memories settled over her like soft fog, his steady presence at her back, their children's laughter somewhere nearby, the feeling that they were building a life together, something rooted and lasting. Pale morning light crept across the floorboards. A bird called once, twice, then fell silent. The ache in her chest tightened. But it wasn't the hollowed-out kind anymore. This ache came threaded with something gentler, hope, faint but real. Aaron existed. Their future, one she'd glimpsed only briefly, had left its imprint. And now the fight for the library felt tied to all of it. To him, to Lenora, to whatever was still unfolding. Barefoot, she padded into the kitchen. The packet of documents Adelaide had given her sat neatly stacked on the table, waiting. The sight of them sent purpose thrumming through her. Today, she would begin. Because some stories didn't stay buried. Some waited for the right hands to pick them up again. She poured herself a mug of strong coffee and carried it back to the table. What had once been a place for morning toast now looked like a command center with her laptop open beside the folio, holding the deed, the ledger, and the letter. Artifacts she still couldn't fully believe were hers to keep. Before calling Brooke, she needed to understand everything. She opened her laptop and typed, "GraceTown MD Library Fire." Articles flooded the screen, reports of the lightning strike, the blaze, the building's total loss. She clicked through, breath catching as she reached a photo under the third headline. Adelaide stood in the background, silver hair neat, blouse crisply pressed, grief etched deep in her expression. She looked heartbreakingly real as she'd felt when Cora had interacted with her at the Carnegie. Cora scrolled, eyes moving over every line until one phrase froze her: historical records. Her gaze darted to the documents spread before her. The deed, the donation ledger, the letters, all intact, all preserved, all with her. "I shouldn't have these," she whispered. Yet the certainty curled warm and steady inside her. Her returning to GraceTown wasn't a random event. It was meant to be. She saw another headline. This one dated nearly 20 years ago. Librarian and community advocate Adelaide Wren, 86, passed away quietly at home. Cora's breath shattered. No. The words slipped out on a broken exhale. She'd worked beside Adelaide only a day ago, heard her voice, felt her hand on her arm. Tears blurred the screen. She wiped them with her sleeve and kept reading. One of Adelaide's quotes struck like a bell. "I hope that one day, something that serves the community, from the youngest to the oldest, will be built on this site. That way, Lenora Summerbell's dream can live on." Cora pressed a palm hard against her sternum. The ache there deepened, sharpened, transformed. Lenora's dream wasn't gone. Adelaide's hope wasn't gone. Not if she was willing to fight for it. Cora opened her phone with trembling fingers. The hour was early, but not unreasonably so. She typed a text. "Hey, Brooke, when you get a second, I need to talk to you. Something important." Cora hit send. Whatever came next, she was ready. Because for the first time since she'd returned to GraceTown, Cora felt certain of one thing. She was exactly where she was meant to be. The park is amazing. Cora glanced around Bemis Park, which was nestled in Maplewood Village, a neighborhood rich with old homes and even older maple trees. It's like everything's new, she murmured, though something in her chest told her she didn't mean just the park. It is new, Brooke said, following her gaze. Renovated a couple years ago. I thought you'd like it. The boys love it here. She lifted a hand and waved at Theo, who grinned wildly as his brother gave his swing an enthusiastic push. A gust of wind caught the dachshund-shaped balloon and the sword-shaped balloon peeking out of Brooke's oversized tote, sending them wobbling upward like oddly shaped kites. Brooke snagged them with one hand and tucked them back into her bag. Can't have these flying off, crisis averted. With the balloons secured, she turned back to Cora. You said you had something important to discuss. Cora exhaled, rubbing her thumb along the seam of her jeans. She couldn't tell Brooke the whole truth. No one would believe it. Even she barely believed it. Instead, she aimed close enough. I found something tied to my family, the town, and maybe the land's future, Cora said softly, and I want your opinion on what I should do next. Brooke's interest sparked. This sounds intriguing. Before Cora could continue, Brooke jumped to her feet. Nate, Theo, do not walk in front of the swings. Brooke returned with a rueful smile. Sorry, mom reflex. No worries. Cora tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. So, yes, I found some correspondence between Lenora Summerbell, she's a distant ancestor, and some legal documents. There's evidence the land where the old library once stood has a reverter clause. Brooke's brows lifted. Cora continued. Basically, the land was donated with a condition. If it stops being used for its intended purpose, ownership goes back to Lenora, or an heir. What was the condition? Cora hesitated. It's beautifully vague. She indicated, and I quote, I give the land freely, but not forever. Let the ground return to the one who remembers why it matters. Brooke was quiet for a long moment. Then she smiled, slow, certain. That would be you. Cora blinked. Me? You're the one who remembers why it matters. You've done the digging. You've chased down the questions. You found the missing pieces. Brooke squeezed her arm gently. Lenora may not have used your name, but I think she meant you. A breeze stirred overhead, sending a flurry of brittle leaves spinning around them. Cora looked away, blinking fast, the weight and warmth of Brooke's words settling deep inside her. She was the one who remembered why it mattered, which meant the course she'd set last night, every step of it, was hers to follow, all the way to the finish line. Chapter 18. True to her word, Brooke called the next day with the name of the attorney handling the sale of the land at 5th and Willow. Even before Brooke said the lawyer's name, Cora knew, just knew, it would be Evan Graham. She was going to see him again. Not in a dream, not in a book, not in the soft blur of what might have been, but here, in the bright edge of real life. Thankfully, with him involved, she wouldn't have to worry about hostility or stonewalling. Aaron had never been abrupt or dismissive, not in the lives she remembered and not in this one, where her interaction with Evan had been brief but kind. He would listen. He would hear her out. Then he'd share any concerns he had, and they would talk. What she couldn't prepare for, what she had no script for, was the emotional storm waiting for her the moment his eyes met hers across a conference table. Would he recognize that flicker of connection the way she did? Would he feel it too? Had he already felt it? She didn't know, but the thought of seeing him again had adrenaline humming through her veins from the moment Brooke said his name. Now, with tomorrow's meeting approaching, Cora wasn't sure how she was going to make it to 1 o'clock without unraveling. The weekend had been torture. Too much thinking, too little sleep, memories brushing against her like whispers. She'd spent Sunday organizing every document, labeling each file with the meticulous precision of someone trying to control anything she could. By evening, she'd bought a moss green dress, soft and understated, the kind of thing that felt like confidence without trying too hard. She told herself it didn't matter. She didn't quite believe it. By Monday morning, she couldn't eat, not even toast. Her stomach had betrayed her at too many inopportune moments for comfort. Aaron used to joke about it. Feeding time at the Graham Zoo, the kids would growl and they'd all laugh. The memory hit like a stone dropped in deep water. She had to grip the steering wheel as she pulled into the visitor's lot at Collister. Focus, she told herself. This is business, nothing more. She sat for a long moment with her hands braced on the wheel. Deep breaths, in through her nose, out through her mouth. She felt like she was about to walk onto a stage or jump off a cliff. Maybe it was both. Inside, the receptionist led her down a quiet hallway. Cora barely took in the framed photos of Collister's early years. Her heartbeat was too loud in her ears. "In here," the woman said brightly, opening the door to a small, polished conference room. "Mr. Graham will be with you shortly." Cora stepped inside. The room was simple, table, chairs, a pitcher of water. But to her, it vibrated with possibility and risk. She took the seat facing the door, placed her folder on the table, and tried to still her shaking hands. The click of the door latch startled her. She lifted her gaze, and he walked in. Evan entered with quiet confidence, a leather folio tucked under one arm, a charcoal suit softening the lines of his shoulders. But it was his eyes, warm brown, steady, that nearly undid her. He paused when he saw her. Just a breath. But something softened in his expression, like a memory tugging on the edge of his awareness. "Cora," he said, and her name from his mouth felt like a small miracle. "Good to see you." "You too." Her voice was steady. Her heart wasn't. Then, with the faintest smile, he asked, "Did you enjoy the reunion?" "I did," she said, matching his quiet tone. "How about you?" "Good, crowded," he admitted with a wry shrug, "but good." It was ordinary small talk, but the air between them hummed all the same. Evan took the seat across from her, setting his leather folio on the table. Before opening it, he pulled out a business card and set it beside his notes, a small, automatic courtesy he probably didn't even think about. A. Evan Graham was embossed in deep navy. Then he opened the folio. "You mentioned you have documents related to the library land?" "I do." She slid the packet toward him. "And supporting correspondence." He took the deed first, eyes sharpening as he read. Then he reached for the copies. He flipped once, twice, and paused. "These are impressively organized," he murmured. Before she could respond, he brushed a thumb along the labeled tabs, the color-coded flags, the margin notes written in her neat script. "This," he said quietly, "is how librarians organize archival material." Cora blinked. "I am a librarian. Currently unemployed," she said, a small smile touching her lips. "But I've been offered a position in Dayton starting in January." His gaze lifted, warm. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Only then did he return to the documents. A few beats passed in silence, broken only by the sound of him turning pages. "This deed outlines very specific terms. I believe those terms were overlooked in the plan to sell the land." He scanned the page, brow furrowing slightly. "Where did you find this?" She reused the half-truth she'd given Brooke. "My relative, Lenora Summerbell, left breadcrumbs. I followed them and found these." "I see." He nodded, absorbing that. "And the others?" "I brought copies." She met his gaze steadily. The originals are staying with me." He didn't question her. He accepted the copies and continued reading, quiet filling the room. Cora watched him, the focused way he read, the thoughtful pause he always took before speaking. Familiar, so painfully familiar. Finally, he looked up. "At first glance," he said, "this does appear to be a deed with a reverter clause. It gives the land under a condition that must be honored." "I'm not an attorney," Cora said, "but that's what it looks like to me, too." "You're right, and the language is unusually poetic." His brow furrowed. "Let the ground return to the one who remembers why it matters." He looked back to her. "That's remarkable phrasing for a legal document." "It mattered to her," Cora said softly. "To Lenora." His expression gentled at that. "I'd like time to review this more closely," he continued, "and to examine our files. Would it be possible for us to meet again once I've done that?" "Of course." She closed her folder and rose. "My contact information is included. Text or call, whichever is easiest." He stood as well, stepping forward to shake her hand. Her stomach growled, loudly, mortifyingly. Then something in him cracked open. The faintest spark of amusement lit his eyes. Not mockery, not discomfort, recognition, or something very close to it. Heat rushed to her cheeks. "Sorry, I skipped breakfast and lunch." His answering smile was real, warm, familiar. "I haven't eaten yet either," he said. He hesitated, the kind of pause that wasn't uncertainty so much as consideration. "The food trucks are out today. If you'd like, I can walk with you, show you which ones the students swear by." Her breath caught. Was he asking her to lunch? It felt like it. It felt dangerously like it. But she wasn't naive. This could be politeness, professional courtesy, nothing more. Still. "I'd appreciate that," she said softly. He nodded once, almost shyly, and gestured toward the door. Her stomach growled again. This time, they both laughed. "And there they go." Cora offered a wry smile as the last food truck's taillights disappeared around the corner. The quiet that followed felt oddly intimate. Just the two of them, the hum of campus in the background, the faint scent of grilled onions lingering in the air. "I forgot they leave promptly at 1:30. Evan shifted his weight, one hand slipping into his pocket. "There's a little place just off campus, Big Sal's. Nothing fancy, but the food's good." Big Sal's? Cora's smile bloomed before she could stop it. "I love that place." His expression eased into genuine pleasure. "It's a favorite of mine, too." "You know what I really like about it?" "What?" "They give you extra pickles." He laughed, a rich, full sound that carried in the warm autumn air. The tension in her shoulders melted. "I take it you're a fan of pickles." "Any kind, but dill pickles especially." She hesitated, then plunged ahead. "If I'm going there and you're going there, we might as well go together?" Perhaps "go together" wasn't the perfect phrasing. She didn't want him thinking she was coming on too strong. Or did she? "Sure." His smile turned softer, almost conspiratorial. "I'd say lead the way, but it seems we both know where we're headed." Cora stepped inside Big Sal's and was immediately wrapped in the comforting hum of familiarity. It was little more than a hole in the wall tucked between a dry cleaner and a pawn shop. A narrow counter ran the length of one wall, its formica top edged in chrome. Two small tables hugged the opposite side, and the air smelled of frying onions, cracked pepper, and years of stories soaked into the linoleum. Big Sal's booming voice greeted them before his broad frame came into view. He looked older now, his once dark hair gone entirely to silver, his walrus mustache streaked with gray, but his eyes still twinkled like he'd just heard the world's best joke. "Welcome to Big Sal's," he called from behind the counter. "What can I get you?" "Pastrami on rye, extra pickles." Cora said without hesitation. The words came out with the ease of muscle memory. Same for me, Evan added, his tone carrying a faint note of surprise. And a Coke. Iced tea, Cora said quickly, reaching into her bag for her wallet. Her fingers brushed the worn leather, grounding her in the moment. Eat in or to go? Sal asked, wiping his hands on a towel. I'm staying. She glanced at Evan, pulse flickering. I can sit for a few, he replied, his voice steady, unhurried. Cora released the breath she hadn't realized she was holding, the tension loosening in her shoulders. Looks like you two are on the same wavelength, Sal said with a good-natured chuckle. Except for the drinks. Steam hissed from the grill as he turned back to the sizzling meat, the scent of pastrami and toasted rye drifting through the air, warm, savory, achingly familiar. They always had been on the same wavelength, she thought. Grilled cheese on sourdough with thin slices of green apple, BLTs on multigrain with a fried egg and avocado, chicken salad on a croissant, no celery, extra hot sauce. Small preferences that had once fit together as easily as their laughter. Evan's gaze slid to hers, and the corner of his mouth lifted just barely. Looks that way. Something inside her tightened and eased all at once. Bar or table? She asked, her voice quieter now. Outside table? He suggested, tone light but hopeful. Perfect. Sal handed them their drinks, the glass cool against her palm. As they stepped out into the sunlight, the door shut softly behind them, trading the hiss and clatter of the diner for the gentle rustle of leaves and the far-off hum of traffic. The air smelled faintly of rain and possibility. They chose a round metal table near the edge of the sidewalk, its surface cool beneath her hand as she sat. A light breeze tugged at the edges of napkins and carried the faint scent of damp leaves mixed with something sweet from the bakery down the block. Cora took a sip of her iced tea, the glass already beating with condensation. The tea was cold and sharp, with just the right amount of lemon. Across from her, Evan leaned back slightly, the sunlight catching in his hair. For a fleeting moment, she saw the boy he'd once been. The quiet steadiness, the kindness in his eyes, and her chest ached with the memory. The clatter of plates drew her attention as Big Sal himself pushed through the door, balancing a tray stacked high with sandwiches. "Here we go," he announced cheerfully, setting the plates down with a practiced flourish. The scent hit first, warm rye, smoky pastrami, melted Swiss, and the sharp tang of mustard. Sal had added a generous handful of potato chips to each plate. He winked. "Extra pickles, just like you asked." Cora smiled. "You remembered." "Hard to forget someone who orders like they mean it," he said, chuckling as he disappeared back inside. For a moment, all conversation paused. Cora picked up her sandwich, the bread still warm in her hands. The first bite was perfect. Crisp edge, soft middle, flavors layered and familiar. She exhaled, tension leaving her body one slow breath at a time. "This is every bit as good as I remember," she said, voice soft but sure. Evan smiled over the rim of his Coke, the fizz crackling faintly in the quiet. Some things don't change. Her lips curved, a trace of sadness behind the smile. Maybe the best things aren't supposed to. The words hung between them, light, easy, but layered with meaning neither of them touched. Evan cleared his throat, looking down at his sandwich. "How long have you been in GraceTown?" 2 months. Cora set her glass down, tracing a finger through the ring of condensation it had left on the table. "I agreed to house sit for a couple. She's a professor here, Lisa Franken." Evan nodded thoughtfully. "I know who she is, though we've never met." "I don't know her and her husband at all," Cora admitted with a small laugh. "Not really." As they ate, she told him about how the couple's original house-sitting plans had fallen through and how a former co-worker of Cora's from the Jacksonville Library had connected her with the opportunity. "So you just packed up and came to a new town to house-sit?" he asked, half incredulous, half impressed. It's not really a new town to me, she said softly. I was born here, lived here until I was 6. He paused in mid-bite, studying her face. Then your roots are here. He meant her Summerbell roots, her tie to Lenora. But now, when Cora thought of roots, she also thought of him, of Penny and Leo, of what might have been. Yes, she murmured, lifting her tea again. You could say my roots run deep. You mentioned a library position? She smiled faintly. In Ohio, I have until the end of the month to accept the position, but I'm almost sure I'll accept it, unless something opens up here. She crossed her fingers and grinned, a spark of her old self surfacing. His answering smile was genuine, almost fond. In the meantime, she went on, I'm working part-time at Cup of Joe. She hesitated, then added with a teasing lilt, You should stop in. City coffee may be closer, but there's something to be said for variety. He laughed quietly, the sound low and warm. I'll keep that in mind. For a moment, the conversation slipped into an easy rhythm. The clink of their glasses, the soft crunch of chips, the occasional shared glance that felt both familiar and new. Then he spoke again, his tone turning casual, but only on the surface. Are you anticipating any proceeds from Lenora's estate? I only ask because... Cora straightened, the warmth in her chest tightening into something sharper. I didn't come to you because I want money, she said, her voice firmer than she'd intended. I came to make sure Lenora's wishes are followed. Evan blinked, setting his sandwich down, palms lifting slightly in apology. Whoa, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry if it came across wrong. What did you mean? Her gaze locked on his, and just like that long-ago day in that lecture hall, she found herself caught by the warm brown of his eyes, the steadiness that had always undone her. Everything okay out here? Sal's voice broke the moment. Everything's fine, Cora said quickly. All good, Evan echoed, clearing his throat. He picked up his drink. What I meant was, it's understandable to assume money might be involved, but in this case, it comes down to who Collister can sell the land to and under what stipulations. You don't want me counting on a windfall, she said, her tone gentling. Relief softened his expression. Exactly. I don't expect any. She reached for a dill spear, the crisp snap cutting through the tension. My only goal is to make sure Lenora's wishes for the land are met. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The breeze shifted, stirring napkins and carrying the faint clang of a loose street sign down the block. Cora finished her tea, the glass cool and slick in her hand, and set it beside her empty plate. Evan did the same with his Coke, his expression thoughtful but no longer guarded. When they stood, their chairs scraped softly against the pavement. The afternoon light had deepened into gold, pooling across the sidewalk and catching on the wet leaves that speckled the street. Together, they headed back toward campus, their strides finding an easy rhythm that felt inevitable somehow. Neither spoke for several minutes. The silence between them wasn't awkward. It was thoughtful, weighted with everything said and unsaid. A truck rumbled past, the sound fading as quickly as it came. The easy clatter and low hum of Big Sal's slipped behind them, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the quiet rhythm of their steps along the sidewalk. Something unspoken lingered, familiar yet new, tentative but real. I'll let you know what I find out, Evan said finally as they reached the corner. His voice was calm, professional, but beneath it she heard something quieter, something almost hopeful. About the deed. Cora nodded, her satchel slipping over one shoulder. I'd appreciate that. My contact information is with the papers. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. He paused, meeting her gaze. It was good seeing you again. The way he said again caught her off guard. Gentle, like he meant it. You too, she said softly. For a moment, neither moved. Then Evan smiled, small, genuine, and turned up the sidewalk that led toward the administration building, sunlight brushing his shoulders. Cora watched him go, her pulse still uneven, her heart thrumming with the quiet certainty that this wasn't the end of their story. Something in her chest felt lighter, steadier, like a thread that had frayed was quietly knotting itself back together. The deed hadn't just fallen into her hands, and neither, she suspected, had Evan. Chapter 19. Cora quickly discovered that spending time with Evan yesterday had only made it harder to be without him today, especially with no work from Adelaide or at Cup of Joe to keep her occupied. She spent the morning researching, starting with Vivian Ramsey and moving on to Larry Sukup. Becoming more familiar with the landscape and the players felt like a prudent move, and for now, she had the time. Vivian, she discovered, had been director of the GraceTown City Libraries for the past 6 years. She'd been selected from a short list of candidates submitted to the mayor, and one article Cora read noted she'd received overwhelming city council approval after the mayor's appointment. Vivian struck her as competent, polished, and articulate, someone who understood both the challenges and the potential of modern libraries, digital integration, inclusive programming, community partnerships. Cora found herself nodding along, but when she had been asked by a reporter about the land on Willow specifically and her husband's support of the Sukup development, Vivian's response had been notably careful. GraceTown is blessed with an abundance of city libraries, more than enough to meet the needs of our citizens. The phrasing bothered Cora like a stone in her shoe. Maybe that area didn't need another library, but did it need a strip mall disguised as progress? A development that would swallow history whole? Under different circumstances, Cora might have considered Vivian a kindred spirit, a fellow believer in access to knowledge and community connection. Now, she wasn't sure. As for Larry Sukup, he came across as smooth, polished, a man with charm to spare and the ability to reach anyone he wanted to reach. After an hour of reading community profiles and interviews, she had no doubt, if not for Lenora's deed, he would have already written his name across that land. She thought of Brooke's warning that if she disrupted Sukup's plans, there might not be a position for her at a GraceTown library. Could she live with that? Could she live with herself if she didn't try? No. She could not. If thwarting Larry's plans was even a possibility, she would press forward, full speed ahead. By early afternoon, Cora shut her laptop and went for a long walk. The crisp air steadied her, and the movement helped her shake off the heaviness of so many articles. When she circled back toward home, a message pinged on her phone. Evan wanted to meet tomorrow at 4 to discuss the deed. Her breath hitched. She typed back, "That works. See you then?" Tomorrow could change everything, and strangely, she wasn't afraid. The next morning, with too much time and too many nerves, Cora dove into research about community centers that promoted literacy. One article stopped her cold. Matilda Till Bemis, someone she remembered from a life one of the volumes at the Carnegie had shown her, was being honored posthumously for championing literacy in underserved communities. As Cora read more about Matilda, she couldn't help but notice how similar Till and Lenora had been. Their values, their drive, their quiet belief in the transformative power of books. Had they known each other? Had they been friends? She started to make a note to ask Brooke about Till, but her thoughts drifted before she could finish the sentence. Her mind felt restless, unsettled. She needed to do something, and the kitchen felt like a safe place to start. She began assembling a charcuterie board. Her hands moved instinctively. She didn't think, just sliced, arranged in layered color and texture, with a rhythm that felt practiced, familiar. It wasn't until she stepped back that she realized what she'd made, not a charcuterie board. The board, the family board. She didn't know how she knew it, only that she did. Mild cheddar was arranged in the simple brick shape that always disappeared first. Soft brie sat beside a tiny dish of fig jam. Mozzarella pearls were scattered near the apples, little bites that were perfect for small fingers. Crackers were lined up with the same casual neatness she had no conscious memory of learning. Honey filled a tiny dish with a ceramic-handled spoon. Cora stared. Her breath tightened. This wasn't a board she'd put together before. Her hands had moved with the ease of someone who'd laid it out exactly like this 100 times, just not in this life. Tears blurred the edges of the wooden board. For a moment, she pressed her palm to her chest, steadying herself as the rush of emotion hit. Those memories weren't accessible, not in any linear way, but the feeling of them was. The board belonged to the family she had once known. The rhythm of creating it lived in her hands, and yet she could no longer reach them. "Forget about the board," she whispered. "Focus on what matters." Aaron, the children, her work as a paralegal, each of these belonged to another world, a parallel life she could no longer touch. She drew in a long breath, centering herself in this world, this life. Evan, Lenora, the land. Her purpose was here, now. She was ready for her 4 o'clock meeting with Evan by 3, though it was only a 15-minute drive. The minutes dragged by, slow and heavy. At 3:14, her phone buzzed with a text from Evan. "Got held up in Baltimore. Won't be back in town until 5. Shall we reschedule?" The disappointment hit harder than she expected. She hadn't realized how much she'd been looking forward to seeing him until the possibility slipped. Her fingers hovered over the screen. Then she typed, "Why don't you stop by the house? Here's the address." Even though he likely had it from her paperwork, she entered it anyway. A small, intentional invitation. Seconds passed. Then, "See you then." Cora exhaled, her palm warm against the back of the phone. He was coming here, to her. The flutter beneath her ribs felt both delicate and unshakably certain. She might have to wait a little longer, but he was coming. At 4:55, Cora forced herself to stay seated when the knock came. She'd already resisted the urge to peek through the window when she'd heard a car in the drive. Now she made herself breathe, slow, steady, pretending calm she didn't feel. After 2 deep breaths, she called, "Be right there," and walked in measured steps to the door. She pulled it open. "I hope this isn't an intrusion." Evan looked tired. Lines edged the corners of his eyes, the kind carved by long days and longer thoughts. "You're not intruding at all." She stepped aside, motioning him in. "I invited you, remember?" Her light teasing coaxed a faint smile. "Only after I canceled our meeting at the last minute." "Tried to cancel," she corrected, closing the door gently behind him. "The nice thing about meeting here is we can both be a little more relaxed." She gestured at herself. Hence the leggings and tea. She'd considered wearing a dress, maybe even heels, when the plan was to meet at his office. But dressing up for a casual conversation at home would have felt forced. Still, she'd chosen one of her favorite teas, soft and slate blue. If you can't be comfortable at home... Something flickered in his eyes, uncertain but familiar. He glanced around the great room. "Where would you like..." "To sit?" she finished for him. "The table." When he set his briefcase on the glossy wood, she crossed her fingers. "Would you like a glass of wine?" Her tone stayed casual. "I also made up a charcuterie board today. It's way too much for one person. I thought we could munch and sip while we talk." The fact that he didn't immediately decline felt like a yes. "Wonderful," she said, already heading for the kitchen. "Just a second." A moment later, the board was on the table, along with 2 glasses of Pinot Noir. "There," she said, taking her seat. "Something to tide us over." "That's a lot of food." His gaze passed over the board, pausing on the brie. "You've got brie and multigrain crackers. and prosciutto. "I'm partial to the fig jam," she said lightly, "and the grapes." He didn't move at first, just studied the spread. She popped a grape into her mouth. "Shall we get down to business?" "Yes." She began loading one of the small plates, resisting a smile when he did the same. Brie and prosciutto, red grapes and dried apricots, seeded crackers, and a generous scoop of fig jam. He reached for the honey dish, lifting the spoon. "I don't know why, but I have this overwhelming urge to drizzle this on everything." "I dated someone once," she said, keeping her tone light, "who said a charcuterie board is like pairing wine with a Lunchable." Evan chuckled. "The woman I saw you at the reunion with—" "Are you dating?" she asked, taking a sip of wine. When he hesitated, her heart stuttered, and she realized she'd gone too far. "I'm sorry." He sat back slightly. "This is a business meeting. The personal has no place here." There it was. Evan's instinct to draw a line between personal and professional. The trouble was, this didn't feel like business, at least not to her. And maybe, judging by the flicker of regret in his eyes, not entirely to him either. Without thinking, she reached out, her fingers brushing the back of his hand, meant as reassurance. The jolt that followed was sharp and real. She drew in a quick breath and pulled back. "You're right," she said softly. "Time to get down to business." She thought of how, in those other lives, they'd simply fit from the first moment they'd laid eyes on each other. That wasn't the case now. They were adults, shaped by years and choices, no longer the wide-eyed couple who'd fallen into love without effort. His gaze flicked toward the briefcase. "I just have one quick question before we start." He inclined his head, wary. "What does the A stand for?" She smiled. "A. Evan Graham. Just curious." "Aaron," he said. "I used to go by it, but switched in college. There were always several other Aarons in my classes. Evan seemed easier." "Huh." She smiled faintly. "Interesting." "I guess." He visibly shifted gears. "I've gone over everything you gave me, twice." She sat up straighter. "And?" "I have questions," he said, reaching for the briefcase. "But more than that, I think you're right to be concerned." Cora folded her hands in her lap as he drew out a small stack of papers. Just like that, the emotional current between them didn't disappear. It simply shifted. What had been memory and warmth became something steadier, more grounded. They were still on the same side, standing together in defense of something else. Lenora's legacy. Evan set the copies Cora had given him, neatly tabbed and clipped, on the table between them. "The deed itself is solid," he said. "It's old, but the language is clear enough. Lenora included a reverter clause tied to the property's use, specifically that the land must be maintained for educational and literary purposes. If not, then it reverts to the Somerville family." Cora let out a slow breath. "That's what I thought." "What makes this more complex," he continued, "is that the college doesn't technically own the land outright. They hold it, but only under the conditions she specified. They've been treating it as if it's free and clear, something they can sell to the highest bidder. That's not the case." "So the reverter clause is still valid?" "Perhaps." He met her eyes. "But it'll depend on how a court interprets her language, how the transfer was recorded, and whether Collister argues the clause is outdated or unenforceable." "But it's not, is it? The other documents you found, the ledger entries, her letters, the journal pages, help establish her intent. She wasn't vague. She made her wishes known in writing." A quiet pause settled between them. "And yet," Cora said softly, "they were going to sell it anyway." "We searched for the deed but weren't able to locate it," he admitted. "It was probably misfiled decades ago. Where did you find it?" "It was tucked in with Lenora's personal papers. Nothing labeled, nothing obvious. I'd say you found it just in time." Collister was ready to sell the property to Larry Sukup, she said, the name sour on her tongue. I heard he was planning to build a glorified strip mall on it. Once the deal closed, the land would have been his to do with as he pleased, Evan said quietly. Cora drew in a breath. I do have a position waiting for me in Ohio, she said, her tone even but threaded with hesitation. But I'd like to stay in GraceTown if I can. There's a small chance I could be offered a librarian role here. Her gaze dropped to her hands. Still, something tells me that if I push too hard to stop the sale, that chance disappears. But if I stay quiet... Her voice softened. I lose something far more important, the chance to honor her legacy. Evan studied her, something unreadable flickering in his gaze before it settled into quiet respect. You've already done more than most people would, but if you decide to stop the sale, you'll need to act quickly. Cora's pulse kicked up, quiet but determined. She sat up straighter. What do I do first? Evan didn't answer immediately. He looked at her, steady, thoughtful, then toward the papers. Before we go any further, he said, his voice low but deliberate, I need to be clear that I'm not acting as your attorney. I didn't assume, she began, but he was already shaking his head. What we're discussing could be viewed as a conflict of interest. I work for Collister. My job is to represent the college's interests. And while I'm not handling the land sale directly, I'm still part of the department. This gets close to the line. Her heart sank. So you can't help. I didn't say that. A faint smile tugged at his mouth. I'm not giving you legal advice as your lawyer. I'm helping you as someone who cares about doing what's right. Relief, and something warmer, spread through her. All right, she said quietly. As someone who cares, what do you suggest? You'll need to find a local attorney, someone who can formally represent your interests. I can give you a couple of names, people I trust who are competent and discreet. She nodded, already bracing for what might come next. In the meantime, he said, file a notice of interest with the county to flag the reverter clause. It won't stop a sale outright, but it puts anyone reviewing the title on notice. If Collister tries to proceed without addressing it, they do so at a risk. And that could buy us time. It could buy you time, he clarified. Enough for your attorney to send a formal letter of objection. Once that's done, they'll have no choice but to pause. Cora let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. And do you think they will? The deed language may not be airtight, but it's strong. Lenora's intent is well documented. No one wants this to go to court if it can be resolved quietly. Sukup will fight it. Evan's jaw tightened, but when he spoke, his voice was easy. He has connections, money, influence, but none of that changes what Lenora wrote or what's right. Cora's throat tightened. I just want to honor her wishes. You are, he said softly. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of everything settling between them. Then Evan lifted the top page. Let me highlight a few sections you'll want to bring to the attorney's attention. It'll make things easier. Cora watched him make notes on the copy of the deed. Calm, focused, methodical, and something inside her steadied. He slid the marked-up deed toward her. That section will be important, he said, pointing. It references the original grantor's language and terms. Any attorney worth their license will want to lead with that. Cora glanced down at the pages. Her fingers brushed the edge of the paper, but her mind was already racing ahead. I'm worried the attorney I see will just tell me it's complicated and send me on my way. Evan gave a quiet laugh and leaned back slightly. You won't get that from the woman at the top of my list of recommendations. Her brows lifted. Who is she? Taylor Higgs, he said, relaxing a fraction. She and her husband, Jameson Fox, run the PI firm here in town, Elite Sleuth Solutions. Cora blinked. PI firm? Jameson's a former detective. Evan explained. Taylor used to be a corporate attorney in Chicago. She shifted into investigative work when she moved back to GraceTown. You've worked with her? Not on cases here, but we worked at the same firm in Chicago. A faint, almost nostalgic smile. Different departments, but I remember her well. Sharp, direct, fiercely ethical. She came back to GraceTown to handle her father's estate after he died, and she decided to stay. Told me she wanted to do meaningful work that didn't drain her soul. A woman after my own heart, Cora murmured. She's the real deal, and she won't be intimidated by Sukup, the complexity of the case, or anything else. And you think she'd take this on? She's selective, he said. But although I can't speak for her, I believe she'll make time for this, especially once she sees the deed. I'll give her a heads up, and you can decide after you meet if she's a good fit. Cora gave a slow nod, a flicker of calm settling through her. Thank you, she said, resisting the urge to reach for his hand. For everything. I know you can't do more, officially, but you didn't have to help at all. Their eyes held for a long moment, and though so much was still uncertain, Cora no longer felt like she was standing on shaky ground. She had a path forward, and for the first time in a long time, she didn't feel like she was facing it alone. Evan gathered his papers, sliding them neatly into his briefcase, but he didn't stand right away. For a long moment, he just looked at her, steady, thoughtful, with something almost gentle in his expression. Cora, he said softly, you're doing the right thing. Lenora would be proud. Warmth unfurled in her chest, unexpected and achingly familiar. Thank you, she whispered. He nodded once, then rose. She walked him to the door, their steps falling into an almost unconscious rhythm. When he reached for the handle, he hesitated, not long, not dramatically, just enough for her breath to still. It was good being here, he said quietly. Good talking with you. The words were simple, but the way he said them, like something remembered, like something beginning. As he walked away, sunlight brushed his shoulders, and for a moment, Cora simply watched him go. Something settled low and warm in her chest, quiet, steady, impossible to explain, not certainty, not hope, just awareness. Whatever this was between them, it wasn't done unfolding. Chapter 20. The next morning, the house was too quiet for Cora to sit still. She needed movement, purpose, something to anchor her until she met with Taylor. She reviewed the deed again and her notes, even Lenora's handwriting, until her phone buzzed with the notification she'd been waiting for. Taylor Higgs had an opening that afternoon. A jolt of nerves, anticipation, maybe, went through her. Things were moving, fast, and for the first time since arriving in GraceTown, she felt ready for whatever came next. As she stepped into the office of Elite Sleuth Solutions that afternoon, she decided it looked less like a place where mysteries were unraveled and more like a converted insurance agency. The lobby was modest. 2 worn leather chairs, a coffee table stacked with dog-eared magazines, and the faint, heady scent of lilies rising from a cheerful bouquet on the receptionist's desk. Behind it sat a woman with wild, curly brown hair that seemed to defy gravity. Oversized glasses perched on her nose, and a floral blouse in a pattern that was as exuberant as the blooms beside her. A small nameplate read Glenna Kovacs. The woman blinked at her with an owl-like stare. "May I help you?" "I have a meeting with Taylor Higgs," Cora said. "Cora Summerbell." "Ah, yes. She's expecting you." Glenna stood and gestured down the hallway. "First door on the right. Go ahead and knock." Cora thanked her and walked the short corridor, nerves tightening with each step. She'd barely lifted her hand to knock when the door swung open. She recognized Taylor instantly. "Cora?" She nodded. "I'm Taylor. It's a pleasure to meet you." Taylor gestured her in. Last night, she'd read Taylor's bio on the Elite Sleuth Solutions website, along with every client review she could find. The blonde twist, The warm brown eyes, the quiet confidence were unmistakable. "Thanks for meeting with me," Cora said as she stepped inside. "Of course." Taylor motioned to one of the chairs across from her desk. "I looked over the documents you emailed me. I spent last night going through them." Cora sat, smoothing her skirt, trying to will her hands to stay still. "And?" Taylor's smile faded, replaced by calm precision. "You've got something real here. That reverter clause in the deed, it's strong. And your supporting documents paint a clear picture of Lenora's intent. Honestly, if I were advising the college, I'd tell them to hit pause." Cora exhaled slowly, tension uncoiling. She wasn't imagining it. Lenora's voice, her wishes, meant something. "So it's not just wishful thinking." "No, it's not." Taylor leaned forward, clasping her hands. "Now tell me, how far are you willing to take this?" "All the way." Taylor's brows lifted, impressed despite herself. "Full disclosure, this isn't the kind of case I usually take." Cora's stomach dipped. "Oh." "I don't mean I'm not going to help you," Taylor said quickly. "I'll absolutely get you started and support you however I can. But to move this forward, you'll need someone who specializes in property law. Someone who can file the notice of interest, handle communications with Collister, and, if necessary, go to court." Cora steadied herself. "Do you have someone in mind?" "I do." Taylor's tone softened. "Ken Edwards, smart, local, experienced with legacy land disputes and contested use provisions. He helped the Miller family with an easement issue 2 years ago, got them a resolution without a trial." "He sounds perfect." Cora reached for her satchel. "If you can make an introduction, I'd be grateful." "I can." Taylor smiled faintly. "And I'll give him a heads up. When I mentioned your case in broad strokes this morning, he said he'd be open to reviewing the documents." "Do you know what he charges?" "He's not cheap," Taylor admitted, "but he's fair. Sometimes works on a sliding scale for community interest cases, and he's not the type to nickel and dime clients." Relief flickered through Cora. "Does he require a retainer?" "Usually a small one to get started," Taylor said. "But trust me, I'd tell you if it wasn't worth it." Cora nodded. "I can cover that. I've got some savings." Something in Taylor's eyes shifted, respect blooming with quiet certainty. "Good. You clearly mean to see this through. People like Ken Edwards respond to that." Cora drew in a breath. "This land, it's more than just a patch of grass and trees. It's part of Lenora's story. If I don't stand up for it, who will?" Taylor scribbled a note, tore off the page and handed it over. "I'll call him and send over the documents. Here's his direct number. He'll expect your call." Cora tucked the slip carefully into her bag. "I really appreciate this," she said quietly. Taylor met her gaze. "Don't thank me yet. Just promise you'll keep going, even when it gets hard." Cora nodded. "I will." And she meant it. For the first time since this began, she felt clear on what needed to be done. The fight ahead might be complicated, maybe even messy, but she wasn't walking into it blindly. She had direction, she had purpose, and she wasn't turning back. Cora wrapped both hands around her mug of tea and sat by the window, the warm kitchen light spilling softly across the table. Outside, night had already fallen, the garden beyond the glass fading into shadow. The asters and mums still held color, violet, rust, and gold. They stood stubborn and bright against the dark, as if reminding her that belonging sometimes happened on its own. She felt both deeply rooted and completely adrift. Ken Edwards had been kind, direct, steady, smart in the way that didn't need to show off. He'd reviewed the deed and supporting documents, asked sharp questions, and listened without rushing. But one question had followed her all the way home. Are you hoping the land reverts to you, or do you simply want a say in what's done with it? She hadn't hesitated for even a breath. This wasn't about ownership. It was about stewardship, making sure the land didn't turn into asphalt and chain stores, making sure Lenora's voice wasn't erased. Setting her mug down, Cora glanced at her phone. It sat silent on the counter. She'd almost called Evan twice already, to tell him about the meeting, to thank him again for sending her to Taylor, to ask if he'd like to brainstorm ideas for the property, something that honored Lenora's dream, but she hadn't. She wouldn't risk putting him in a position that might jeopardize his job, not when he'd already risked enough by helping her. Protecting him mattered more than easing her own loneliness. She exhaled slowly and counted backward from 10. On one hand, she had less than 2 weeks left in this house, a new job that wouldn't start until after the holidays and savings thinning by the day. On the other hand, Dodger had promised her extra hours at Cup of Joe. She had a lead on a room she could rent month to month, and she was determined. A dull ache settled beneath her ribs. She missed certainty, routine, the comfort of knowing exactly where she belonged. Her gaze drifted to the deed copy Ken had returned, still sitting on the table with her notes. She thought of something he'd said, almost offhandedly as they were wrapping up. Have you thought about what you do with the land if the reverter clause holds? What it could become? She hadn't answered then, not out loud. But now, the thought rose, soft and steady, like a thread being tugged gently through fabric. The yellow legal pad on the table was blank. Cora stared at it for a long moment. Then, with a sense of something clicking into place, she wrote, Community Literacy Garden. She underlined it twice. What if this plot of ground could become a green space dedicated to literacy and learning? Her pencil began to move, ideas tumbling out almost faster than she could catch them. Story circles, outdoor reading nook, little free library stalls, raised beds with native flowers, shaded benches, story time under the trees, volunteer mentors, literacy workshops, poetry slams for teens, books for all ages, blankets on the lawn, laughter, belonging, home. Her handwriting wasn't especially neat, but it felt honest, alive. She paused, the pencil hovering above the page. Not just another library, a promise kept. Cora pressed a hand to her heart and closed her eyes. The quiet hum of the dishwasher was the only sound in the room. Her chest ached, but it wasn't from sadness this time. It was something fuller, something blooming. She didn't know how she'd get the funding, or navigate zoning boards or permits, or whom to even approach once the legal tangle was resolved. But tonight, for the first time, she had a vision on paper. An idea had taken root, and before she left GraceTown, she intended to see those roots begin to grow. I'm so glad you texted. Brooke leaned forward, eyes full of concern. How are you? When Cora had reached out to Brooke to ask if she wanted to meet for lunch at Chowtown, she'd expected a barrage of questions about the deed. Instead, Brooke's first words had been about her. Warmth spread through Cora's chest, easing some of the tightness she hadn't realized she'd been carrying. I'm hanging in there. Mr. Edwards notified Collister's legal department. The sale of the property and the rezoning permit are both on hold. Brooke exhaled, slicing her chicken sandwich in half with precise, almost irritated movements. Vivian's not taking the news well, she said, picking up one half. I think she's upset on Larry's behalf. I don't get it. Cora nudged her salad with her fork, appetite nowhere nearby. It's not like the city planned to use the land for a library, and I'm stealing it away. Brooke swallowed, then took a long sip of soda. What's really wild is, I don't even think her husband cares that much. Larry's the one who's furious, of course, but it's like Vivian's the one carrying the grudge. You think she'll hold it against me if a job opens up? Cora tried to sound casual, though the old instinct to cross her fingers tugged at her. Brooke hesitated, her knife pausing in midair. I can't say, but if I had to guess, yeah, From working on her house sale, I've learned Vivian runs hot and cold, and she does not like being challenged. Sorry. Not your fault, Cora gave a small laugh. Just makes me glad I have the Dayton offer. Brooke's expression softened. I hate seeing you go. I hate it too. Cora traced the rim of her water glass, her reflection rippling in the surface. It'll be hard to leave. I feel like I'm just starting to find my people here. It takes time, Brooke said gently, smiling in that quiet, steady way that made Cora feel seen. Cora nodded. Everything with the land will probably still be up in the air when I have to go. I'll help however I can. Brooke's voice warmed. We'll stay in touch. Just tell me what you need. Thank you. Her throat tightened. Somehow Brooke had shifted from acquaintance to the person she felt closest to in GraceTown. You've only got a few house-sitting days left. Brooke dragged a fry through ketchup but didn't eat it right away. Have you found somewhere to stay? I'm renting a room in a house on Peach Street, month to month and reasonable. A studio? Cora shook her head. A single room, shared bath. Brooke wrinkled her nose. Hey, it's clean and quiet. And did I mention cheap? Brooke laughed. Several times. The sound drew a smile from Cora, but it faded as the hum of the restaurant filled the silence. Silverware clinked, soft music threaded between conversations. Yet she felt oddly separate from it all. The reason sat heavy in her chest. Evan. She hadn't heard from him since the night at her house. She'd let herself hope, foolishly, that something still connected them. Once they'd shared a bond that felt unbreakable. I was meant to be yours, and you were meant to be mine. Other worlds, other lives. He didn't know her now, or, she corrected, he knew her only superficially. Brooke's voice broke gently through her thoughts. It sounds like you've got everything covered. Cora lifted her head, meeting her friend's steady gaze. I'm staying strong. She sat a little taller, offering a small but certain smile. One foot in front of the other. That's the best I can do right now. Brooke nodded, her hand brushing lightly over Cora's in wordless understanding. Sometimes that's all any of us can do. Cora turned toward the window, watching the breeze stir the last of the autumn leaves along the sidewalk. She kept moving forward, doing what needed to be done. But toward what? A new life in Dayton? Another fresh start in a town that wouldn't feel like home? Her thoughts drifted to the possibility wing, to Adelaide's calm assurance that her being in GraceTown wasn't an accident, that she was meant to be here. Maybe. But sitting here now, Cora wished she'd never opened any of those books, never seen what might have been because her heart remembered what her mind kept telling her to release. Well, I'd love to linger, but... Brooke glanced at her watch and winced. I've got a showing in 30. Cora pushed back her chair and reached for her purse. We'll have to do this again soon. Absolutely. Brooke stood, gathering her things. Before Cora could say another word, Brooke's phone buzzed. She rolled her eyes and mouthed, Vivian, before answering. I was just thinking about you, she said, tossing some bills on the table before walking away with polished professionalism. Cora slipped her card back into her wallet and turned toward the door just as it opened. Evan stepped inside. He wasn't alone. 4 men and 2 women followed, most likely colleagues by the look of them. But for one suspended heartbeat, it was just the 2 of them. Their eyes met, his warm and searching, hers wide and unguarded, and the rest of the room faded. He paused. The woman beside him, the same blonde woman Cora had seen at the reunion, touched his arm. I'll get the table. You all go ahead, he said quietly. I'll be right there. Cora's breath caught. The sight of him, the easy tilt of his smile, the familiar scent of citrus and soap as he moved closer, sent her pulse skittering. How have you been? He asked, voice low, almost tentative. Good. Her smile felt fragile but real. Keeping busy. She stepped closer before she could stop herself, drawn by a gravity she couldn't name. "There's so much I want to tell you, but I didn't want to make things awkward for you at work, so I've stayed away. It's..." He hesitated, glancing briefly toward his colleagues before his gaze returned to hers. "It's an awkward situation," he said softly. Then, with a small, rueful smile, he added, "Ken Edwards is doing good by you." "He is," she murmured. "Evan," a man near the table waved. "We're on a tight schedule." Evan raised a hand in acknowledgement. "Coming." Cora lifted her chin, her voice light. "Duty calls?" "It does." His tone gentled, threaded with warmth. "Are you still at Cup of Joe?" "Until mid-December." Her voice was steady, though her pulse wasn't. "You should stop by sometime." His smile deepened, slow and genuine. "I just might." "Really," she added, finding her courage. "Anytime." Their eyes held, brief but bright, with a flicker of something shared, something familiar, something neither of them could quite put into words. Then he moved toward his group, and she let him go. But the echo of that connection stayed with her long after the door closed behind him. Chapter 21. The rain had stopped by the time Cora climbed the steps to Elite Sleuth Solutions, but the pavement still gleamed like slate beneath the streetlights. The air smelled faintly of wet asphalt and wood smoke. Inside, the office carried the comforting scent of coffee and lilies, the same bouquet from Glenna's desk now perched on the filing cabinet, a bright pop of color against gray walls. "Taylor asked me to stop in," Cora said. Glenna nodded and waved her toward the hall. "Go on back, she's expecting you." Cora nodded her thanks and made her way down the narrow corridor, nerves tightening with every step. She lifted her hand to knock. "Come in," Taylor called. Cora pushed open the door. Taylor looked up from behind her desk and motioned toward the chair across from her. "Glad you came by." "You heard the news?" Cora asked as she sat. The text from Taylor asking her to stop in had arrived less than an hour after she'd left Ken Edwards' office. "I did." Taylor's voice was calm, but there was tension around her eyes. "I wanted to catch up in person about it." "Word is Collister's Board of Trustees are going to vote to challenge the deed." Cora's mouth tugged into a dry, brittle smile. "They're gearing up to claim the reverter clause isn't enforceable." "It's still rumor," Taylor said, folding her hands atop a neat stack of papers. "Nothing official." Cora exhaled, but the knot between her shoulders refused to loosen. "Mr. Edwards says the trustees often defer to the recommendations of legal counsel, but if they choose the most aggressive option..." She shook her head. "I hate that this is where it's heading." "Everything's speculation until it's not," Taylor said gently. "If they vote to challenge, this could drag on for a year." Cora's worry surfaced in every word. Or longer. At their first meeting, Ken had warned her this was a real possibility, that the college might contest the clause simply because they could. "Ken Edwards doesn't come cheap," Taylor reminded her. "I know." Cora's fingers curled and uncurled, restless. "He gave me a discount, but it's still a lot. My mom offered to help, which surprised me." Taylor's expression softened. "That was generous." "It was. But she can't bankroll a long legal battle. And honestly," Cora's voice thinned, "I don't want her to. This was my responsibility to take on." Taylor reached across the desk and laid a steady, grounding hand over Cora's. "Hey, you've already done more than most people in your position ever would. Whatever happens next, you made sure Lenora's wishes weren't ignored." "That doesn't feel like enough." Cora's voice dropped to a whisper. "I don't want to lose this." "Then don't." Taylor's tone was firm but kind. "You hold your line. You've got people behind you now." "I hope so." Cora tried for a smile and managed a small, uneven one. "It honestly feels like the ground is shifting again." Maybe it is. Taylor's eyes warmed. But you're steadier than you think. You've walked into 2 offices now and held your own. Most people crumble under that kind of pressure. A soft laugh escaped Cora, thin but real. Thanks for, well, everything. Taylor squeezed her hand once before letting go. You're not just trying, Cora. You're showing up. That matters. When Cora stepped out into the cool night, it had begun drizzling again, soft and steady. She drew her sweater close and let Taylor's words echo through her mind, warm against the chill. She didn't know what the college's next move would be, only that she wouldn't fold first. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving always felt like borrowed time in GraceTown, soft and quiet, the town holding its breath before the holidays began. At Cuppa Joe, the air smelled of cinnamon and evergreen from the coffee-inspired wreath Dodger had hung crookedly but proudly. Cora wiped down the counter, watching flakes of snow tumble past the windows. Light snow, the kind that whispered winter without fully committing. She just rinsed a milk pitcher when the bell above the door chimed. She looked up. Evan stepped inside, and her breath caught before she could stop it. 2 co-workers were with him, laughing, brushing snow from their sleeves, heading straight toward the register to place their orders. But Evan didn't follow them. His gaze swept the shop once, then landed on her, and the look on his face, surprised, quiet, almost relieved, unsteadied her more than she wanted to admit. He walked toward the counter slowly, his expression settling into something warmer. "Hi," he said softly. "Hi." Her voice came out steadier than she felt. "Cold out there?" He huffed a small breath, not quite a laugh. Cold everywhere today. Lifting her chin, Cora aimed for light, but not flippant. "What brings you all the way over here?" He followed her glance toward the corner where his colleagues had already ordered and were already settling in. "We wrapped up a meeting nearby, so the 3 of us walked over." His attention returned to her, the shift subtle but unmistakable. "And I needed caffeine, and maybe company." She reached for a clean mug. "What can I get you?" "Just the house blend. Black." A quiet pause. "Thanks." As she filled the cup, he rested his hands lightly on the counter. He was close, but not invading her space, just close enough that she could smell cedar and citrus, and something warm beneath those scents, familiar in a way that made her chest tighten. "How have you been?" he asked. Cora steadied the mug before handing it to him. "Doing okay. You?" His fingers brushed hers. Barely, but heat flared through her hand, sharp and immediate. She knew he felt it too by the slight hitch in his breath. "Managing," he said, lifting the cup. "It's been a long week." "I figured." She nodded toward the group he'd come in with. "Work things." "Work things," he echoed, but he kept his eyes on her, rather than looking at them. For a moment, neither spoke, and the quiet between them felt charged. Not awkward, not forced, just full of something neither of them knew how to name yet. A co-worker called his name from across the shop. He glanced over only for a beat before turning back to her. "Cora." His voice softened. "I'm glad you're here." Her heart tripped. "Me too." He shifted his weight, almost like he wanted to say more. Then he hesitated, and she knew instinctively he'd decided against it. Too public. Too complicated. Too soon. "I should join them," he said gently. "Of course." He stepped back, offering a faint smile that reached his eyes. "Happy Thanksgiving, Cora." "You too," she whispered. He turned and walked toward the table, settling in with practiced ease, though she noticed the split second he looked back at her before he sat. Cora let out a slow breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The warmth from that brief, electrifying brush of his fingers lingered in her palm. For the first time in weeks, hope didn't feel reckless. It felt like something alive, something waiting, something that wasn't done with them yet. Cora turned back to the counter, wiping a spot that didn't actually need wiping. Across the room, Evan was relaxed, composed, perfectly in step with his colleagues. But every now and then, he glanced her way, quick, subtle. A flicker of something that felt like memory brushing against her skin. When he finally stood to leave, he lifted a hand in a small, quiet goodbye, so understated she wasn't sure anyone else noticed. She returned it with the faintest nod. The bell chimed as he stepped out into the snow-dusted dusk, a rush of cold air chasing in behind him before the door swung shut again. Cora steadied her hands against the counter, letting the warmth of the shop settle around her in layers. It hadn't been much. A glance, a word, a connection that felt like an echo she couldn't stop hearing. But it was enough. Enough to remind her the thread between them wasn't gone, only resting, waiting for its moment to pull tight again. The house was still when she returned home. Quiet, but not lonely. Not tonight. She hung up her coat, made a cup of mint tea, and curled into her favorite corner of the couch, pulling the soft throw over her legs. Outside, the first real snow of the year drifted across the garden, settling on the stubborn bursts of color from the asters. The world felt hushed, expectant. She lifted her mug, letting the warmth seep into her palms. Evan's visit at Cup of Joe hadn't changed the looming legal fight. It hadn't solved anything about her future. Dayton, housing, the possibility of losing GraceTown before she'd fully found her place in it. But it had shifted something inside her. Evan had left his co-workers to speak to her. He'd chosen that moment, chosen her, even if only for a breath, and the way he'd looked at her. Steady, gentle. Like someone remembering a feeling he couldn't quite place. She didn't know what it meant. She didn't know if it meant anything at all. But for the first time in weeks, the ache in her chest eased. Maybe it wasn't hope. Not yet. But it was a beginning. The snow hadn't let up. Wind brushed soft flakes against the window panes, a whispering hush in a house that already felt too quiet. The fire she'd lit earlier had dwindled to a bed of low embers, enough to warm the room, not enough to fill it. Cora stood by the window, sweater wrapped tightly around her. The sidewalk glistened under the street lamp, slick and dark. GraceTown somehow felt gentler in weather like this, the sharp edges blurred. A familiar ache nudged her. Habit, not logic. The longing to return to the possibility wing, to the hush, the shelves, the impossible possibility of answers. But that door was gone. Forever. She exhaled slowly and turned from the glass. She should get ready for bed. She should at least try. A knock startled her. Firm. Measured. Out of place in the snowstorm. Her pulse jumped. Not fear. Something closer to disbelief. No one came by at this hour. Not in this weather. She crossed to the small window beside the door and froze. Evan stood on her porch. Snow caught in his hair, breath misting beneath the porch light. He looked like a man who'd wrestled with his reasons for coming and finally surrendered to them. Cora opened the door, warmth spilling out around her. "Evan, what are you doing out in this?" Her voice lifted in surprised relief. "Come in before you freeze." He stepped inside, shaking snow from the sleeves of his coat. His gaze lifted to hers, steady, weighted, something unsaid flickering beneath it. "It's so much warmer in here," he murmured. A shiver ran through her, not from the cold he carried in, but from the way he looked at her. "Let me take your coat." He hesitated for a breath, then let her slide it from his shoulders. She brushed melting flakes from the collar before hanging it on a hook in the entry. When she returned to him, her smile felt too wide, too hopeful, almost reckless. "Sit by the fire," she said softly. "You can tell me what brought you out in this storm." He followed her into the living room, pausing near the hearth as if taking in the space. Lamplight, the glow of embers, the quiet warmth of a place she'd soon have to leave. "Can I get you something?" she asked from the doorway. "Cider? Cocoa? I think there are marshmallows." She stopped with a small laugh. "Sorry, I'm rambling." "I'm fine," he said gently. "Thank you." His gaze returned to hers, serious now. "There's something you need to know." Her heart dipped and she braced. Evan sat and she took the sofa across from him. "The board moved the meeting about the reverter clause," he said quietly. "It's happening Monday rather than next month as planned." Her breath stalled. "Monday? At 1 o'clock and—" His expression tightened. "It's closed. To everyone. Even legal counsel." So she wouldn't be allowed inside. Neither would Ken Edwards. "I didn't want you to get blindsided by whatever comes next," he added. She nodded, pushing to her feet, moving toward the mantel without thinking. "Thank you for telling me." The fire cast wavering light across the room. "I won't give up, Evan, no matter what they decide." "I don't expect you to." His voice warmed. "It's one of the things I admire." She turned back toward him. He looked as though he might leave, that small shift of weight that always happened before someone stood. "Wait," she said softly. "Let me get you something hot before you go back out there." He started to protest, but she was already moving toward the kitchen. A few minutes later, they sat across from each other at the small table, 2 steaming mugs of hot cider and a plate of lemon shortbread between them. Simple, ordinary. Yet the air felt charged. "I'm grateful to Lisa," Cora said, cupping her mug in both hands. "This house, it was exactly what I needed." Evan picked up a cookie, then set it down, untouched. He traced the rim of his mug, his eyes lifting to hers. "I've been thinking," he said. "About you," he answered without flinching. "And everything you're fighting for." Her breath trembled. The snow softened outside, more whisper than weather now. "I want you to know." He leaned forward, voice steady. "I support you, not professionally, personally." Something in her chest loosened, something she'd been holding too tightly. They sat in silence, but it wasn't empty. It held weight, warmth, a quiet pull. Slowly, tentatively, he reached across the table. His fingertips brushed hers. A question, not an assumption. Cora turned her hand palm up, laced their fingers. Warmth flared up her arm, steady, grounding. "I don't understand this," he said quietly. "How natural it feels, being here with you." Her throat tightened. "I know." "No," he said, shaking his head slightly. "It's more than familiarity. It feels like—" He searched for the word. "Recognition." Her heart stuttered. This was the moment, the opening she'd been waiting for, the chance she'd feared. "Evan," she whispered, "there's something I need to tell you." Concern filled his dark eyes. "You look so serious." "It's important, and it's something I need you to hear all the way through." His gaze didn't waver. "All right." "No questions until the end," she said. "Please." "You have my word." Cora released a trembling breath and looked down at their joined hands. Her thumb brushed the back of his knuckles once as she anchored herself. "When I came back to GraceTown," she began softly, "one of the first places I went was the old library on Willow Avenue." His brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't interrupt. "I met someone there. Adelaide Wren." A faint, wistful smile curved Cora's mouth. "She greeted me like she'd been expecting me." She told him about the boxes, about Lenora's journal, about the deed. Then she drew a deeper breath. "But those weren't the only things I found." Evan shifted barely, but she felt it. The air tightened. "There was a room," she whispered, "in an area Adelaide called the Possibility Wing. It was filled with books that showed me different paths my life could have taken." He leaned back slightly, the confusion in his eyes clear. But his promise held. He said nothing as she went on. "In one of those lives," she said, voice trembling, "you were my Aaron. We met in high school. We fell in love. We married. We had 2 children, Penny and Leo." Emotion flickered across his face. Uncertainty, disbelief, something deeper she couldn't name. "And in another life," she continued, "we met at Collister. We were planning our wedding after graduation. You were going to law school. I was going to teach." His breath left him in a slow, unsteady exhale. "In both lives, it was you." Her voice cracked. "It was always you." Silence stretched between them, thick, fragile, suspended. "I know how impossible it sounds," she whispered, "but I lived those moments. I loved you in those lives." His hand slipped from hers, not harshly, not cruelly, just retreating into shock. Cora blinked hard, but she didn't look away from him. "There's a belief," she said softly, "about a red string of fate that ties together 2 people who are meant to find each other across time and distance." She swallowed. "I believe that applies to us, Evan." Stillness. Snow tapping softly at the windows, the low hum of the refrigerator, the quiet ache of 2 people suspended on the edge of something enormous. Evan didn't speak. For the first time, a faint tremor of fear ran through her. But she held his gaze, because the truth was finally spoken, because she trusted him with it, because she had to. Whatever came next belonged to him, and she waited, heart pounding, for his response. Chapter 22. Cora didn't know what she expected, but it wasn't silence. Not the kind that stretched between them now, still. Heavy. Uneven. Evan sat across from her, eyes fixed somewhere beyond the wall. His jaw was tight, his expression unreadable. She heard her own pounding pulse. She had said it, all of it. Laid bare the impossible truth and the aching hope she carried, the lives she had seen with him, the love she had lived and lost twice before. Now she sat in the stillness afterward, waiting to see who would break first, him or her. When she finally rose, it was slow and careful, as though movement itself might fracture something fragile between them. Her hands felt numb. Her voice, if she'd tried to use it, would have failed her. Her heart kept beating anyway, steady and too loud. She crossed to the window. Snow streaked down the glass in shivering threads, catching the porch light in soft flashes. Outside, the world shimmered. White sidewalks, bowed trees, the quiet hush of a night that looked like it belonged in a dream. The same kind of dream that had held Penny's bright laugh and Leo's muddy boots and Evan's sleepy grin in their kitchen. The warm weight of his hand around hers, intimate, sure, inevitable. Aaron, she thought, because that was who he had been there, and somehow, impossibly, who he still felt like here. She hadn't imagined it, not any of it, but saying it aloud had felt like placing something precious in his hands. And now she wondered if he'd see it as a gift or as something broken. Had she ruined everything? Or was this the only way forward through truth, no matter how impossible? Behind her, he shifted slightly, but he still said nothing. Maybe he was trying to find the words. Maybe he wouldn't. And maybe that was okay, because she hadn't told him to try to make him love her. She'd told him because she loved him. Whether or not he believed her, whether or not he felt that deep, aching familiarity too, she wouldn't regret telling him the truth. Not now. Not ever. Cora didn't turn when she heard Evan's footsteps behind her. Didn't move as he stopped a few feet away. The silence stretched further, more fragile now. Then, finally, he spoke. "I just don't know what to say." His voice was low, measured, careful in a way that made her chest tighten. I told myself I came to see you because of the land, he said after a moment. Because of everything going on with the board. Because I wanted to make sure you were okay. She stayed still. The truth is, he exhaled, long and unsteady. The truth is, I missed you. I wanted to see you. Her heart leaped, and then caught again in midair. He stepped closer. Not close enough to touch, but near enough that she could feel him there, like the pull of something once familiar. Now you're telling me that in another version of our lives, we were married, that we had children, that we were happy. She nodded once. I can't begin to process that, he said quietly. I believe you believe it, and I don't think you're making it up, but it's a lot. I understand. I need time. He blew out a breath. You've given me plenty to think about. The words landed like small stones in a deep well, soft but echoing. Cora pressed a hand to her temple. She had told herself she wouldn't expect anything, no declarations, no promises, and yet she had hoped for something. Just not this. She turned to face him, managing a small, tremulous smile. Thank you, she said quietly, for listening. He looked as if he wanted to say more, something warred behind his eyes, but in the end, he only nodded. I should go, he said, voice tight. I'll be in touch. She nodded too, watching as he reached for his coat, opened the door, and stepped into the soft, steady snowfall. When the door clicked shut behind him, the silence felt sharper than before. Cora stood motionless for a long beat. Then she walked to the kitchen, poured out the rest of her cold tea, and rinsed the mug clean. She wouldn't chase him, wouldn't call or explain or try to make him understand what he wasn't ready to believe, but she wouldn't let this be the end either. She had fought too hard for the land, for Lenore's legacy, for herself, and now she would fight for love, too, quietly, steadily, without expectation, but with the same faith that had carried her this far. He'd said he needed time. She would give it to him. In the meantime, she would keep moving forward, rooted in what was true, hopeful for what might still be. Cora kept busy over the weekend, double shifts at Cup of Joe and moving into the small room that would be home until she left for Ohio kept her occupied. But even with her hands full, thoughts of Evan kept slipping in, along with the knowledge that the Board of Trustees would soon be meeting. No matter how either situation turned out, she wouldn't back down. She'd fight. Everything she'd endured had shaped her into the woman she was now, strong, resilient, clear-eyed about what mattered. A woman who knew what she wanted and was willing to sacrifice to go after it. Some might have said it wasn't worth it, that Lenore's legacy was just land, that it wasn't even Cora's to protect, that she'd returned to GraceTown only recently, and this hadn't been her town in decades. It's my home now, Cora thought, lifting her chin. Whether I live here or not, I'll do right by it. And by Lenora, and by Evan. She and Evan were meant to be together. In the deepest part of her heart, she believed that. She wouldn't give up on him, or on them. The holidays had swept into GraceTown in full color. Wreaths on lampposts, lights strung across store windows, snow packed into neat ridges along the sidewalks. At Cup of Joe, customers came in with red cheeks and mittened hands, grateful for warmth. By late afternoon, the line had finally disappeared. Cora was wiping down the counter, hoping for a short break, when Brooke slipped through the door. "Got a second?" Brooke asked. "Dodger, I'm going to take 15, Cora called. "Take 30, he said, waving her off. Cora followed Brooke toward a quiet corner, but when she gestured at a table, Brooke shook her head. "I can't stay long," Brooke said, lowering her voice. "But did you hear the news?" "What news?" she said slowly. Brooke exhaled. "Evan is presenting the legal department's recommendation at the Board of Trustees, meeting tomorrow." Cora's breath hitched. "I was told it was a closed meeting." Apparently, they changed their mind. The board wants to hear the legal department's recommendation directly from Evan. "Do you know what he's going to recommend?" Cora asked quietly. Brooke's brows lifted. "I figured you'd know better than me." "We haven't talked about that." Cora's stomach tightened, a knot drawing hard and deep. "Probably smart," Brooke said gently. "It keeps things clean. No one can claim undue influence." Cora nodded, though her pulse hammered. Evan's recommendation would carry real weight. Though he wouldn't make the decision alone, his voice would matter. She knew he'd be thoughtful, careful, honest. He wouldn't bend the truth, not for her, not for anyone. That should have made her proud. Instead, it made her want to cry. "Whatever happens, you've done everything right." Brooke squeezed her arm lightly. "Hang in there, okay?" Cora managed a thin smile. "Trying." Brooke gave her a steady, warm look, the kind that had slowly carved itself into Cora's life as something solid. "You're not alone in this." "Thank you," Cora murmured. "Really." Brooke's phone buzzed. She glanced down and grimaced. "Vivian," she whispered, "I've got to run." She offered one more encouraging look before heading out into the cold. The house was quiet when Cora returned to her rented room that night, her canvas shoes damp from a surprise puddle, and her thoughts heavier than she wanted to admit. She set her bag down and stood still, letting the soft lamplight pool across the worn floorboards. Ken Edwards hadn't said anything she hadn't already suspected when she'd spoken with him. "There's been no formal decision," he'd told her, "but my gut says they're leaning toward a fight and want to make sure it's one they'll win." She'd asked him, plainly, what a fight would mean for her. His answer had been simple. More time, more money, more resolve. She had all three, barely. Even so, the weight of it all pressed deep. Crossing to the chair in the corner, she sank into it slowly. The quiet of the house closed around her, soft, absolute. The porch light glowed beyond the window, its faint shimmer painting restless shadows along the walls. Cora reached for the worn leather folder on the table beside her and opened it. Her fingers rested on Lenora's deed, on the looping signature that felt like a whisper from another lifetime. A lump rose in her throat. She hadn't expected this fight to reach so far, to feel so personal. But it did, because this wasn't just about land. It was about legacy, memory, meaning, the right to say, "This matters." And then there was Evan. She pressed a hand to her chest, to the quiet ache just beneath the surface. She hadn't heard from him over the weekend, and his silence rang louder than anything he could have said. She understood. He was processing, trying to find footing in something she'd already lived, already felt. Maybe it was too much. Maybe she'd asked too much of someone still learning what his own heart could hold. But even if he never called again, she wouldn't regret telling him. It was her truth, and truth had weight. Cora leaned her head back, exhaustion threading through her. "I'm still here," she thought. Still standing. No one had handed her a blueprint for any of this. Fighting for a legacy, fighting for love, fighting for herself. Maybe that was the point. Maybe some things you built in real time, with tea gone cold beside you and a storm waiting at the edge of the horizon. Maybe some things you built in the dark, until the light found you again. Plus, the antique brass bell over the office door jingled as Cora stepped inside Ken Edwards' law office on Monday. Thick rugs softened her footsteps, and the dark wood trim glowed in the afternoon light. It was the kind of place that felt anchored. For the first time in days, she needed anchored. His assistant looked up from behind the tall reception desk and smiled. "He's expecting you. Go on back." Cora nodded and walked down the hallway. The floorboards creaked beneath her shoes, quiet at first, then louder, like each step announced a verdict she wasn't ready to hear. Her heart kept pace, quick, uneven. Ken stood as she entered, buttoning his suit jacket out of long habit. "Cora, come in." She lowered herself into the leather chair across from his desk, palms flattened against her skirt to keep them from shaking. "I spoke with one of the trustees about 10 minutes ago," he said, dispensing with preamble. "The meeting wrapped earlier than expected." Her breath snagged. "And?" Ken didn't hedge. "The board voted to honor the reverter clause. The land will not be sold." For a beat, she couldn't make her lungs work. Relief hit sharp, like a cold plunge, then warm and overwhelming. Her fingers curled hard around the armrests. They're not going to contest it?" she asked, barely above a whisper. "They're not," Ken confirmed. "The legal team presented their findings. There were a few doubters, but Evan handled the presentation. He walked them through the documentation you uncovered, clarified Lenora's stated intent, and emphasized the legal risk of ignoring the clause." Cora blinked, stunned. "He supported it?" "Objectively and cleanly," Ken said. "He left them no opening to argue otherwise." A small, knowing smile touched his face. "The trustee I spoke with said it was the kind of presentation that settles a matter before the vote even begins." Emotion gathered behind her ribs. Relief, gratitude, and something far more tender she wasn't ready to name. "Thank you," she murmured, though she wasn't sure for whom she meant it. Ken, Evan, Lenora, or all the three. "I suspected he'd handle it well," Ken said, "but it's good to have it confirmed." Cora steadied herself. "What happens now?" "Now that the clause stands, all proposed development plans will be formally withdrawn. The deed remains bound to its original purpose, educational and literary use. If you'd like to pursue stewardship or a formal guardianship role, I can guide you through those options." She nodded slowly, her mind trying to keep pace with the shift inside her. Safe. The land was safe. "You've accomplished something significant," Ken said. "Most people would have stepped aside when the pressure mounted. You didn't." "I couldn't," she said softly. "It wasn't just land to her, or to me. It was a promise, and promises matter." Ken rose, signaling the end of the meeting. "Then I'd say you honored it." Cora stood too, her hands still trembling, but her spine felt straighter than it had in days. Outside, sunlight filtered through thinning clouds as if the sky itself exhaled. The air smelled of rain and cold earth. A gust of wind scattered golden leaves around her feet like confetti. The land was safe. Lenora's promise had been honored. And even if she and Evan hadn't yet found their way back to each other, his voice had carried her cause across the finish line. That had to mean something, maybe even everything. Chapter 23. The afternoon light slanted low across Willow Avenue, pale and clear after days of wind and cold. Cora parked at the curb and stepped out, pulling her scarf tighter against the chill. The air smelled faintly of cedar and damp leaves, and somewhere in the distance, a crow called once before the world went still again. For a long moment, she simply stood there and looked. The land stretched before her, bare branches, matted grass under patches of snow, and the faint outline of the old foundation where the library had once stood. The storm had rinsed everything clean, leaving the world sharpened and quiet, reverent almost. She crossed the uneven ground slowly, her boots brushing through snow. Each step seemed to echo with something remembered, the whisper of pages turning, the hum of a place once alive with stories. She paused at the center where the earth lay firm and flat. That was when she smelled it, lemon polish and lilacs warm as memory. She drew in a breath, letting the familiar scents wrap around her like a comforting hand on her shoulder. The air wavered softly. Adelaide stood behind the desk, silvery hair swept back, a cup of tea in her hand, that enigmatic smile softening her face. "I miss you," Cora whispered, tears brightening her eyes. "I never got to say goodbye, or to tell you how much you meant to me. You were my friend when I needed one, my mentor. I'm better because you were here. I'm proud of—" The words dissolved before they fully formed. Adelaide faded, the image thinning into still air. A tear slipped free. Cora stepped closer to where the vision had been. That was when she saw the glint of gold. Kneeling, she brushed the snow aside. Her fingers caught on something half hidden near the edge of an old stone. She lifted it free, breath catching. A small leather-bound book worn soft at the edges, as if time itself had been thumbing the corners. Gilt letters shimmered faintly on the spine. Volume 3. It opened in her hands. The title page glowed softly, the letters written in the looping, elegant script she knew so well. Lenora's handwriting. Cora Summerbell. No subtitle, no explanation, just her name standing alone, as if the story was still being written, line by line, breath by breath. The pages were blank at first, then faint images wavered like breath on glass. She leaned closer. There she was, speaking with Evan at the reunion, before either of them understood what was already beginning. Sitting in his office with her carefully organized notes, sharing a charcuterie board and wine. Step after step, a life was rebuilding itself without her even realizing it, a story still unfolding. Another image flickered into view. She stood exactly where she stood now, the sun at her back, smiling as if she finally understood. A soft, trembling breath escaped her. Why had it taken her so long to see that the road she traveled, messy, uneven, full of detours, had been leading her here all along? Lenora's words rose in her memory, warm and sure. We find our way by moving even when we think we're lost, and suddenly, she did see. Truly, if she had only seen sooner, she would have worried less, trusted more, understood that every wrong turn, every silence, every ache had carried her exactly to where she was meant to stand. Her fingertips brushed the page. Warmth pulsed faintly beneath her touch, like the echo of a heartbeat. Gently, she closed the book and pressed it against her chest. For an instant, she could almost hear the library breathing. Soft, content, alive. If she had known what the leaving would cost, what the staying would give. If she had known how time bent, how love found its way back through the cracks. Maybe she would have lived differently. Maybe not. Some things you learned only by living through the not knowing. The breeze lifted the ends of her scarf. A quiet steadiness settled deep in her bones. The land was safe. Lenora's promise was kept. And somewhere between past and present, love and legacy, her own story had begun again. Cora closed her eyes and let the rightness of that truth wash over her. When she opened them, she looked out across the lot and spoke softly to the presence she felt threaded through the air. I didn't give up, not when it got hard, not when people thought I should. I didn't walk away. A small smile curved her lips. Must be the Summerbell blood. The wind stirred, brushing a strand of hair across her cheek. I don't know exactly what this place will become, she said, but it's going to matter. It'll be filled with stories and people and belonging, just like you wanted. She let out a long breath. Peace, quiet and steady, settled through her. When she lifted her gaze, she saw him. Evan stood just beyond a tangle of brush, not quite on the path, not quite off it. His coat hung open, the breeze tugging at his hair, his expression unreadable. But he was here, watching her. For the first time in days, she didn't feel uncertain. She simply waited, heart calm, the invisible thread between them glowing warm and sure. Evan didn't move at first. Then slowly he started toward her. Each step sounded soft against the snow, but she felt every one as if the ground itself were listening. He stopped a few feet away, close enough for her to see the sheen in his eyes, close enough for her to feel his warmth through the lingering cold. "I came to see the land," he said, voice low. "The board made its decision." Cora nodded. "It's safe now." "It is." His gaze swept the open space, then returned to her. "Because of you." She shook her head. "Because of Lenora. Because this mattered. And because you didn't close the door on what she wanted." He hesitated, then stepped closer. "You didn't give up." "I couldn't," she said. "Not and live with myself." He drew a breath, the kind that carried weight. "About the other, the part between us." Her pulse stuttered. "Evan." "When you told me about the visions, I didn't know what to do with it," he admitted. "It scared me. Not you, just the idea of something I couldn't quantify." He huffed a quiet breath. "I'm a man who likes proof, and what you described doesn't live in that world." She nodded. "I get it." "But I couldn't shake the feeling," he said, eyes steady. "The familiarity. Like I knew you before I actually knew you." Her eyes burned. "You did." "The stories about GraceTown, the strange coincidences, the unexplainable things." He closed the remaining distance between them. "Maybe I don't need answers. Maybe believing is enough." Cora blinked hard as he reached for her hand. His touch was warm, steady, the same in every life she could almost remember. "I think we've been finding each other for a long time," he said softly. "Maybe this is the life where we finally stay." A laugh trembled through her. "You make it sound easy." "It won't be," he said gently, "but it's right." The wind brushed past them, cool and tender. He cupped her cheek, and she leaned into his touch. For a long moment they simply stood there, snow drifting softly around them, the open sky wide above, history and hope pressing close all at once. Then Evan lowered his head, and their lips met, soft at first, then sure. A kiss that felt like the world finally clicking into place. When they parted, the world seemed to hum with quiet light. Cora's voice was barely a whisper. "What happens now?" Evan's thumb swept away a tear that hadn't yet fallen. "Now?" His gaze held hers, steady and full of promise. "Now we begin again." Epilogue. Snowmelt clung to the edges of the lot on Willow Avenue, bright against the thawing earth, but spring had officially arrived. Cora stood in the center of the space where the old library had once stood, and where the foundation of something new was taking shape. The first phase of construction had started a week earlier. Wooden stakes crisscrossed the ground in gentle curves, mapping the future walkways. Soon benches would nestle beneath budding trees, giving neighbors a place to read, rest, and belong. In the far corner, the lilac bush, once weary and nearly lost, had been trimmed, mulched, and wrapped for protection. It would bloom again. So would everything else. Choosing to stay in GraceTown had given her more than she'd ever expected. Not only the chance to shepherd this land's future, but the space to deepen friendships and rebuild something steady and real with Evan. And through her new archivist role at Collister College, she'd found yet another way to safeguard the stories that mattered. Thanks to GraceTown Reads, a local nonprofit dedicated to literacy and community connection, this ground would soon host outdoor reading gardens, tutoring spaces, intergenerational story circles, and author events beneath open skies. Cora brushed her palms against her jeans and turned to take in the cleared ground. A new sign stood near the sidewalk. "Coming soon, the Summerbell Center for Story and Learning. Community first, literacy-centered, legacy-inspired." She exhaled, drawing in a crisp breath that tasted of thawing earth and possibility. It was happening. Not only the preservation of the land, but the promise Lenora had tucked inside it. Footsteps crunched behind her. She turned. Evan was walking up the path, coat unbuttoned, a gray scarf loose around his neck. The breeze ruffled his hair, and in the early light, he looked just as he always had to her. Steady, thoughtful, but with something new beneath the surface. A quiet certainty, as if he'd finally stopped holding himself at arm's length. "I like coming before the crews arrive," she said, tipping her head toward the open lot. "It reminds me of what it used to be, and what it's becoming." Evan stopped in front of her, close enough for his warmth to find her through the chill. His gaze swept the open space, then returned to her. "It's really happening," she murmured. "A place for stories, for connection, just like she wanted." His hand rested lightly at her back, warm through the layers. "Just like you wanted." Emotion spread through her chest, warm as sunlight on cold soil. "Sometimes I still can't believe any of it. The library, Adelaide, the books, the way everything led here." He slipped an arm around her shoulders, drawing her gently against him. "Maybe that's the point. We don't have to understand all of it. We just keep believing and stay grateful." Cora bumped her shoulder lightly against him. "You've been in GraceTown too long." He laughed. "Or maybe I'm accepting what's always been true. Some things are simply unexplainable." Her gaze drifted to the ground where she'd once found the little leather book. She'd opened it again last night. The pages were no longer blank. There were words now. Her words. Lines she didn't remember writing but recognized all the same. "I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know where I stand and who stands beside me. And that, at last, is enough." Cora cleared her throat, emotion tightening her voice. "I was meant to be here, right now, in this moment. Everything that happened, the library, the possibility wing, the detours, it all brought me to this exact place." "And I was meant to be here with you," Evan said quietly. Her eyes stung as she looked up at him. She gestured toward the sign staked in the soil. "Thank you for standing up for this, for believing in it." His expression softened, tender, unguarded. "I wasn't just standing up for the land." She blinked. "No?" Evan shook his head slowly, deliberately. Then he reached into his coat pocket and drew out a small velvet box. The breeze quieted. Even the birds seemed to pause. Cora's breath caught. "I'm standing here," Evan said softly, "for us." He went on, voice low. "I know the road back wasn't simple, but I trust where it led." He opened the box. A delicate gold ring rested inside, a single diamond catching the early light like a story forming on the first page. "I believe in possibility," he said. "In you, in us. I love you, and it may seem quick, but it feels as if I've loved you longer than one lifetime." Tears spilled before she could stop them. "Evan." He stepped closer, steady and sure. "Marry me, Cora Summerbell. Let's begin the next chapter together." She didn't hesitate, not for a heartbeat. "Yes." He slipped the ring onto her finger. The wind stirred around them, gentle, swirling, like pages turning toward something new. For the first time, Cora felt not the ache of what might have been, but the quiet, steady joy of what was, and of everything still to come. This has been The Possibility Wing, a GraceTown series novel, written by Cindy Kirk. If you have enjoyed this story, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to be notified of each new audiobook release. Thank you for listening.